I'd like to call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Barnett. Senator Barrett. Senator Blackman. Senator Blackwell. Senator Blunt. Senator Boyd. Senator Branning. Senator Bryan. Senator Butler to 36. Senator Butler to 38. Senator Carter. Senator Kaufman. Senator Chadzenall. Senator Chisholm. Senator DeBar. Senator Delano. Senator England. Senator Fillingane. Senator Frazier. Senator Harkins. Senator Hickman. Senator Hill. Senator Hobson. Senator Horn. Senator Jackson. Senator Johnson. Senator Jordan. Senator Kirby. Senator McCon. Senator McDaniel. Senator McClendon. Senator McMahon. Senator Michelle. Senator Moran. Senator Norwood. Senator Parker. Senator Parks. Senator Polk. Senator Seymour. Senator Simmons of the 12th. Senator Simmons of the 13th. Senator Sojourner. Senator Sparks. Senator Suber. Senator Tate. Senator Thomas. Senator Thompson. Senator Turner Ford. Senator Whaley. Senator Wiggins. Senator Williams.
Here.
Senator Younger. Mr. President, the quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will the senators and guests in the gallery please rise for the invocation to be given by Reverend Jim Genesee, who is the senior pastor at First United Methodist Church of Starkville, Mississippi. The invocation will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Senator Williams. Reverend.
Let us pray. Almighty God, the source of all wisdom and truth, you have told us what is good and what you require of us, to act justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with you. And so, God, we come before you today asking for your help, that in the midst of complicated and difficult choices, this body may swiftly and rightly discern your guidance and then have the courage to act accordingly. I give you thanks for these women and men gathered here who have answered the call to servant leadership. May the decisions they make benefit all of our citizens and gladden your heart. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. On behalf of those gathered here and those scattered across our state, I pray in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Reverend. Now the reading of the journal. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee reports. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next to the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Introduction of guests. Senator Hill, for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the North and West galleries, I have the who's who from the Pearl River County Chamber of Commerce. I'd like for you all to stand. I have Lacey Lee, who's the Chamber Director, Raquel Terrio, Russell Lee, Whitney Bowen, Dustin Crestrinos, Kevin Hedgepath, Misty Toronto, Steve Rogers, Nikki Smith, my best half, Byron Hill, Jason Parker, our Economic Development Director, Lindsay Ward, Christy Goss, and Mark Wallace. And one little secret I'm going to tell today, I was Christy Goss's 7th grade science teacher. Make them welcome, please. And they brought y'all the cookies, Paul's Pastry, that you find on your desk.
Senator Hickman, for introduction, sir.
Mr. President, I would like to introduce the pages for the week. Mr. President and ladies and gentlemen of the Senate and those guests in the gallery, we have an amazing group of young people who are here serving this body this week. Paging for Senator Kevin Blackwell is Reynolds McCaleb from Nesbitt. Paging for Senator David Blunt, we have Donovan Allen of Byram and Zoe Chambers of Clinton. The best 3 pages of the week, and I may be biased, but paging for Senator Rod Hickman, we have Adarius Hannibal from Meridian, Mississippi. We have Natalia Harris from Macon, Mississippi. And we have Todrick Rush of Preston, Mississippi. This week, paging for the Lieutenant Governor, we have Mason Ellis of Brandon, Mississippi. Delilah Harrison of Woodville, Mississippi. Caden McKinley Johnson of Lena, Mississippi. Zori Marshall of Jackson, Mississippi. Jakira Powell of Centerville, Mississippi. Emma Grace Thomas of Morton, Mississippi. And paging for Senator David Parker this week, we have Larry Manning Cox III of Hernando, Mississippi. And we have Kennedy Roots of Jackson, Mississippi. Please give them a hand and welcome them to our Senate this week.
Okay, we'll go, seeing no further, we'll go to the calendar. Yes, saw that. We'll go to the calendar. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is we suspend the rules to take up item 124 on the calendar.
Motion is to suspend the rules to take up 124 on the calendar. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item 124 is House Bill 1369, which is the MAEP formula.
We need to read the title, Senator. One moment.
Have the title
Mr.
read,
Clerk,
please.
please read the title.
House Bill number 1369, MAEP, determine cost of using average daily membership ADM in lieu of ADA with 90% threshold attendance trigger.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up the strike all to House Bill 1369, and we have an amendment to the strike all. And I'd be asked to recognize to explain that
You're
amendment.
recognized to explain the strike call and then the amendment, Senator.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. The strike all that came out of education and appropriations were the code sections for the MAEP formula. What the amendment to the strike all is what you heard, or if you were yesterday afternoon in committee, Education and Appropriations Committee, and those were some technical changes to the MAEP formula. If you have House Bill 1369, we have the strike all amendment that has been available. But the main thing is, if you look at the handout from committee yesterday, which has the updated MAEP formula. What the MAEP formula does under the current formula is it's ADA, which is your average daily attendance, which is the number of students times the base student cost, plus at-risk allocations minus the local contribution, plus the hold harmless. After many years of discussing the MAEP formula and hearing that there were flaws to it that need to be updated, need some technical changes to it, this year we finally came to an agreement amongst all the stakeholders as to what changes that everyone could agree to and what technical changes could be made to keep the MAEP formula current. This formula has been around since, I think, 97. As a matter of fact, I think I was talking to someone who voted against it back then and is looking forward to voting for it this year. So what the technical amendments are is every year the base student cost is multiplied by 40%. 40% is really not an average, an accurate indicator of what the inflation is that on the actual expenses of a school district. Superintendents have indicated that really their only actual expenses that are subject to inflation are approximately 20% of MAEP. So currently it's 40%. We're going to reduce that to 25%. And that amount, that percentage is multiplied by the actual inflation rate. And currently that would be 8%. And in reality, that is the amount, that's the figure that really gives the wide fluctuations in MAEP because it's not an accurate indicator of what the inflation is. And so we're taking the 25%, we're going to then take the average, the last 20 years, and average the inflation. And so that would give us currently this year 2.46. The amendment would raise that to the nearest tenth. So it's actually 2.5 this year. So it's 25% times 2.5%. And then you multiply that, or actually subtract the local contribution. The local contribution is really, that is where how much the local districts we have requested and recommended that each district put into their district through MAEP. Currently, it is the lesser of 27% or 28 mills. If you're a property poor district and your millage rate is low, you would probably fall under the 27%. But if you're a property rich, a 28 mill, you'd fall under the millage. If you're a property rich district, you would probably utilize the percentage cap. And so in talking with all the stakeholders, we have agreed to raise that 27% cap to 29.5% cap. And so the question is, if we do that, does that actually increase or raise taxes on a local district? And really all we're doing, and I would say no, because in reality, we're just, most, if not all of the districts are contributing more than this, either one of these caps. All of them, from my understanding, are generating and taxing above the 28 mills. And so we're just conforming what districts are paying to statute. That's what we mean by updating and making these technical amendments. And so under this new formula, we can then fully fund MAEP this year, and we're looking at $181 million. And I believe you've got a handout which identifies each district, how much each district will receive. And you can see that And after we put the teacher pay raise into the formula this year, because what happens is when we pass teacher pay raises, the first year that we keep the teacher pay money outside the formula. Now we put it inside the formula. It gives us an accurate and intellectually honest representation of how much a district will spend, how much they're allocated. And so if you look at the spreadsheet, you can see that there are very few districts that would actually not have their teacher pay covered, and that is due to ADA loss. If you have lost ADA, have lost a number of students, obviously you won't get as much money because that is one of the figures, one of the factors that go into MAEP. But in order to make them whole, make sure that they can cover their teacher salaries, the districts will be held harmless this year in the appropriations bill, so that no district will lose money. All their teachers will be paid. I mean, not that they wouldn't, but all the districts will have enough money to cover their teacher salaries. Laurel being the largest one at $1 million. If you add all 5 districts together, we're looking at $1.5 million. Now, in the following years, subsequent years, they'll be subject to the same ADA unless they're held harmless by the department. One of the questions you may have is, okay, we're making a change now. Why don't we go to ADM, average daily membership? And in running the numbers, we found that if we did it during a non-recalculation year, MAEP, or the base student cost, is recalculated every 4 years. The next recalculation would occur in FY27. And so if we ran the numbers and made that change now, it would cause wild fluctuations in what a district would and would not receive. The numbers indicated that some districts would receive a significantly greater amount. Some would receive a significantly lower amount. And ultimately, it would actually increase the cost of MAEP. But if you run it during a recalculation year, and that is actually when actual expenses are utilized to recalculate or reset the formula, the BSC, that actually comes to a wash, and there really would not be a greater expense. With this updated formula that's being proposed for y'all, this also would create some certainty in the future fully funding of MAEP. The data, the numbers have indicated that without any further inputs to this formula, teacher pay raises and things of that nature, we are looking at approximately $24 million every year to fully fund MAEP. And like I said, when FY27, the BSC is recalculated and we reset it to 0. And so that is an explanation of the amendment to the strike all. Mr. President, I will yield for any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sparks, for what purpose?
An introduction at the appropriate time.
Go ahead, please proceed, Senator, and we'll get to questions on this one. We'll have a number of questions on this bill, so please proceed.
Thank you. If we'll look to the North Gallery, I have Olivia Michaels from Tippah County. She's paging for the governor this week. We'd like to make her welcome. Thank you.
Senator Thompson, thank you. Senator Boyd. Senator Boyd, for what purpose, ma'am?
Introduction out of order.
Please proceed.
Would the Senate help me make welcome a dear friend of Oxford's, Ms. Ruth Ball, who's in the gallery up here. Thank you.
Senator Simmons, D. I'm sorry, Senator Hickman.
Introduction, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
We have joining with us today Brayla Rupert, who is a constituent of mine, and she's paging for the governor this week. Senator, would you please make her feel welcome?
Okay, Senator Blunt.
Introduction, please, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Please help me make welcome in the North and West Gallery a group of teachers from the Mississippi Association of Educators. Please wave, and we appreciate y'all coming to the Capitol on this historic morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Turner Ford. For what purpose, ma'am?
Introduction.
Would you proceed?
Thank you, Mr. President. We have joining us in the West Gallery, Ms. Lisa Wilson from Starkville. Please wave to the Senate. Let us just make her welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Move for adoption of the amendment.
Adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. We're ready on the bill, sir.
So move for adoption of the strike all.
No, we've already
done that?
Yes.
Move for adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Barr. Senator Harkins, you're recognized. Senator Hobson, I'm sorry. Senator Hobson is first. Senator Harkins, one moment. Senator Hobson.
Thank you,
On
Mr.
item number one, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we go to item 1, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 273, Healthcare Impact Grant Program established to provide grants to hospitals and nursing facilities.
I'll make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed,
Aye.
no. The ayes have it. Please proceed,
Move
Senator.
adoption of the strike all and ask to be recognized. to
You're
explain.
recognized to explain your strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the healthcare grant, impact grant program, similar to our healthcare sustainability grant program that we passed earlier in the session. This bill does have a reverse repealer in it, as we still are waiting on information from the Hospital Association and the Department of Health on the employees, the number of employees for the hospitals, and still don't know exactly what the dollar figure is going to be if we're able to do this program. But we'd like to keep 2 of these bills alive. We've got the Senate bill that's down in the House right now. I'd like to keep this House bill alive in case we need it as we get towards the end of session. I'll yield for any questions if there are any. If none, I move adoption of the strike all.
Senator Butler, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator
I'll
Hobson.
yield.
Senator Butler, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hobson. So right now, we're still at the $83 million
Right, I
for the
think,
hospital?
yes, sir, Senator Butler. I think the House was maybe at 80. We were at 83.
Right.
And this is just the vehicle that's going to be in the separate funding, but this is the vehicle that will be the program and how it's set up. It'll be the dollar figure for each hospital based on whether how many beds they have, are they critical access or not. And so these are the mechanics. The plan right now on the Senate side, at least, was to put the $83 million in the ARPA funding because it would be eligible for ARPA funding.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Senator Butler. Senator Stuber, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
Were you for a question, Senator Hobson?
Yes, I yield.
Senator Stuber, you're recognized.
You and I have had a few conversations about this. This is not going to include all hospitals, though, is it?
There are several hospitals, I'm going to say 12, 15 hospitals in the state that did not qualify for one reason or another. And Senator Stuber, that's one of the things we're looking at, is to try to determine why they were not included. Some of those because they weren't critical access. We may have a couple that have already opted out for rural emergency hospitals. I don't know that yet, and that's some of the information that Senator Blackwell and I are waiting to get, so that when we've got a pretty good understanding of which hospitals will qualify, and if they don't qualify, for what reasons.
Okay, like I said, I've got 2 of those hospitals. I think they don't qualify, so
Right.
it's going to be hard for me going back and saying all these other hospitals got money and ours didn't. But I
Yeah,
appreciate you working on that and looking into it for me.
I will. We don't have all the information at this point, and I wish we did, but I know Senator Blackwell and I talked about it this morning, still waiting on some information from those 2 entities that I mentioned as to employees and why some are not qualifying. And another question I've got is why some of the critical access hospitals are under the proposal that they submitted were at a lower rate too, because I don't know that I agree with that necessarily, but that's something that'll have to be adjusted. And of course, it's based on the total amount of funding, so it may have to be tweaked both ways. You know, some may have to be tweaked up and some may have to be tweaked down a little bit. Thank you.
Senator Horn, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
Were you for a question, Senator Hobson?
Yes,
Senator
I do.
Horn's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Hobson, this bill is primarily aimed at assisting rural hospitals. Am I correct?
I think it affects many hospitals around the state. I don't think I've got the list with me, but it's the same information. All we're doing here is keeping this vehicle alive. It's going to be the same information that we had earlier. Hopefully you had a chance to look at the list of hospitals and who all is affected. I don't have it with me, but I could get it for you later.
Do you know whether or not Jackson Metro hospitals are eligible?
Not independently, but I could get that. I've got that list, I think, down in my office.
I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Horn. Senator Jackson, for what purpose, sir? I'm sorry, Senator Jordan, for what purpose?
Mr. President, my system doesn't work. Question, Mr. President, I want to be specifically correct here. Is Greenville and Flora Hospital included in this process?
But as I recall, they were included, yes.
What is the maximum amount of revenue they can receive under this program?
The maximum amount was going to be $1 million. You had three categories. You had $1 million for certain hospitals, $500,000 for other hospitals, and had $1 million for a certain level of hospital, $500,000 for another level, and $350,000 for a third level of hospital.
When you say levels, kind of elaborate a little on levels.
Sure. The $1 million hospitals that would get those funding could be more than 100 licensed beds. The $500,000 would be those that are 100 licensed beds that operate an emergency room and not classified as critical access hospital. And then the third category, the $350,000, would be less than 100 beds and be classified as critical access hospitals.
Yes, sir. What a hospital was in the past have had capacity of 200, so they would be under this bill would be among the ones get the maximum amount under this particular bill.
Yes, sir. But and that's again, I think there are some things in here that, again, as I mentioned when I was answering Senator Suber, is that there may be some tweaks on this because there are a few hospitals that I don't know why they don't qualify. I'm waiting on that information. Number one. Number two is I think there's been some discussion about whether critical access hospitals should get an amount closer to that level that I mentioned on that second category, $500,000. Why they're not getting more money, and I just don't have that information right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Senator Butler, for what purpose, sir?
Just got one other question, Mr. President.
Senator Hobson, you for question. Senator Butler, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hobson, we have a list of the hospitals, how much money they're getting, and the different criterias.
Under the three criteria that I just gave, we do have a list of which hospitals qualify. I can get that to you. That's what I'm saying.
All right, that's what I need. Thank you.
Again, this is not a final product yet, but I know we're getting to the point where it's going to have to be pretty soon if we get this done.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator McMahon, for what purpose, sir? Pass. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Any other questions? Seeing none, Senator, ready for your motion.
I think I'd already moved to strike all. Adoption, strike all. Then I move adoption, strike all.
Yes, adoption, strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Now I move by passage. I move passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? The court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator Hobson. We're on item 2, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. While I'm getting this bill, I just want to make mention of your chief of staff's birthday today, as I understand it, Nathan Upchurch, and I wish the Senate would wish Nathan a happy birthday.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate you covering me there.
Ask that we move to item 2 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 834, Assisted District Attorneys and Criminal Investigators, increase authorized number.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
This is I move adoption, strike all, and has to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain it. Strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the bill bringing the code sections forward for the ADAs and criminal investigators. No money in this at this point, and don't have a determination. I think Senator Wiggins and his counterpart in the House will have to look at the numbers on caseloads and violent cases from the different districts to determine what's needed on district attorneys and ADAs, and So we'll have to, and see how much money's available. Obviously, can't decide this until we know how much money's available in the final budget, but once that's determined, that'll allow Senator Wiggins and his counterpart to work on backing into the number of ADAs and criminal investigators that we may need. I think there are a few districts that definitely need some, but just determining what it is will be after the funds are available. I'll yield for questions.
Senator Horn, for what purpose?
Question.
Yield for questions, Senator? Senator Horn's recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hobson. Senator Hobson, we're looking at making adjustments to circuit courts for these are for ADAs as are judges in there as well?
No, this is just ADAs and criminal investigators.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Horn. Other questions? Other questions?
Move adoption of the strike-all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Now move by passage by use of the morning roll
Use
call.
of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Those voting no. Chisholm, no. Bryan, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator. We're on number 3 and 4, Senator.
I ask that we skip item 3 on today's calendar, go to item 4 and have the title read.
3 retains its place on the calendar. Item 4. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1613, Appropriation Education Department.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move adoption of the strike-all and ask to be recognized to explain.
Recognized to explain the strike-all.
Thank you. This is the, Senator DeBar just mentioned, and we passed the MAP rewrite bill. This is the actual appropriation bill that goes with it. And the total amount of funding as proposed in this bill would be, well, this includes general education programs, and that amount is, thank you, total amount of funding on general ed programs is $2,114,506,756. The Chickasaw interest portion, $16,945,631. MAP, $2,821,492,774. And VOTEC education would be $105,831,630. Keep in mind that a lot of those are federal funds and other state support funds that are not out of the general budget. But I will yield for any questions, if there are any, on this appropriation.
Okay. Seeing no questions, you're ready on
If
the
not,
strike.
I move adoption of the strike-all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Now I'll move passage by use of the morning roll
Use of the
call.
morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Which records voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator Hobson. Senator Harkins, you're recognized. We're on item 5.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 5, have it retain its place on the calendar, and go to item 6, House Bill 1140, and have the title read.
Item 5 retains its place on the calendar. Item 6, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1140, beer, light wine, and light spirit products revised manufacturers prohibited from having interest in wholesalers or distributors.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed,
Aye.
no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we adopt the strike-all and recognize Senator Chasnall to explain the
Senator
strike-all.
Chasnall, you're recognized to explain the strike-all.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the House bill that is identical to what we passed out of the Senate, and I would like to keep both of these bills moving forward, and there is a reverse repealer in this, so this bill will go to conference. And if there are no questions, I would like to adopt the strike-all.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
All right. If there are no further questions, we are on the bill?
Yes.
All right. So I move that we adopt the bill.
By use.
By the use of morning roll call.
Thank you, Senator. Anyone object to that procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Chasnow. Senator Harkins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 7, House Bill 395, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 395, Mississippi Major Economic Impact Act, extend deadline for issuance of bonds for certain automotive projects, parts, manufacturing plant projects.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill simply extends the authority for the bonds to be issued for an economic development project for Yokohama Tire. I believe it's part of the MOU has to keep these bonds available, but it's for an expansion if the company chose to do so, but there aren't any indications they're going to expand right now. They have met all their hiring requirements and everything is, they've met all their obligations as far as MDA is concerned. So this just keeps it open according to the MOU throughout the end of the year. That's the explanation of the bill. If there aren't any questions, I move adoption on the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator. On item 8.
I'd like to go to item 8, House Bill 1168, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1168, Municipal Special Sales Tax, revised use of revenue for certain.
I'll make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is to adopt the strike all and be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain the strike all, Senator.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the House bill that came over that deals with the 1 cent sales tax commission, the city of Jackson. The bill originally came over where all the proceeds of the 1 cent sales tax would be used for water projects. In light of the money that's the federal government is sending the city of Jackson, we basically took the position that it would go back to what its original intent was, and that original intent is on line 111 through 116, that the revenue collected pursuant to the tax imposed on this section can be used for road, street repair, reconstruction, resurfacing projects, pay for cost of water, sewer, drainage projects in accordance with the master plan adopted by the commission. So pretty much leaves it open for them to use it for water, sewer, streets, bridges, stormwater projects within the master plan. What the bill does do is it strengthens the reporting requirements. It does require them to provide an audit and a report to the Senate and the House. And it just says on line 127 through 134 that if they do not comply with that, the Department of Revenue can hold the payments until they receive written notice that the municipality has complied with the reporting requirements. And it also requires them to report to the commission monthly to include the name of the vendor, the project, the date, and the amount received and paid each month. And there is also language on line 153 that just says that if there's any expenditure from the special fund that was not for a project approved by the commission or in excess of the amount approved by the commission, that'll be reimbursed by the city to the special fund. And the other part of the strike all is it eliminated on the section about the members of the commission. It removed the language that a member will serve until his successor is appointed and qualified. It removes that. We passed a bill a couple years ago that dealt with qualifications and appointments on boards and commissions. So that is the explanation of the strike all. I'll yield for any questions.
Senator Horn, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
Senator?
I yield.
Senator Horn, you're recognized for your question, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Harkins. Mr. Chairman, does the commission have any reason to suspect that there's been a use of funds for projects other than that which the commission has approved?
I've been told anecdotally that there's been projects that they've spent more on projects than were approved, and maybe it gone for something that wasn't necessarily on their list is what I was told, but this just makes sure that they'll abide by what the commission and the master plan had approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Horn. Any other questions? Any other questions?
Seeing no other questions, I move adoption of the strike all.
Adoption of the strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Ready on your
There are
motions.
no further questions. I move a passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Should be cause voting no. Present. Horn, present. Blunt, present. Frazier, present. Norwood, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passes. Thank you, Senator Harkins. We go to rules. Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass and retain items 9 through 32.
9 through 32.
Please retain their place.
Pass and retain. Motions to reconsider. Motions to reconsider, anyone? Seeing none. Concurrence, non-concurrent. Concurrence. Page 5. Page 6. Senator Michelle, what's your number, sir? 55, Senate. Go to 55. All other items retain their place on the calendar. We're at item 55, Senate.
I'd like to go to item 55, Senate Bill 2224, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2224, insurance, prohibit insurer or third-party payers from setting maximum dollar amount for reimbursement for proper ventilation treatment.
My motion is that we do concur, and I'd ask that Senator Blackwell be recognized to explain the bill.
Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. This bill comes to us from the House. They removed Section 1, which they felt would be an unfunded mandate by the state to pay, and they also felt it was addressed, the issue was going to be addressed in Section 2. So in Section 2, they added some verbiage that will allow the Commissioner of Insurance to examine and address any inequalities or irregularities regarding provider reimbursement rates. And they also put in a 4-year repealer. That's an explanation of the bill. I'll yield for questions or request passage by the use of morning roll call.
Questions on the bill. Senator Sojourner, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Will you for a question, Senator Blackwell?
Yes, it will.
Senator Sojourner is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman. I know you mentioned the House removed some of the language. So does the bill still create a mandate to insurance companies as to coverage that they must provide?
This bill does not.
Okay, so that's, thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, Senator?
Request passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Request be noted as voting no. Present? Seeing none? Concur. Items, page 6. Anyone on page 6? Page 7. Senator Harkins, which number, sir?
I'd like to skip item 73, have it retain its place on the calendar, and go to item 74, Senate Bill 2698.
All the preceding ones retain their place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2698, ad valorem tax, extend fee in lieu qualifying period for renewable energy project.
My motion is we concur and allow Senator Filligan to explain.
Senator Filligan, you're recognized for concurrence.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to refresh you, this bill extends something that we approved last year. This is when you're establishing solar projects in Mississippi. This legislation simply extends for an additional 5 years the amount of time that major solar investments have to reach an agreement for fee in lieu arrangements. And to remind you, to qualify, these projects have to qualify under Section 273146, which requires a $100 million investment or more. This is helping attract investment in Mississippi-based energy sources. Among the announced projects that we already have in the state are $260 million investment in Washington County, a $150 million investment in Tallahatchie County, and $120 million investment in Perry and Forest counties. We already passed this. It went over the House. The only thing that the House added that was different was to, on line 60, they amended language to include public utility owning or operating system so that If any companies that are already public utilities have an investment of this size come about, they wanted to make sure that they were included in this language in the bill as well. So really a very minor change. And with that, I think the chairman wanted to motion that we concur in the House change.
Questions on the concurrence or non-concurrence? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
I mean that we do concur.
Move to concur. All right, you got it. By use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Hill, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Senate will go back to 65 for Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 65, Senate Bill 2335.
Waive the rules first, sir.
Waive the rules, go back to item 65.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Parker, on 65. Now we're ready.
Request the title read on Senate Bill 2335.
Mr. Clerk.
2335, income tax credit allow for employer making direct payments to entity for dependent care on behalf of employee.
My motion will be not to concur, but to invite conference.
Motion is to invite conference. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Okay, we're back down. Senator Harkins was the last on 74. Senator McMahon? Pass. On 75? Pass. Pass and retain 76 and 77, 78, 79, and 80. 81, Senator Tate. 82, down to the general calendar, all pass and retain their place on the calendar. Start with the general calendar. Senator Seymour passes 84 and 85. Senator Fillingane passes on 86. Chairman Branning, Senator Branning, pass on 87, 88 and 89. Chairman Parker, we're on 90, Senate. Item 90, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 90, House Bill number 588. Call it up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 588, Mississippi Workforce Training and Education Act, extend repealer on the act and in 2004 charter law for conforming code sections.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill now does two important things. It is no longer House Bill 588. It is now Senate Bill 2552 and Senate Bill 2597, which we passed out of this chamber. Senate Bill 2552 extends the repealer on the Mississippi Department of Employment Security till 2028. It also was the bill that kept the experience rate at 0. It put in the fingerprint and background check authority, and it extended the Delaware provision for divisions like DEQ that we added to the bill on the floor. Senate Bill 2597, which is now this bill, extends a repealer on the Mississippi Comprehensive Workforce Training and Education Consolidation Act of 2004, which is a SWIB board repealer. This is now the only vehicle we have alive to extend the repealers for these two agencies. This is a bill that's going to go to conference, but I do have two amendments to add to the bill, and I think they are with the clerk. So first I will call up amendment number 1, discuss that, and then open up for questions after that discussion, if that's okay, Mr. President.
It's up on the screen. Please proceed, Senator.
Okay, amendment number 1 to 588 addresses some issues that we had with some bills that did not make it out from the House. I'm going to just walk you through this here. What it does is in the extension of the Office of Workforce Development provisions, it puts in a statement to implement and oversee career coaching programs as described in section 3773.3. The Chairman of Appropriations and I had a little discussion that there's already statute that references the career coaches, but the feeling from the House and other parties is that we would like to have that listed under the Office of Workforce Development instead of under Education. And so it won't strike the language in 3773, but it'll make reference to that. And then it goes on to say that the program may include providing career coaches with access to technology to develop customized career pathways and connect students with post-secondary and employment opportunities. There was a bill from the House that asked that we give the Office of Workforce Development the ability to look at a program for the K through 12 to allow some technology programs to be considered and possibly implemented. This doesn't require that. It just kind of puts that ability for those programs to be looked at by the Office of Workforce Development. In Section P of the amendment, it allows the Office of Workforce Development to also work with and support training needs that arise from new businesses locating in Mississippi, and to also include support for existing industries that may lose employees as a result of the new business. When General Steel located here or started that process, they got some significant resources from this body, but what we didn't really think about was if we do have these jobs that are pulling in $93,000 a year, those employees may come from another existing business. And by doing this and allowing them to support the existing industries, there'll be some companies out there that might lose an employee to this new or any new big industry that comes in that gets the assistance to help find the employees who are now in need for Company B and C as a result of Company A coming into the state. So it just gives them that ability to do that. It also it has in Section Q here, it allows them to implement and oversee the Mississippi K-12 Workforce Development Grant Program created in Section 2 of Senate Bill 2810. We also have a bill on the House side, which was my bill that's still alive, that has very similar provisions. And so we're going to be working with this bill and 2810 in conference to make sure that all of the language is the same so we don't have any redundancy in the process. Then the amendment goes on to require reporting to be quarterly and require some specific reports to be made. The reason I go ahead and offer this amendment now, instead of just waiting until the bill comes to the floor at the end, is I want to be sure we have any questions answered on this, because this will now be attached to the repealer bills for two of our larger agencies in the state. And I want to get any questions answered on this so that on deadline day or the last day of session when we bring this out, that that this is not surprise language. We're going to be retooling it, but these are the points that I wanted to insert in here for questions at this point. So that's a brief explanation of the bill and the amendment. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Okay, Senator Horn, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You for a question, Senator?
Certainly.
Please proceed, Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Parker, in your amendment, is there anything that speaks to the problem that we saw in the hearing where the career coaches that had been established were largely not in the Delta or Southwest Mississippi? Or have any provisions been made to address that?
So not in the amendment, but my hope, and I've talked to jobs from Mississippi graduates a little bit about this, is they have been funded in the past under the Department of Education, and we hope this year to move that to an appropriation bill for the Office of Workforce Development. I know they have been doing a program that they have told me about that is similar to a career coach, but I haven't had a chance to look at that. So I think if we move that over to the Office of Workforce Development, where they are implementing and working with career coaches daily, I think it'd be a more natural partnership for them to be there. So I do recognize that situation, and I'm trying to keep that active. Yes, sir.
Well, Jobs for Mississippi Graduates, has a 25 30-year history of success. And so you're agreeing with me that there's an opportunity to work them into this process?
Right, I think they're a natural partner there. You know, I think they probably can do more. They probably have an opportunity to do more, and I think that's one of the advantages of this is through the career coaching program. We're still working, you know, at the end of session to try to get the appropriate amount of money to the career coaching program, and that would be available, to the entire state, to implement more. So maybe have some more opportunities for the Delta, in the process.
Well, yeah, and would you agree with me that in the last few years, their budget has been cut instead of being augmented? And it's tough to continue the level of success that they've had in the past with fewer resources. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Well, I'll take your word that it's been cut. I wasn't really very aware of their program until really this year, but I've had a couple of conversations with Ramona. I think about how that program is working there, and I think this will give them an opportunity to, seek some extra funding, either their organization directly or the schools in the Delta will be able to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Chasnoff, for what purpose, ma'am?
For an introduction out of order, Mr. President.
Okay, one moment, please. Let's finish this. We're just close on this. Senator Blunt.
Question, please, Mr.
You for
President.
a question, Senator.
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Parker. The career coaches, you believe can really be helpful in our school districts, right? And that's what this would do, encourage the career
Yes,
coaches.
the career coaches could be, but they have been, I would say, profoundly helpful across the state. We certainly are, or my view, speaking for Office of Workforce Development and the parties I talk to, is that we would certainly want to keep that program alive and also invest more into it in the future, because, I gave these examples, but there's one example I'll be brief on of a young girl who was about to drop out of school, was approached by a career coach. Her mother had asked her to go look for a job in 11th grade up in my area. And the young girl, with interaction with a career coach, was able to find a job after school, making $18 an hour in an industry, and stayed in school. And come to find out, the mother had actually dropped out in 11th grade for kind of the similar reason. Her mother, I believe, had encouraged her to start working a little bit earlier to help support, one family member, one parent household. And so in that one instance, we've changed, I think, the path of that young lady, for generations to come. And we talk sometimes about, what are we going to do to, support people who, are out looking for jobs and that kind of thing. And with other policies we've advanced here, I think if we can make these advancements early on, we can make generational changes that can have benefit for years to come.
Yeah. And how are these career coaches paid? Who pays them?
It comes from an appropriation. So last year through ARPA dollars, we appropriated $8 million for the career coaching program to kind of get its feet underneath it. And we're asking that we continue that funding and hopefully expand it this year.
But they're paid by the local school district, aren't they?
No.
They're not. No. They're paid by Workforce Development?
So they are not part of Department of Education. They are not part of the education appropriation. That's an important point too, because, the key here is the career coaches, their connection is to the economic community and to our business community. And so if we're in, say, your district, for example, and Hines Community College finds that they need, some skill sets in the future, then that the Hines Community College, with their interaction with whoever the business and industry, go directly to the career coach. And then that career coach can leave the school, go out, visit the industry, go to the community college, figure out the network to make this happen that's outside of MDE. So we don't have the career coach looking to, have the student pass a test or some of the things, the provisions we put on our traditional teachers, which are important things, don't get me wrong.
Sure.
But it gives them the avenue to be more creative in developing a plan where, and all of this ties in together where the success of the student at the end is the end goal.
Right. So they're employees of the Office of Workforce Development.
That's what we're trying to move the statute to stay this year, and that's why this amendment is here, And that's why we're trying to put this under Office of Workforce Development, because in conversations I had yesterday with the House that I haven't been able to share with the Chair of Appropriation yet, I think our hope, or their hope, is to try to have a separate appropriation for the Office of Workforce Development.
Okay.
And so I'll be meeting and talking with Chairman of Appropriation about the conversation I had about 6 o'clock last night with the House Appropriation side.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Senator Parker.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Chisholm, for what purpose, ma'am?
Thank you, Mr. President. Introduction out of order.
Okay, one moment. We'll finish the bill and come to you and Senator Chasnow. 1 second, please. 1 moment, please. All right, Senator. Ready for your motion, sir.
If there are no further questions, my motion will be an adoption of Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 588.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. A second amendment that I prepared this morning is just a reverse repealer. I want to be able to keep this alive and, get it to conference so that 2810 doesn't get language that could be, we got to get them to match. So second amendment is to add a reverse repealer and move adoption.
Questions on the amendment? Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Move adoption of Amendment Number 2.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Back on the strike all.
So if there are no further questions, I move adoption of the strike all on the morning roll call.
It's just a straight amendment. We've got to adopt the strike all.
Okay, move adoption of the strike all.
There we go. Okay. Adoption of strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're on your bill, Senator.
Move final passage on use of morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Notice voting no. Present? Seeing none. Bill passes. Thank you. Senator Chasnow and Senator Chisholm will come to y'all. Please proceed with an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to direct the attention of the members of the Senate to the South Gallery, where we have John Stroud, who is the all-time leading scorer in Ole Miss basketball. And also with him is his wife, Billie Jean, who is the Main Street Director in New Albany. Let's make them welcome, please.
Thank you. It's good to see you both. Okay, Senator Chisholm, for an introduction out of order, please, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do have some special guests in the South Gallery from Union County. And as I call your name, if you'll stand, we have a principal of New Albany, Mr. Paul Henry. And we're very proud of him. He does an awesome job. We also have Dr. Lance Evans, the superintendent. And last but not least, and I know that Senator Chasnow just introduced you, but I would like to say a little bit of extra. These two people are very special in our community. Miss Billie Jean Stroud does an awesome job as the Director of Union County Development, and we're just so proud of her. And then John Stroud, again, I would like to reiterate, he is an American former basketball player and coach who played for 4 years at the University of Mississippi before being drafted by the Houston Rockets in the second round of the 1980 NBA draft as their first pick. Following his playing career, Stroud coached for 32 years at various levels. We are very proud of the Strouds. Welcome to your capital. Please help me make them welcome.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, Senator Parks? Senator Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 91, House Bill 922, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 922, Alcorn State University, update reference to and code to reflect current name designation.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Parks.
This is merely a technical change that is taking place. So the The new name changes are as follows. Delta State University, Alcorn State University, Jackson State University, Mississippi Valley University. Those are the technical changes that are being made to this bill. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions on? Okay, Senator.
Ask for passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to your procedure? The court is voting no. Present. Bill passes. Thank you very much. Senator Wiggins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we pass over items 92 and 93 and 94, that they retain their place on the calendar, and we go to item 95, call that up, ask the title.
92, 93, and 94 retain their place upon the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read 95.
House Bill number 1020, Capital Complex Improvement District Courts authorized.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is going to be that we adopt the strike all, and the pages are coming around with a summary of the strike all. And Mr. President, I do have an amendment to the strike all, and
you're recognized to
if we
explain.
could put the amendment up there.
One moment. You're recognized to explain the strike all and the amendment. 1 second, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. While we're doing that, I'll mention that the summary that is before you is a summary of both the strike all that was passed out by the committee and the amendment that is before you that we're on right now.
I believe you have the strike all up right now, sir. So we'll explain the strike all, Senator, then we'll move to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, as y'all know, this is the Jackson bill, and I want to, as we discussed in committee, what our goal has been is to get a safe Jackson. We all live and work. Many live, we work here. It's our capital city. We want a safe city, and that's all we've been trying to do. And so what you have before you, and I'm going to run down the summary, at the top there, what has been deleted from the House bill is the expanded CCID plan, the inferior courts, and the permanently appointed judges. So that is not in the strike all. In section 1, what it does is it provides what's called temporary special judges, which are paid for by the state. As was mentioned in committee, we have been doing, the state, the legislature has been paying for, on a year-to-year basis, special judges, and they've actually been holding court up here to work towards the backlog of the cases. And so what section 1 is simply doing, or is doing, is taking those judges, and the legislature and the state is committing to fund those till 2026, and we're adding another judge to that. And as you see there, 3 judges in Hinds County appointed on a temporary basis to hear civil and criminal, and then 2 of the judges do what we call a rocket docket to handle just criminal cases. Section 2, and I have an amendment related to this, provides for 2 assistant DAs to be paid for by the state. Section 3, and this is something that was requested by the Hinds County Public Defender, and I will state that when you have a public defender, it's necessary, the system works, and so there will be 3 assistant full-time public defenders. And I'll go over to the amendment after I go down the strike all. Then in section 4, provides additional county prosecutor for Hinds County. So for those that don't know, many of your criminal cases, they get started in your county courts, and your county prosecutors are the ones who handle a lot of it. And so what the strike all is doing is being paid for by the state, providing for a new or an additional deputy county prosecutor to be appointed by the elected county prosecutor. And I will note that that language is actually borrowed in part from what goes on in Harrison County. And by the way, Harrison County, to my knowledge, is the only one that had something like this. And so now Hinds County. Section 5 allows for an elected judge in Hinds County. And then in section 6 and 7, 6 is the law regarding judges. And section 7 is the Capitol Police shall have body cameras. And the Capitol Police jurisdiction will be extended to the city of Jackson throughout the city. And then that's in section 8. And then 9 and 10 are other ones. If you go back on and I'm on the amendment that's before you, if we could put the amendment up. In section 3, the language states that it's the assistant full-time public defenders paid for by the state, subject to appropriations. As many of you know, the appropriations is on a year-to-year basis. And so this would make it, those public defenders subject to appropriations. And I will state this, to my knowledge, that would be the only public defenders in the state of Mississippi being funded by the state, because our public defender system is actually funded through your counties and your local system. And so we are obligating the state to pay for those public defenders. Then on section 5 in the amendment, what that language is asking for is for that the data to be collected from Hinds County courts as well as administrative office of courts to be provided to us so that we can analyze that data with the idea that we can put a judge in Hinds County when redistricting comes up. Redistricting for judges, judicial redistricting. And then in section 7 on the amendment, and this is the biggest change, if you will. And I will state this, that the amendment, both the strike all and the amendment that's before you, is a result of many conversations that have happened. Many of those have been with the Jackson Senate delegation. I personally have had conversations with a number of Jackson City Council members. And so these reflect those discussions. And on the amendment in section 7, what you will have is that all patrol law enforcement officers of Capitol Police will have body-worn cameras, which shall be worn on the uniforms. This is paid for by the state. Also, and by the way, I call this the Barnett Amendment, and that's because when we were in committee, Senator Barnett dutifully brought up the issue about vehicles and cameras on the vehicles, and so we've incorporated what Senator Barnett has worked to accomplish. And so in the amendment, body-worn cameras and vehicle cameras will be required on the Capitol Police, again, being paid for by the state. And there's also a requirement that they will be kept in good working condition and shall be operational while the officer's in the vehicle on patrol. And then in subsections A and B, it's defining what body-worn camera is and what a vehicle camera is. And then going further in section 7, when the amendment came out, the strike all, there has been and there was a lot of discussion about a memorandum between JPD and DPS related to the jurisdiction of the Capitol Police. What the amendment is doing here is simply making that memorandum a may. They don't have to do it. If they so choose, they can do it. And also, it's stating that if they so choose, they can bring in the sheriff of Hinds County. So if a memorandum was to be done, then the sheriff of Hinds County, the JPD and DPS enter that if they so choose. If they do, then all we're asking is that they send that memorandum to the chairman of Judiciary A in the House and Senate and to Appropriations Chairman on that. And the memorandum, whether it's signed or not, will not affect jurisdiction. And so speaking of jurisdiction, in Section 8, like I said, the Capitol Police jurisdiction will extend to the cities, to the city limits. That's why we wanted a memorandum to work those things out. Hearing from a lot of the discussion, for some reason, that was a problem. So what we've said is, fine, we're willing to pay for these, all these things, and we'd like to see you work those out. If you want to do a memorandum, that would be great. And just if you do it, send it to us. And so, Mr. President, that's the amendment, and I would be happy to take questions on the amendment.
Senator Simmons, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you here for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Simmons is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. Chairman, could we go to the section that deals with the temporary judges and the elected judges?
Okay, that's not being amended. We're on the amendment.
Okay, well, I'll save my question when we get back on the bill, Mr.
Thank you, Senator Simmons. Senator Horn, for what purpose?
Question.
You here for a question, Senator Wiggins?
I do.
Senator Horn is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Wiggins, I want to make sure that I understand what we're doing here. In our discussions earlier, informally, there were a decision to rescind the permanently appointed judges. Is that right?
Yeah, but again, we're on the amendment, and the amendment's not affecting the judges.
All right, I will yield and reserve my questions for when we're back on the bill.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Horn. Senator Blunt, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
Are you here for a question, Senator Wiggins?
Yes, on the
Senator
amendment.
Blunt, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. I think this is on the amendment. If not, I'll withdraw it. But I want to make clear that what is proposed by the committee removed any reference to CCID courts that were in the bill that passed the House. Is that correct?
Again, that's in the strike all, not the amendment. But
Okay.
the answer is yes, it removes that, but that we're on the amendment. That's in the strike all as passed by the committee.
Okay. I'll save the remainder of my questions for the strike call. Thank you,
Thank you,
Senator Wiggins.
Senator Blunt. Senator Turner Ford, for what purpose?
Question.
Were you here for a question, Senator Wiggins?
I do.
Senator Turner Ford is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question deals with the MOU.
Which is in the amendment. Yes, the amendment is addressing that.
So according to, and I'm looking at lines 214 through, I guess, maybe 220, where it states that the MOU may be entered into by the Commissioner of Public Safety. And who else is anticipated to be a party to the
Yeah, if you look at the amendment, and it says, if you look at that, amend by inserting the following section after line 252, the Commissioner of Public Safety, the City of Jackson, and the Sheriff of Hinds County may, at line 55, enter into a memorandum of understanding detailing the expectations of the parties concerning the enforcement of all laws of the state of Mississippi. And I will give you an example. One thing that I've heard throughout this process is the issues with 911 since Capitol Police. My answer to that is that can be resolved by a memorandum. But I certainly have also heard that people don't want to do that. Or certainly the mayor of Jackson doesn't want to do that. I will state that I think the city, from what I've heard, the city council of Jackson would like to do that. So those things can be addressed through a memorandum. That being said, this amendment is changing it to may. And I've also heard, and we've heard, that many people in Jackson respect the Sheriff of Hinds County, and I will state that I personally have met him through the First Responders Caucus that we've done, and have encouraged him to be at the table, so to speak. And so that's what we're saying. If that's what you want to do, we're more than happy. We would like you to do that, but you don't have to. And that's why it says may.
So it's not the city council of Jackson that would have to be a party to the MOU, it's the chief of police.
Yes, and that says city of I mean, the purpose is for law enforcement, and as I understand the workings, the mayor oversees the police department, so it'd really be the JPD of that.
And so there was a hearing that was conducted. I had to attend a portion of it virtually. And one of the questions that I heard, or a comment that was raised by the chief of police, I believe, was there needed to be some sort of order in terms of how calls are received and which law enforcement officers will respond. So don't you think that we need to have some parameters in place in order to maintain order?
Senator Turner Ford, I do, which is why when the committee passed out the strike call, we had the memorandum language in there. But people revolted against that, including the mayor. And so, yes, I do. But this is the citizens of Jackson and the mayor of Jackson and the council. And so what this language is simply saying is you may. And yes, I do think if they enter into a memorandum, that will address the issues you're talking about.
And I think part of the language that I remember reading that appeared to be troublesome to me was that in the event the Commissioner of Public Safety and the Chief of Police or whomever could not enter into an MOU, then basically the decisions of the Commissioner of Public Safety would trump or control.
That's being removed by this amendment.
Right, but I still think in order to make sure that calls are received and dispatched properly, there should be some sort of agreement.
Well, hey, I'm with you. That's what, and I would encourage you to be at the table if and when the mayor, or the JPD, the sheriff, and DPS decide that. But to reiterate, the issue you're talking about 911, along with other overlapping issues, can be resolved by a memorandum of understanding. And that's why we're saying, hey, the state is, we're obligating funds, we're obligating this, and those things can be worked out through the memorandum.
And do you also think perhaps it would be appropriate for, and this is just an issue that I'm thinking about, but I believe that when political subdivisions enter into agreements, those agreements are forwarded to the Attorney General's office.
I don't know that if that's the case.
This bill is going to conference, right?
Look, the odds are that that's the case, but I will stand here and tell you that the House could concur. I think they do have some disagreements with where they are, but you know the process, and they could concur. I will say at this point, much of what the Senate has put forward seems to be looked at favorably on the House side. And as you can imagine, Representative Lamar and I have had various conversations. So I'm not going to predict what they'll do. I can tell you that the odds are likely that it will go to conference.
And the next question that I have moves on down to line 229, which I think addresses the issue of the permit that would be required, and that language has changed slightly from the previous amendment. Is that correct?
Yes. Let's see.
And so it appears to be there's an option where either the chief of police or the commissioner of public safety can provide written authorization for gatherings to occur in these respected places.
Okay, so that's, and I will ask counsel, if you look at the amendment on line 50, let me double check here. Okay, I'm sorry. No, that wasn't answered. Yes, it's changed a little on that, yes.
And so the process would be if anyone wants to gather, and I think it says adjacent to any building, agency, board, office, or property of the state of Mississippi, they have to receive written authorization from the chief of police, chief of Capitol Police.
Right,
or
understand that that is because of all where, that's down here, where the Capitol, the governor's mansion, and that language was put in because of, and it's not saying you can't do it, it's just saying you simply have to get the permit like anything so that they can plan accordingly. But yes, that's for downtown.
And so is there any plan anticipated about how these two particular offices would communicate to make sure a permit or written authorization has been issued by anyone?
When you say the two officers, you mean the JPD?
Well, I think it's saying the chief of the Capitol Police or the commissioner.
Oh, well, again, I go back to the memorandum. That's why you needed a memorandum. And so, you know, they're all professionals, so I would hope that they would communicate and work that out.
But the MOU is optional.
Correct.
And so if the MOU is not entered into and someone wants to receive a permit, how can there be certainty that a permit has actually been issued and there's a gathering that's taking place?
Well, Senator Turner Ford, we had, the strike all had, it defaulted to the Capitol Police, and the pushback was so extreme, and I understand why, I know why, that where we were, that what you have before you in this amendment is to say may. And Commissioner Tyndall, the sheriff of Hinds County, and I think the commissioner of JPD, they're all professionals, and I think they can do that.
So can we tell them that they must enter into an MOU?
Well, I think that's what we were doing, but then again, the pushback came from a lot of people in the Jackson area, including the mayor, so we're saying may. And if they'll enter into the memorandum, which is may, it's not forced, then I think that can be addressed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator Wiggins?
I do.
Please proceed, Senator Sparks, for question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you talking with me and working with me, particularly on the public defender aspect of this bill. Now, on the amendment that we're on right now, that appears to be a very technical amendment as it relates to the public defenders in Section 3. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we're still, with this amendment, it still allows for 3 full-time assistant public defenders.
Correct. And being paid for by the state, and as you have found the appropriations process, it's just subject to appropriation now, so that's it. But yes, it is still, the state will be supplying the public defenders in that area.
Okay, because one of the things you and I had talked about is that adding 3 is good, but in reality right now, if we truly have a backlog of cases, the best way to adjudicate those cases is to get competent counsel to speak with the people who are accused to determine whether their case is beneficial to go to trial or beneficial to try to reach an agreement with the state. So I just want to make sure we understand, even though it's subject to appropriation, the key cog in the wheel of justice is representation for the accused, not the judge and not the DA, but the attorney who is advising the accused of their rights and privileges. So I appreciate that. We had talked about even maybe increasing that number, but I thank you for making sure that that stays in this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Michelle, for what purpose, sir?
A question on the amendment, please.
You for a question, Senator
I
Wiggins?
do.
Please proceed, Senator Michelle.
Senator Wiggins, what you're referring to is the Barnett Amendment. That is in this, right?
It is, yes.
Okay, then my question deals with the memorandum. There have been instances that I've heard of people calling 911 in the Jackson area and requesting help and being told they needed to call Capitol Police.
Right.
If there's no memorandum entered into among the sheriff and the JPD and Capitol Police, how will dispatch work?
Senator Michelle, that's a good question. That's why we had the memorandum. When I say we, the committee had the memorandum in place in the first place. But all you have to do is Google the news, and the mayor of Jackson said he's not signing a memorandum. and I've heard from members in here. So, that's a good question. I think they'll hope, with the sheriff's involvement, which was not in the strike all, that the sheriff can bring some of that to the table and they can get an agreement in place. So that's my best answer on that. And, but throughout the state and other places, there's what I call concurrent jurisdiction with agencies, and they work through that all the time.
But if there's no memorandum, what if someone calls 911, since we're expanding the boundaries among the whole city? And I understand why you have that, because I've seen the mayor say numerous times that he was not in favor of a memorandum. But if there's not one signed, what would prevent someone calling 911 and being told every time they call, you got to call Capitol Police, since we've expanded the boundaries citywide?
I don't know. I don't know what would prevent that. It clearly is an issue that needs to be resolved. And I think I know Capitol Police is willing to work on that, as is the commissioner. I will say this from my own limited knowledge: the 911s run through the county, which is part and parcel of why having the sheriff here involved in this process, and maybe he can add a procedure there. But yes, it needs to be addressed.
Well, I've heard from quite a few of my constituents, and they are very much in favor of additional police protection. I want to thank you for your work you've put into this issue. Keep it moving.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Norwood, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you have for a question, Senator Wiggins?
I do.
Senator Norwood's recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Senator Wiggins, regarding the memorandum of understanding, now go back to what Senator Turner Ford had asked. The city of Jackson is a strong mayor. So if the mayor refuses to sign the memorandum of understanding, in essence, there cannot, or there would not be a mayor. There would not be a memorandum of understanding. Is that correct, according to the language?
According to according to the language, what the language says is a memorandum may be entered into, but whether a memorandum is entered into or not does not affect the state's obligations that I've laid out before you, nor does it affect the jurisdiction of the Capitol Police. I will say, to Senator Michelle's point, that if it's not entered into, then those issues may continue to go on. So to be honest with you, I think if they enter into one, you can get a lot of those questions answered.
Okay, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I guess my point is, without the mayor signing it, I mean, the city council cannot sign a memorandum of understanding.
I don't know how.
Obligating the city.
Right. I don't know the legalities of all that. I'm not familiar. I know what I've been told. I know that the city council, as has been expressed to me and seen from their public comments, that they like the proposal. As far as I'm concerned, Senator Norwood, that's an internal thing that the mayor and the city council have to work out.
I guess I'm coming back, though, looking at the language that we have here. If the mayor does not sign the memorandum of understanding, there will not be a memorandum of understanding, because the mayor the city of Jackson have a strong mayor with council. The council cannot obligate the city, whereas the mayor can. The mayor is basically, in essence, the only person that can sign that agreement. So
if that's what you say, I hear that. That's why we have put in the sheriff of Hinds County in this, with the idea that maybe that can be worked through and worked out.
Okay, but if we have no memorandum of understanding, we do not have a memorandum of understanding at this point. Am I correct?
As things stand right now, there's not a memorandum of understanding that's either been signed or in place. But with this amendment, we are contemplating that to be done, and hopefully that will be done.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Wiggins.
Senator Horn, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
Question for you, yes, Senator
Wiggins.
I do. Senator Horn is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Wiggins, in Section 3, the 3 assistant public defenders are these anticipated to be full-time permanent?
Yes.
Okay, but subject to appropriation?
Correct, which, as I stated, to my knowledge, there is no other place in the state of Mississippi that the legislature is funding a full-time public defenders.
At the county level?
Well, yeah, at the county level, because our system is such that it's a county level based system.
All right, and in section 5, we would get possibly new judges, but only after an analysis of the county courts and AOC. So the original amendment that was in the Senate strike all, or the House strike all, I thought called for a judge to be elected in December of 2026 to take office in 2027.
There was language to that effect, and what, as you know, judicial redistricting will be upon us. I did personally receive some pushback. The question is about the caseloads, and what is clear is that redistricting of any kind will be based on caseloads. And we certainly know that there's a backlog. And so if you look at the language in line 16 of the amendment, it notes that the case disposition and caseload data from January 1 of 2017 to September of 2023, that is to actually kind of gauge, but to gauge what Hinds County's caseload is, both pre-pandemic and post-pandemic. And let me say this too, I heard many people said there was a meeting up here that the current elected judges, they say they don't have a backlog, so, and that they don't need a judge. So to be fair, we want to look at the data, base our judges on caseloads on that, and then we will see. But I will say this, with that data, through this legislation, this amendment, we're committing to do that. Because, by the way, no place is guaranteed a judge.
Well, excuse me, would you agree with me that if there isn't a backlog, excuse me, would you agree with me that if there isn't a backlog, but there is a heavy caseload, that there's a distinction that can be made there?
Yes, and I have on multiple occasions mentioned that, for example, violent cases take a lot more resources and effort than if all you have is, let's just say, property crimes. And so, yes, it depends on that. I agree with that.
So as we do this analysis in next year, are the types of cases, violent crimes, crimes of murder, homicide, et cetera, that take longer would also be factored into consideration of adding additional elected judges?
Yes, and I can tell you, I've spoken to Chairman Hobson about that. As you know, that those are on an appropriations matter, and so he and I have both specifically talked about that. And to that point, I've even talked with Chairman Lamar about that.
Thank you. And in section 7 of the amendment, are we requiring that whenever a member of the Capitol Police, a sworn officer, is on duty and an incident occurs, they have to have their cameras on in their vehicles as well as their body cam?
Yes. Okay. And again, that's being paid for by the state. I don't have a fiscal note, but I can tell you initial numbers are to the tune of maybe $7 million a year to do the vehicles and the body cameras.
All right, and then as it relates to the MOU, there's been a lot of discussion about that. The fact that we're now not requiring an MOU to be entered into between the Department of Public Safety and the City of Jackson and possibly the Sheriff's Department.
Correct. It says may in this amendment.
Was any thought given to maybe trying to incentivize the city's signing of an MOU by maybe offering equipment that could be used in the pursuit of law enforcement?
Well, let me say this, that there was some thought to incentivizing the state obligations from the money side of this. You know, we've got to get a safe Jackson, and I think everybody can agree with that. And so we don't want to put this, quote, citizens at risk because whoever's responsibility it may be doesn't sign a memorandum. I think we have good people in both the Department of Public Safety, Capitol Police, JPD, who want to see this work out, and so I think it'll get there. But there was pushback, and I understand that, and that's why we brought this, that's why this amendment is there.
So do you, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blunt. Pass. Anyone else?
My motion would be adoption of the amendment on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
One moment, please. Senator Hobson. For what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
For
President.
you for a question, Senator Wiggins?
Yes.
Thank you.
Senator Hobson is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've heard a lot of discussion in the question and answer session here this morning about the all subject to appropriation. Do we have an idea about what this is going to cost and to Capitol Police and funding? I know what the ADA is going to cost because we've already done that, so that's nothing new. But what about the Capitol Police cost?
I don't, yes, being the chairman, you should have that information. I don't have the fiscal note, but like I answered earlier, to do the vehicle and the body cameras, which many have supported, including the Lieutenant Governor, who, by the way, as you know, lives in Jackson. My answer was, what I've heard is around $7 million. It could be more or less. I will state this fact, that many in your law enforcement area, funding of these type of issues are through grants. And so I think, and Commissioner Tyndall's very good at maximizing those things. I would think that the sheriff of Hinds County is good at that as well. And so the idea would be that they could get grants to do that as well to fund that. But I think, and then the public defenders, I heard one of the officials state that the public defenders were being paid $40,000. I don't know if that's the case or not. I would think that it's being more, but you're looking at that issue. So, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and sugarcoat it. We're looking at millions of dollars, but as you know, this is the state saying we're going to put our money there.
Well, the DA or ADA is a temporary assistance right now, so that's
which we've been paying with ARPA
We have been paying, and I know that's not something that's going to break the bank. I guess my question is, if the Capitol Police is going to take over this much, this is going to be recurring forever money, and I just want to know, and I think a lot of people want to know, what's this going to cost the state in recurring expense to take over the police force?
Yeah, it's a fair question, and you as chairman, and I assume you'll be there next term, has to work on it. But that's why it's subject to appropriations. We didn't want to obligate without going through the appropriations process.
Does it have a reverse repealer in it?
It does not.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Senator Hobson. Other questions on the amendment? On the amendment. Okay, Senator.
My motion is that we adopt the amendment, Mr. President.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, we're on your bill.
Thank you. That was my explanation. To answer some of the questions on the strike all, or I'm sorry, on the strike all as now that it's amended, is yes, we took out the expanded CCID plan, the inferior courts are taken out, and the quote permanently appointed judges are taken out. That you could look at it as being replaced by elected judges. Mr. President, I do have an amendment, another amendment at this time.
Please proceed.
We could put that amendment up there.
One moment, please. Okay, it's up.
Okay, so what this is, and this may go to Senator Hobson's question or concern. Yesterday, there was a meeting here at the Capitol, and the district attorney of Hinds County said he didn't want the money for the DAs, that he would rather it go to the crime lab. So what my amendment is doing here is taking out the DAs, which, by the way, were originally put in because that's what Hinds County requested. So that money will now go to I've talked with the Lieutenant Governor, and I will work with Chairman Hobson. That money that was going to be spent on DAs can go to the crime lab. And so my amendment is to take out Section 2 and then to conform everything else.
Okay, any other questions? Senator Simmons passed. Senator Horn? For what purpose, sir? Pass. Thank you. Senator Turner? Pass. Senator Turner, I'm sorry. Senator Turner, for what purpose?
Question?
Are you here for a question, Senator?
On the amendment, yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're
Thank you,
recognized, Senator.
Thank you. How much money are we talking about?
Well, so I can tell you that the assistant DAs, generally the number that you work with is $100,000. So by the way, Hinds County currently has 11 assistant DAs. All right, and so then the 3 that were going to be added, that's $300,000 at a minimum, and then that's $300,000 going forward every year. But the DA said that they don't want it, they didn't like it, or they didn't like the plan, so that my amendment is to take that money and send it to the crime lab.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions? Senator Barrett, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you here for a question, Senator?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, is there any empirical evidence to suggest that spending this money will have any impact on crime in the city of Jackson?
Which money are you talking about?
And I'm sorry, I know we're on this amendment, but I mean the total bill. And if you'd like me to ask this later, I can. But
Well, yeah, because we're on the amendment to strike Section 2.
Sure.
I'm happy to answer that when we're back on the bill.
Sure.
Thank you, Senator Barrett. Senator Blackman, for what purpose, ma'am?
A question,
Were
Mr.
you here for a
President.
question, Senator Wiggins?
I do.
Senator Blackman, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think in response to Senator Angela Turner Ford's question, you said that was about $100,000 per person?
Yeah, because the statute, the way it's laid out, and then you factor in benefits which are paid by the state and health insurance. So in previous conversations with the appropriations chair, the number was around 100,000.
Okay, we have been dealing with the backlog at the state crime lab for at least the last 8 years since I've been back. Do we know how much money is needed in order to get our state crime lab functioning where it can clear up the caseloads of jurisdictions from all 82 counties that are awaiting results from our state crime lab?
I don't know the exact number. I can tell you it's probably in the millions, but I will join with you, Senator Blackman, and do whatever we have to do to make that happen, because we need a crime lab that's what I call fully funded and addressing those issues.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blackman. Senator Horn, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
Are you here for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Horn is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Wiggins, I just got off the phone with our DA, and what he told me is, quote, I desperately need those ADAs. I don't know what was said that gave you or anyone else the impression.
Well,
that
Senator
he was
Horn,
not
were you at
interested.
the meeting yesterday here in the state capitol?
No, sir, I was not.
Okay, did you read the Clarion Ledger that detailed that in detail, where the DA said that he didn't want them and he would rather it go to crime lab? That's because it's all printed there, and that was his testimony.
My only point is that I just got off the phone with him, and he said otherwise in that phone conversation. So hearing that, this bill may or may not go to conference. And I would hate that something that our DA is desirous of, and we all agree that our DA in Hinds County is doing a fairly remarkable job. That's one of the brightest spots we have in our adjudication process in Hinds County. And if he's saying right now, maybe he's rethought it, I don't know, but he's saying he desperately needs them.
Senator Horn, I don't know. I'm just telling you what happened at that apparently 2-hour meeting that happened yesterday at the Capitol, where he literally was quoted as saying he wanted that money to go to the crime lab. And, we'll accommodate him. But yes, I've stood up here and agreed with you that he was doing a good job. But that's what he said yesterday in that testimony.
Well, so this is what he's saying today, and are we willing to accommodate him today by his saying that he needs them, and would you consider withdrawing the amendment?
No.
All right.
I appreciate you asking.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Black, for what purpose, ma'am?
Just a follow-up question to what Senator Horn is stating. I, too, Senator Wiggins, read what was as a result of that hearing on yesterday. And as they always say, when two people read something, when two people see something, those two people may see something totally different. From my recollection of what the Hinds County DA said, he said that what is needed is more funding for the Jackson Police Department, more funding for the public defenders, more funding for the state crime lab. And he also said that if you're looking at funding his office and you're not dealing with the total picture, with the judges, the public defenders, the state crime lab, more funding for JPS, then you're not really addressing the problem. Now, that's what he said. And if you want to refute it, you can read directly from what he said.
I would refer everybody to the articles that were printed out, and they were there. I will state this, that the Hinds County DA, as we sit here today, has 11 assistant DAs. By my recollection, that's more assistant DAs than anybody, any circuit court district that I know of. Okay, so they were getting 3, and there is a holistic approach. We're taking the money. We are funding the public defenders. As I stated, we'll use this money for the crime lab, which you yourself want. So in that situation, I think it's a win-win.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we're ready on your...
My motion is to
one
adopt the
second,
amendment.
one moment, please. Senator Blunt wants to speak on the amendment. Senator Horn? Speak on the amendment. Anyone else? Okay, Senator Blunt, you're speaking on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you've heard everybody say that we have confidence in our district attorney, who is elected by the voters of this district, and I heard you heard Senator Wiggins say he believes he's doing a good job. And so I was surprised when this amendment came up this morning, and so I texted him, and I said, do you want more assistant district attorneys? And he said, yes, I want more district attorneys. I just need the crime lab to work. So what he said in the paper is that he opposes the bill, and because the bill does not address many of the root causes and delays in the local legal system, like the funding of the Public Defender's Office, the State Crime Lab, and the Jackson Police Department. So I want everybody to be very clear that our district attorney is grateful for the help that we gave him last year. He's doing a good job, and he's asking for that funding and those prosecutors to be continued so he can work on the crime problem in Hinds County and do his job. So I ask you to vote against the amendment. Let's continue to fund the district attorney's office and deal with the crime problem through the elected representatives of the people of Hinds County.
Senator Horn, you're recognized. Speak on the amendment. No more time frame.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to urge you to vote against this amendment as well. Again, the superstar, if there is one, in Hinds County right now, who's doing a great job in the adjudication process, is our district attorney. As Senator Blunt mentioned, he's very thankful for the help that we have given him over the last couple of years, and would like to continue receiving additional assistance in the form of these ADAs. Now, if we're going to do these judges and have 5 additional judges for a temporary period of time, they need to have assistant the DAs working the cases for them. If you don't, the system's not going to work. There are some concerns that the system is not working right now. A lot of the cases that have been disposed of are county court and misdemeanor cases. When you look at the criminal cases and serious civil cases, there's not been that much of a dent put into those cases by the special judges that are there now. And so if this system is going to work, you have to have court reporters, you have to have court administrators, you have to have assistant DAs, you have to have public defenders. And if we take this resource away from the DA right now, the effort and attempt that we're saying that we're trying to make to deal with the backlog is going to be thwarted because you won't have enough assistant district attorneys. So I would urge you to defeat this amendment. Thank you.
One moment. Thank you, Senator Horn. Senator Polk, for what purpose, sir?
Question of clarification with Senator Blunt.
Senator Blunt, you yield for a question, sir?
Yield, yes, sir.
Yeah, Senator Polk is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. It seems like we've got a big failure to communicate today. And you said something that I wanted to just get clarification on. You said, and I paraphrase probably, that the DA said he just wanted the crime lab to work. The word work, does he mean to make things move along, or does he say that they're not working and are lazy and are not doing their job?
I think he would say, and I haven't talked to him specifically about the crime lab, but I think he would say that every district in the state needs the crime lab to work more quickly. I don't think he would call them names and say that they're lazy and they're not working. I think we all recognize that there are delays at the crime lab. And that is one part of the reason why we have delays in Hinds County.
I just wanted to clarify because we're miscommunicating a lot here today. Okay. And the word work can mean several different things.
Well, I mean, I want to be real clear. I have never heard him insult or say that the folks at the crime lab out there are not working as hard as they can work. But I think we all know that there are delays there, and that's something that needs to be improved. And as far as the miscommunication issue, when I saw this amendment, I just went to the district attorney himself. I went to him and said, do you want more ADAs, or did you say you don't want more ADAs? He said, I want more ADAs. That's what he said. That's his position, and that's my position this morning. We need those prosecutors, as Senator Horn said.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Polk. Senator Wiggins to respond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask you to vote in favor of the amendment, and I will point out too that I hear what the Jackson delegation is saying. I will state this. Senator Hobson just passed, we passed out here today the other bill that's dealing with the code sections for district attorneys or assistant DAs. If we have to do that, we can get in there and look at that at the appropriate time. But we can take this money and do what was being requested, which was put it to the crime lab at the appropriate time. So I'd ask you to vote vote for the amendment.
Okay, we need your motion, sir. We have no further questions or comments.
My motion is we adopt the amendment, Mr. President.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Pardon me? We need, one moment, please. We have 6. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Bryan. Butler to 36. Butler to 38. Carter. Kaufman. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingham. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Bryan, Harkins, Johnson, Polk, Sparks, Thompson, Younger. Voting yes or yea: Barrett, Blackwell, Boyd, Branning, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanov, Chisholm, DeBar, England, Fillingane, Hill, Johnson, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams. Voting no or nay: Barnett, Blackman, Blunt, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Delano, Frazier, Hickman, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, and Turner Ford.
Senator Butler, for what purpose, sir?
Announcement out of order, Mr. President.
One moment, please. Amendment is adopted, 32 yea, 17 nay. Senator Wiggins, one moment. Senator Butler, for what purpose?
Yes, Mr. President, announcement out of order. I would just like to take this time to remind everyone that the Clinton High School Girls A Cappella Group will be singing in the Rotunda at 12 o'clock, and they would like for as many as possible to come by and visit them.
Okay, Senator Wiggins, I believe we're back on the strike-off.
We are, Mr. President, and unless there's no other questions, my motion is we adopt the strike-all as amended on the morning roll call.
Okay, Senator Simmons, for what purpose?
Question on strike-all, Mr. President.
Will you yield, Senator?
I do.
All right, Senator Simmons, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding. So can we go to the section with the temporary special judges?
Yes, section 1.
Section 1. And based off the amendments that were adopted, that section actually, was that section changed at all?
No.
Okay. And so, again, tell us exactly how many current temporary judges we are funding in the city of Jackson, and what would this amendment do regarding funding additional judges?
Okay, so as you know from back 2 years ago, thereabouts, the state, and it's been stated through ARPA funds, has been funding actually 4 judge slots to address the caseload in Jackson, Hinds County. And so what this section 1 is doing is adding a judge to that, okay, and committing the legislature, the state, to 2026. As you know, the appropriations process is a year-by-year basis. So theoretically, and you know, it happens quite a bit, it could go away. So what we're saying is that with these 5 judges, we're doing that. And then 3 of the judges will be are normal, and then 2, what I call rocket docket, to simply address the criminal side of things, just the criminal.
So currently we have 4, and with this section.
You have 1 more.
We have 1 more.
Correct.
Where 2 of the 5 will be focused primarily on criminal.
Correct.
And the other 3 will do civil and criminal?
Correct.
Okay. How is it currently working? I know we started this about 2 years ago.
Kind of depends on who you talk to, but what I've been told is that the caseload is progressing and it's doing what we wanted it to do. There was, as you can imagine, there were some things you had to get off the ground. And so I've talked to a number of people, and I've been told that, let's just say you get to the end of this year, things will really be moving.
Okay.
And by the way, this funding would start, and that's in Section 8, would start when this fiscal year starts.
I know this bill originated in the House, but since it was the property of the Senate, have you or do you know of anyone in the Senate who has had a conversation with the 4 elected judges of the 7th Circuit regarding how the special judges are currently working?
There may be members. I personally have not.
Okay.
But also, as you know, it's the legislature's prerogative to set out judges, hence the redistricting that goes on and we've talked about.
And like you had an intent to try to listen to the district attorney in Hinds County and try to do what the district attorney has said, or your interpretation of what he has said.
I know what he said, but
okay. Would you also adopt that same philosophy or intent as it relates to the elected judges? If you were told that the elected judges are not in favor of the special judges and they would like for us as a legislature to help fund and elect 2 judges in the 7th Circuit, would you actually be in favor of that
if I understand your question, saying 2 more judges?
Yes, 2 elected judges, because as I understand it, the strike all calls for 1 elected judge. Is that
Well,
correct?
it does, which is why we've asked asking for the data to look at, to determine caseload. And as I said to Senator Horn, from 2017 to here, so we can get what it looked like pre and post pandemic. And like I said, if the data shows that to be the case, then albeit, and that goes for whatever we're doing. That being said, my understanding is the city limits of Jackson have lost population, understand about the caseload and what's involved. So yes, depending on the data.
Okay. And the one other question again, to make sure I'm clear, and I know this question has been raised regarding the funding, regarding the assistant public defenders. Is it the intent of the strike all or the bill that's before us that it will be a continuing responsibility of the state legislature to fund these 3 additional assistant public defenders?
That is my intent. That's the intent of the legislature. As you know, it's subject to the appropriation process and how that works. But with this language that is in the strike all, yes, we are committing to that. And the reality is, as Senator Horn said, we do have violent cases in Jackson. And so, and as Senator Sparks said, having public defenders moves those things along.
Okay. And just one question, I'm just curious about the data. There's been a lot that's been said about the caseload. What is your source or your basis for talking about the caseload in the 7th Circuit as compared or contrast with other circuits?
Well, like a reporter, are my sources privileged?
No, not, I mean, if there's somewhere we're getting the data from.
Well, the DA himself gave it to us, the AOC, Administrative Office of Courts, also from anecdotal too, and looking at those. But really, it's coming from the circuit courts, well, the AOC and the DA office.
Does this bill have the strike all, any other appropriations other than for the assistant public defender? And I think the strike all talked about a little regarding the
assistant county prosecutors.
Yes, like Harrison County.
Correct.
Have you had any discussions regarding additional funding for Hinds County regarding like trying to make sure that the 911 system is completely functioning and it's actually synchronized so that it could better serve the citizens of Jackson?
I have not on the funding aspect.
Because what I've actually had opportunity to find out is that there's a dysfunction when the calls come through, and I know you've heard it as well. But this bill does not have anything regarding funding regarding the 911 system and trying to.
It does not. That too is the state, let's just say, system is funded through the state legislature through the appropriations process.
Okay. And my last question is, would you consider it a friendly amendment if the judges of the Seventh Circuit, all 4 judges, at this time will like this legislation to be transmitted to the House with language that will speak to having 2 elected judges as opposed to the one that we have in the legislation? So it's basically accepting the one that came out in the committee, but also adding another elected judge. Would you consider that a friendly amendment, Mr. Chair?
Will you vote for the bill?
Let's take one step at a time.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
So the answer is no. I would not consider it a friendly amendment.
Okay. Even if I have a written letter from the Seventh Circuit judges saying that this is what they would love for us to consider as this bill moves through the process, you will not support it?
Correct.
Right,
we need data.
And Mr. President, I have an amendment at the appropriate time.
Please proceed to the front with your amendment so we can proceed. Senator Barrett, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you here for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Barrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for all your hard work on this bill. I understand as a state, we all want to be safe in our homes, in our cars, on the roadways. So going back to my initial question at the improper time was, is there any data that suggests adding funds, adding judges, adding prosecutors will have any impact on crime in the city of Jackson? In looking at other larger cities, metropolitan areas such as Baltimore and other larger cities, I don't see that. So I guess my question is, will adding these positions positively impact a reduction in crime in Jackson?
The answer is yes. I don't have data that I can share with you today, but as you've heard from different members here, including Senator Sparks, Senator, Simmons, and others, when you have those judges and all, those things move faster. And you can, so it is anecdotal, but I think you can also look at the data, and the data that it's been a while, but the type of cases are very important, meaning a violent case, murders, and we know what Jackson's status is here. They require more resources.
Sure.
And so with this strike all in the bill, we are saying for until 2026, we certainly are giving you those resources to work through that. And I think most people think that if we do that, then we can get that addressed. So I don't have that here, but I think anybody can tell you that is the case, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Blackman, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Well, yes, Senator Wiggins.
I do.
Senator Blackman is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wiggins, I noticed that you've been saying that for the last 2 years that the city of Jackson has had 4 temporary judges, correct?
Yes.
And is it not true that throughout the state that there were temporary judges as a result of this ARPA money trying to address the backlog for the entire state as a result of the shutdown of our judicial system, our legal system, our businesses, everything was shut down, and the courts around the state had severe backlogs. Is that not correct?
I don't know that specifically to be the case. What I do know is that Hinds County and Jackson in particular has been the recipient of that and has had these 4 positions paid for by the state.
Well, would you accept as a true statement, since I do know it, that we passed legislation that addressed providing temporary judges throughout the state for 2 years with ARPA monies?
Okay, that's
Thank
fine.
you.
And Jackson,
And Jackson was the
in this bill,
recipient
right,
of 4.
and we're committing to till 2026, which by my recollection, there's no bill that's come before us or will come before us doing that for anywhere else in the state of Mississippi.
You're absolutely correct.
Thank you, Senator.
My question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were. Please proceed, Senator Blackman, with your questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. In this bill, are we addressing court administrators for these 5 temporary judges?
There's no language specifically addressed in this bill for that.
Okay, in this bill, are we addressing bailiffs for these 5 temporary judges?
There's no specific language in this bill for that.
In this bill, are we addressing court reporters for these 5 temporary judges?
There is no specific language to that effect, although there is a separate bill that's been working its way through that does address payment of court reporters in your circuit judges areas.
And so that bill that's working its way through will increase the amount of court reporters, bailiffs, and court administrators for the 7th district?
Not specifically to that, no. It does increase the circuit judge's office allowance and it removed the prohibition that they can use the money to pay for court reporters, so now that they can do that. And it raises the salaries of law clerks, and it raises the salaries of their staff in their offices.
I'm glad you mentioned law clerks. In this bill, does it address that these temporary judges will receive law clerks?
No.
And so these temporary judges are just going to be there and dispense justice without any support system?
No, I disagree. And as you're very familiar with, under certain circumstances, the Chief Justice can make appointments to address things, and it works in the same way.
Well, the Chief Justice can appoint temporary judges, but can the Chief Justice appoint court administrators, bailiffs, and court reporters and law clerks?
Not that I know of, but Senator Blackman, one thing I've found out is that judges are very protective of their offices, as they should be, and they look after their court reporters and people that work for them.
And do you know where these temporary judges will be housed?
In this bill, no. My understanding with the ones that we've been paying for, it's been at the Woolfolk Building, and they've been working with the other elected judges in the circuit court.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blackman. Senator Norwood? I'm sorry, Senator Blackman, would you cut him?
I have an amendment at the appropriate time.
Yes, ma'am. Would you proceed to the front so we can take our amendments? Senator Simmons, is your amendment here? Okay, thank you very much. Senator Senator Norwood. For what purpose, sir?
Introduction out of order and a question, Mr. President.
Please proceed with your introduction and quickly.
Okay. this morning, this afternoon, Mr. President, would like to welcome the acting president for Jackson State University that's joined us here in the gallery, Dr. Elaine Hayes Anthony. If she would stand and let's make her feel welcome.
On your question, Senator.
Mr. President, I think that, Senator Wiggins, I know we all basically here are fiscal conservatives, basically. Do you think this is the best fit for the money that we are about to vote on to be appropriated to serve functions that our judges have said that there's no need, that they do not have the space to carry out their function, and when they're at work, the elected judges cannot work because they do not have courtroom space to operate. So do you think that this is the best? And I certainly understand and appreciate the efforts to address crime, if you will, but do you think this is the best utilization of resources that we could direct to other areas that could make a meaningful impact on the challenge that we have?
Senator Norwood, I do. And mind you, this is a bill that was sent to the House, and the Senate has done our due diligence. And I will remind you and the body, which I think y'all know, but there's no guarantee that this will be back next year. The things that I've laid out here today, we know how the process works. And my feeling is, well, there's no guarantee next year. And this process, no matter how it works, I don't think that you can get what has been laid out here today next year. And there's various reasons. Different people will be here, issues will be different, that kind of thing. So yes, I do.
I can appreciate that, but by the same token, some of the individuals that's going to be impacted from a resource standpoint say that there's no need for these resources. And I just think that it'll be futile for us to appropriate funds to individuals that say that there's no need for those resources.
Senator Norwood, I'm welcome to the fiscal conservative club. I like it. That being said, nobody in this building or who's read the news, and let's be honest, who's read the national news thinks that we don't have a problem in Jackson. If people think that we don't have a problem, and I say we, then their head's in the sand. And we've got a problem, and this is the legislation before this body that can address this issue with resources. And it's the only vehicle that is out there. It was sent to us by the House, and we are trying to make it where we can we can provide things from the state level to do that. And let me say this, I've heard many people, commentators, different legislators say, Jackson, come on state, help us out. We're here helping Jackson out. And so I do think it's the best opportunity here, yes.
Well, I guess my final question, Mr. Senator Wiggins, is we appreciate you wanting to help Jackson out, and we appreciate the resources there. So would you agree that to table this until we can sit down and work through and come up with the best piece of legislation that will provide the resource, provide the avenue by which Jackson can benefit from it?
No, I would not agree to that. And I say that because a lot of work has been put in to this. You yourself have weighed in, which I appreciate. And I think where we are in the session, it's the right thing. Sending it to the House would be the right thing to do so that we can get this issue addressed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. Senator Horn, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You have for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Horn's recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. How many special judges do we have in place right now?
4 slots. My understanding is that 3 are actively up and running. And so there's 4.
Okay, so in section 1 of this strike all as amended, we're adding
Another one.
we're adding essentially one more judge.
Correct.
And we're making them all temporary.
Correct.
And 3 will hear civil and criminal cases, and 2 will hear, as you call it, a rocket docket on criminal cases.
Correct.
All right, and so we're only adding one more special judge, right? Appointed judge.
Of the judges, we're adding the public defenders and we're adding the assistant county prosecutor.
But I mean, as it relates to the appointed judges,
Correct.
We're only adding one more appointed judge.
That's correct.
And in your bullet point under section 1, the third bullet point, you said it commits the legislature state to 2026 to fund, currently only on a year-to-year basis. What is that year-to-year basis?
Yeah, so as you know, through the appropriations process, that's done on a yearly basis. And both legally and technically, the money that's going there could be redirected somewhere else. And what this enacting legislation is doing is saying we will fund those until 2026, which means that we know for the next, well, till then, and the citizens of Jackson County, the citizens of Jackson and Hinds County know that those judges will be working. And by the way, I will state this, and I've heard from multiple sources or different ones that hiring on one-year contract, so to speak, is very difficult. And so back to Senator Blackman's point, the judges knowing that they'll be there, the Chief Justice, the AOC knowing that the legislature is committed to this, means that they can hire the right people for 3 years. 3 years, certainly at least 2.5.
Well, but where is the authority of the Chief Justice to hire support staff?
Well, the judges will do that.
And
that's what the judges do normally.
How are the judges going to be funded for that?
Well, the judges, they're funded right now, like I've discussed.
You mean the appointed judges?
Yes.
So that there's enough funding for them to hire court reporters, court administrators, law clerks, et cetera, bailiffs and whatnot?
We'll have to work, there's money, and we'll work through that if that's what we want to do through the appropriations process.
Okay. Now, when you were responding to the questions by Senator Simmons, he mentioned that something about the one judge still being included, elected judge that would take office in January of 2027. Is that still in this bill? I mean, since you did the amendment?
Yes, the one judge is, if we get the data, then yes, we're committing to the one judge after looking at the data and seeing where things go.
Right,
But as I mentioned, and I think it was to you, no circuit court district in the state of Mississippi is guaranteed additional judges or what. And we're saying if the data's there, Hinds County's there.
But in the original strike-all version that the Senate, your Judge Committee came up with, we were guaranteed an elected judge to take office in District 5, District 7, Sub-District 5. And that was going to be a new circuit court elected judgeship. Isn't that correct?
We've now adopted the strike, we now have an amended strike call, and what it says is the data, we need the data, and we'll commit to, once we get the data, it looks at that.
So there's no longer a guarantee that was in the original strike call?
I don't see it that way.
Well,
but now I'm hearing from one person in here that they don't need them, and now I'm hearing from somebody else they need 2. I don't, the legislature with the bill that's in front of you is saying, get us the data, we will commit to doing that when we redistrict.
No elected judge is being committed to as the bill.
I don't see it that way, no.
I'm sorry?
I don't see it that way. We're committing to it, get us the data, and the language is there in the strike all.
Yes, sir, but there's no automatic commitment to elected judges in this bill right now, are there?
Well, there's no automatic commitment to a judge in Hinds County currently.
Correct. But
there was no automatic judge coming from the House. By the way, again, I've gone over what we took out of the House that many people were not happy with. The inferior courts, the permanently appointed judges, that's all been changed, Senator Horn.
I understand that, but
So at
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that's fine, go ahead.
But what else has been changed is that there was a commitment that after the appointed judges would leave office at the end of December 2026, an elected judge was going to be elected at the end of 2026 to take office in January of 2027. That's no longer a part of this bill, correct?
The bill's before you as amended, and I've talked about it.
So I'll take that as a yes.
If that's how you want to take it, that's fine.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Senator Carter. For what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you for a question, Senator?
Yes, I do.
Senator Carter, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'm sitting here and I'm listening to all this legal court stuff, and
I'm sorry.
I think we're kind of getting away from the whole point of this bill. Would you agree that the crime is on the rise of Jackson? And when I say that, when we introduced the CCID back in 2017, we created Capitol Police. Well, with the assistance of Capitol Police in Jackson, we're making more arrests now. So it's not necessarily that there's actually more crime being committed. People are actually getting arrested for committing crime in the city of Jackson with the assistance of the Capitol Police. Would you agree with that?
I most definitely would, because the resources are there. You have the Capitol Police also with JPD, and you got more people on the streets, which means more people are being taken into custody because crimes are being committed and investigated. Yes, I would agree.
So the caseload is going to continue to increase. So that's why we're doing this.
Correct.
We are trying to assist the city of Jackson. We're not trying to this isn't a power grab or any of that other stuff. We're just trying to assist the city of Jackson and help the residents be safe and enjoy their city, protect the tourists that come to the city of Jackson. That's the intent of this legislation.
That is 100% the intent, and I can tell you, Senator Carter, that people have approached me, black, white, Republican, Democrat, that live in Jackson and said, thank you for what y'all are trying to do, because they understand, I assume they understand, we're trying to get a safe capital city. We cannot not do anything. I would not be right, and I don't think this body would be right to leave this session and not try to address it. And that's what we're trying to do with this legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Black. I think your amendment is up, ma'am. You're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this amendment does is that it eliminates the appointed judges and provides for electing the judges. Those judges that are appointed right now, it provides that the senior circuit judge of the 7th district would appoint those judges. And by April 2nd of 2024, this legislature will provide sub-districts in the 7th Circuit to create 2 other elected judges. And those judges their terms will run for 4 years. When we came to this body, we took an oath of office, and that oath of office said that we solemnly swore that we will faithfully support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Mississippi. The Constitution of the state of Mississippi, and it's amazing. I remember when I first came here, it had in here, or I have read to me, the Constitution of the U.S. and the Constitution of Mississippi. But they presume everybody can read now, so we were supposed to read it. In section 153 of the Mississippi Constitution, it says that the judges of the circuit and chancery courts shall, and it's in bold, be elected by the people in a manner and at a time to be provided by the legislature, and the judges shall hold their office for a term of 4 years. So this legislature, according to our state constitution, is only supposed to set the time and the manner in which these people are supposed to be elected. The Constitution goes on to say in section 165, appointments are only allowed when a judge is unable or disqualified to preside at any term of court, and an appointed judge is only permitted to preside at such time or during such disability or disqualification in the place of the judge or judge is so disqualified. In that event, only the governor, not the Chief Justice, has the right to make these appointments under our Constitution that we lie and say we up here uphold it. Now, off the subject, and it's only because I know we'll call the Clarion Ledger the Clarion liar, because we don't think that they report what someone accurately says. But in this instance, in quotes, when Jody Owens was testifying, the Clarion Ledger said that he opposed both versions of the bill, even though the Senate version might appear to help, to provide some help. Owens said they opposed both versions because the Senate version does not address many of the root causes of delays in the local legal system, like funding of the Public Defender's Office, the State Crime Lab, and Jackson Police Department. He went on to say that his team last night had discussed the bills, all of the bills, and I've got to tell you, Representative, we are not interested in a bill that advances our interests as an office, but limits other systems that we depend on. Now, if we're interested in supporting our Constitution, if we're interested in affirming that oath of office that we took on the first day when each of us comes down here, then you would be for this amendment because it's for electing those judges. Now, I take issue with, yes, there's crime here in Jackson, but there's crime in every city, every town, every village of the state of Mississippi. Jackson has big crime because it's big numbers. But when you look at it compared to other cities and what their city's population is and what their crime is, then it's all the same kind of crime. We've had crime all across this country as a result of COVID. People are having mental health issues as a result of COVID. Now, I've been here at the end of this session, it will be 20 years, and they haven't been consecutively, but it will be 20 years. When something major like this comes up, we have conducted hearings, and I've noticed that for the last 4 years, we've been proud, saying that the Senate conducts hearings across the fall, across the summer, so that when we come up here, we will be educated on the issues, on the bills that we are going to address. And I have never seen, in my 20 years, other than the last 8, where legislators from other parts of the state will propose bills, monumental bills, that change your area. That has been unheard of. The way that we have local and private legislation where you deal with your city, your county, your district, your area. But to come up here and just fundamentally change what is occurring in our capital city under the pretext that we are addressing crime in this city. If you're trying to address crime, give the schools some mental health counselors. If you're trying to address crime, give the Jackson Police Department the resources that it needs. If you're trying to address crime, give the state crime lab the resources that it needs. Because I know from the last 8 years, it's been underfunded. We can't keep medical examiners because we don't pay them enough money, and bodies stay up there forever. Our loved ones can't come to closure with their family members who have died because their bodies are at the crime lab and it's backed up for that body being examined. Let's not pretend that we're interested in helping Jackson by creating these judges when you haven't even consulted with the existing judges to see what they think in terms of trying to help this process along. It's amazing to me that this gigantic bill, you've not conferred with one sitting judge, you haven't talked to a court administrator to see what it's going to do for them, you haven't checked with the law clerks to see what it's doing. And I know, I went to that Woolfolk building with one of those temporary judges, and that place over there is not conducive for any trials. And so where are you going to put these people? Let's slow this roll and be thoughtful about the process. I remember when we had all that ARPA money, Chairman Polk had hearings after hearings after hearings. And he attempted to get everybody who had some kind of interest to the table. And then when he found out he didn't have everybody, Each year, he brought the next groups to the table. I asked you to support this amendment, and then I asked you to kill this bill so that we can take time to really evaluate what is necessary to help the city of Jackson. Now, I know that this amendment is going to fail, even though all of y'all know that it's constitutionally right. But what's amazing also to me that I've learned over these last 20 years is that when we had a subcommittee process, we made the bill better. Then when we got to the full committee, amendments were offered. That made the bill better. Then when we came on this floor, people offered amendments, and that made the bill better because there are 52 of us. All of us have different perspectives, experiences, ideas, and education. And I would think that all of us are trying to do what's best for the citizens of this state. And if we love Jackson, like we say we love Jackson, then consult with the people of Jackson that this bill is going to impact. So I urge you to support this amendment, and if there are any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
A question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I want to make sure we get this right on the Constitution because I don't want to violate the Constitution myself because I did take an oath. Section 153 deals with the basic election in terms of circuit and chancery court judges, and you're correct. The judges of the circuit and chancery court shall be elected by the people in a manner and a time to be provided by the legislature, and the judges shall hold their office for a term of 4 years. That's the entirety of Section 153 as you understand it. Is that correct?
That is.
Okay. And then 160, because everybody in here maybe hadn't read the Constitution lately, Section 165 deals with disqualification of judges. So for some reason, a judge is disqualified, you've got the governor commission to appoint someone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How do you dovetail that with Mississippi Code 9-1-105 that says absence or disability? It says multiple things, but upon several people's request, including the chief judge of the Court of Appeals, the senior judge, as you were referencing earlier, of a circuit court, or upon his own motion, of course it should say his or her, but upon his own motion, the Chief Justice of the Mississippi Supreme Court, with advice and consent of the majority of the justices, have the authority to appoint a special judge to serve on a temporary basis in a circuit, chancery, or county court in the event of an emergency. You talked about our problems, COVID. Everybody's crime problem is COVID. It's not because they committed a crime. It's not because they broke the law. It's because of COVID. But yet, the senior justice has the ability to appoint in the middle of emergency or overcrowded docket. So is 9-1-105 in violation of the Constitution?
I think you've answered your own question. That's statutory. This is Constitution.
Okay, but wouldn't that statute, have you challenged that statute?
I've had no need to challenge that statute, but I would think that with this legislation that we're about to pass, that there are going to be considerable challenges on these appointments.
Well, that'd certainly be their right, but unfortunately 153 deals with the normal election process. So I would agree with you, had the original intent of the bill maintained that someone should appoint a judge for a permanent court, I would have been for your amendment. I would have been with you on that. But the problem is, we have the authority when we have a crowded docket, and apparently even the DA, who everybody seems to agree is doing a good job, says he has a crowded docket. Because if he didn't have a crowded docket, he wouldn't want 3 additional ADAs, and I think he hits the nail on the head because he asked for public defenders first. But I just want to make sure as we discuss that, because your argument is constitutional, is that when we read those 2 sections and we read 9-1-105, the Supreme Court Chief Justice already has the authority to do what we're asking them to do in this limited period. And there's one other piece. This limited period is because we're using ARPA dollars that do expire in 26. So we can sit around and pontificate and have committee meetings and tell everybody what they're right and wrong about while the city of Jackson and Hinds County still has a backlog per their own DA. But we're trying to use ARPA money to help them in this window that is COVID impacted. So I don't think a delay is proper if we are trying to offer resources to a county to assist them in matters that their DA says does exist.
Let me ask, well, I shouldn't pose a question to you since you asked me a question. You're telling me what the DA has said. Have you all talked to the 4 judges over there?
No, I have not, Senator. I have not.
And I would think that the judges are the ones who control their docket.
No, I was going to ask you, you're talking about the elected judges or the...
I'm talking about any judge.
Okay.
Those I call a court administrator, and that court administrator is the one who says when you can have a hearing, when you can do this with that judge. So I would think that the judges know how many cases they have, because when you're talking about the DA is just dealing with the criminal side. So the judges need to be in the picture.
Yeah, and I think the chief judge has to make the determination, the chief judge of the Supreme Court, if there's an overcrowded docket, because that's what the statute says. So if this body asks the chief justice to appoint temporary judges, I think the chief justice could say, you know, under my authority in 9-1-105, I don't find that the docket is overcrowded or it's an emergency, so I refuse to appoint. See, that protects us.
Well, I think that statute may very well be unconstitutional, and it has never been challenged. We pass laws all the time that when someone challenges them, they may be found unconstitutional. A la our ballot initiative process, it was statutory, and then the Supreme Court came and said it was unconstitutional after it had been being utilized since, I think, 2003.
No, I agree with you. It's Senate Bill 2044 appears to be the last time that statute was amended. And I'll look that up. If you voted for that bill, I would assume you didn't think it was unconstitutional at that time.
At what and when?
Oh, it'd be 2018. It's been amended several times, but if it's unconstitutional, I assume you didn't vote for it.
I don't know whether I did or not. I may do just like you all do. Sometimes I be slick.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Senator Hobson, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you here for a question, Senator?
I do.
Please proceed, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, and I think Senator Sparks covered the issues of the manner in which we elect judges and the statutes that reflect the emergency powers of the courts to appoint judges, and I think that's what we've been dealing with here is the emergency of the caused by COVID. And you would agree with me that a person has a constitutional right to a speedy trial, correct?
Absolutely.
And you would agree that one of the problems we have in our court system in Hinds County is that people can't get to trial quickly enough. Would you not?
I would agree that is a problem throughout the state of Mississippi and throughout the country. In the federal court system, they get a speedy trial. But under the state court system, we don't get speedy trials.
I'm just talking about Hinds County now,
I'm talking
because this
about
reflects
everyone.
Hinds County.
I'm talking about the whole state.
And you mentioned in in the motion that you made about the backlog at the crime lab to the forensics lab, correct?
I didn't mention anything in a motion.
You said something.
Not in a motion.
Well, you're making an amendment. Your motion is to amend the bill to adopt this.
It was about,
Correct.
mine is about judges. My motion doesn't deal with anything with the crime lab.
Yeah, no, but you said that about the backlog, the problem being the backlog in the crime lab.
No, what I said was, I was quoting what DA Owens stated on yesterday.
Okay, you didn't,
Yeah.
but you don't agree with the DA then? Is that what you're saying?
No,
Or you
I
agree
do
with the DA?
agree with the DA. And you have stood up at this podium
and talked about the backlog in the crime lab.
And that's-
And then you have also talked about us not being able to get medical examiners and retaining medical examiners. That has created a problem.
And that's why we put additional money to get the medical examiners, and we created positions and headcounts the last couple of years to get additional people to work in the crime lab, correct?
And we still have a problem.
Well, we put the money in it, and we've passed, and you, I trust that you supported that.
I
but
certainly
I think
did.
most of the members of this body supported the additional funds and the additional pins that they requested to get both the medical examiners and the assistant examiners, whatever their title is, to help with the backlog. We've done that, right?
We have done that, but if you will check the record, and that there's still a significant backlog. There's a friend of mine whose son was killed approximately 6 weeks to 2 months ago, and his service is going to be this Friday because the body has just been released. And so there's still a problem.
Okay, but I'm just saying, we've put the funds and the head counts in that they've requested to take care of the backlog issue. Now, you know, like I do, it takes a while sometimes for the pipeline to fill, but we've done what we've needed to do to help push the funds there and the support that they've requested. In fact, that's one of the reasons that I voted against that amendment a while ago, because to put additional money in there was because we have been putting the money into the crime lab the last year or two to make sure that they can get the backlog taken care of, correct?
Okay, Chairman Hobson, I will agree with you in terms of whatever you say as to how much money has gone into the crime lab, because you are the chair of appropriations. However, I do not know how much they asked for and how much they received, because as you well know, any agency has a lot of ask, and then what they receive may not necessarily be what the ask is.
Well, I just want to make sure that it's understood, the narrative that we have somehow neglected the crime lab or we haven't given them the funds to do what they need to do is just not correct. And would you agree with that?
I do, as I just stated.
Okay.
I don't know what
You don't
they
know.
asked for, and I don't know what was given.
So you just don't know.
Well, I know that the DA is saying the backup is in the crime lab, and so apparently they're not able to get the information they need. And I know when the debate took place on the House side, they were saying that the backup was in the crime lab. So I will agree with you that it takes time. However, I don't know at what stage we are at the crime lab now. You may very well know that because you get the information. I don't get the information.
Thank you, Senator Blackman, and thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, Senator Wiggins, seeing no further questions, you're recognized to speak on the amendment, sir.
I just want to say I appreciate Senator Blackman's service to the state, but you heard what she said. Even if the amendment passes, she's not voting for it. I would ask you to vote against it. I will say this. Working this bill, we've all worked a lot of bills. It's like whack-a-mole. You do something and somebody else comes out of the woodwork saying they don't like it. You do this and somebody else comes out and I don't like it. Well, I like it. It's been whack-a-mole. And we need to get this bill and send it to the House. And so I would ask you to vote against this amendment so that we can get this done and get Jackson taken care of with what we've been handed here. And so I'd ask you to vote against the amendment.
Senator Blackman, we're ready for your motion, ma'am.
And I ask you to support the amendment. I do want Jackson to be taken care of, but I do believe Jackson deserves to be at the table to be taken care of. And I'd ask for 5 of my colleagues if they will stand for a roll call vote. I'm one, Mr. President.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
We have sufficient number. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Bryan. Butler for 36. Butler for 38. Carter. Kaufman. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. McCon. McDaniel. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Moran. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sojourner. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Bryan. Blackwell. Butler for 36. Hobson. Williams. Younger. Voting yes or yay. Barnett, Blackman, Blunt, Butler for 36, Butler for 38, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, and Turner Ford. Voting no or nay. Barrett, Blackwell, Boyd, Branning, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hill, Johnson, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, and Williams.
Senator Simmons, your amendment's up, please, sir. You're recognized for your amendment, sir. I'm going to call it. Just we're rolling along here.
34 nays.
One moment, Senator. They'll have the total for us. Amendment fails, 15 yea, 34 nay. Senator Simmons, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I did raise questions to Chairman Wiggins regarding if he had had opportunity to speak to the Seventh Circuit judges. And I also circulated an official statement from the Seventh Circuit judges. And I really consider this to be a friendly amendment because in the legislation that passed the committee, it was the intent of the committee and supported by the chairman that starting in 2027, there would be an additional elected judge in the Seventh Circuit. And so what this amendment does, in complete support of the Seventh Circuit judges, is basically do away with the temporary judges. And if it is in fact true about the caseload and the assistance and the help that we want to provide to Hinds County, it is the Seventh Circuit judges. They would like to have 2 elected judges. And the good thing about where we are is that this is an election year.
And so what my amendment will simply do is this year, in the election year, will elect 2 new judges to take the posts of Subdistrict 7-5 and 7-6 in the 7th Circuit. It's supported by the 7th Circuit judges, and that way we could help with the backload of cases and do all of the things that is said the intent of House Bill 1020 is. Let's support our judges. Let's support the City of Jackson and Hinds County by supporting this amendment.
Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
You here
President.
for a question, Senator Simmons?
I do, Mr. President.
Senator Sparks is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So based on this letter, there is a backlog?
No, he did not say it was a backlog.
Well, should we add 2 judges if there's not a backlog? That wouldn't be efficiency, would it?
Well, Senator Sparks, the only thing I'm doing is supporting the bill as passed the actual committee and just adding additional judge. And so whatever data that is being used as the bill came from the House and passed through the Senate committee and now on the floor to say we need 5 temporary judges and also starting in 2027 an additional elected judge. My amendment simply says, let's do away with the temporary judges and let's support 2 permanently elected judges in Hinds County, 2 judges that will be decided by the people.
Okay, but aren't we looking at doing judicial redistricting for the entire state next year?
I know we have to do it by 2025.
Okay.
But because of where we are in the legislature's efforts in trying to help Hinds County and the City of Jackson, and because we have taken the responsibility of trying to put judges in the 7th Circuit, what this amendment will do is support the 7th Circuit judges by simply saying they don't want the temporary judges for all the reasons that you heard during the debate. What they want and their desire is to have 2 newly elected judges, and I hope I can get your support.
Okay, I guess the follow-up to that would be if we do the temporary judges with ARPA money, because everyone seems to think the Hinds County backlog, I've heard no one purport that the backlog is for any other reason than COVID, and maybe the crime lab. And adding judges wouldn't fix the COVID problem or the crime lab problem. Isn't that true?
Adding judges will be in complete support of what the 7th Circuit judges want, considering where we are with bills currently being considered in the legislature regarding not only the City of Jackson, but also the 7th Circuit.
And I won't be respectful of that, but we're obviously spending state money and committing ARPA resources to deal with what we believe to be a temporary backlog, a temporary problem. And if we clear those up by the end of 2026, when the ARPA obligation runs out, then we may not need 2. We may need 1. But that's kind of, I guess, the position I'm in, is that if we're spending temporary money for what we believe to be a temporary problem, let us get through that temporary period. And then if 2 are needed, then we address that when we do judicial redistricting. And I certainly would support you in that circumstance.
And another portion of the amendment, Senator Sparks, is that the 7th Circuit judges also, they do not believe temporary judges should be appointed if they could actually, cases could be transferred to other judges in the circuit. As you know, judges recuse himself or herself all the time, and the cases will rotate within that circuit. And so basically what they also, in this official statement from the 7th Circuit judges, is that if there are cases, certainly allow those cases to go from judge to judge if there's a recusal, but they don't want temporary judges unless all 4 of the current judges recuse themselves. So what's critical in the amendment as well is no temporary judges, but just having also 2 newly elected judges.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator Hickman, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You here for a question, Senator Simmons?
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Hickman is recognized for a question.
Senator Simmons, does this amendment that you're making purport to do exactly what the 7th Circuit judges are asking us, this body, to do?
It does, Senator Hickman.
Were you here this morning on the first amendment made to, I think, the strike-all bill, which removed the DAs, the assistant DAs, because allegedly the district attorney asked for that, and we received that information through the Clarion Ledger, not through a letter specifically addressed to this problem. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that would say that this body has a precedent of doing what individuals would ask them to do in situation when they're purporting to help them do something. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wiggins, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask you to vote against the amendment. Senator Sparks laid the argument out right there. Appreciate the judges weighing in, but as I said earlier, it's the legislature's prerogative, or not just prerogative, but it's our duty to do the judicial redistricting, which will be next year, and we have a process in place to do that. So I would ask you to vote against the amendment.
Thank you, Senator Simmons, for your motion, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask adoption of the amendment, and I ask for a roll call. We need 6 senators.
We have 6. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Bowie. Branning. Bryan. Butler to 36. Butler to 38. Carter. Kaufman. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingame. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. McCon. McDaniel. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Moran. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sojourner. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger.
Senator Norwood, recognized for your amendment, sir. One moment, I'll announce the result.
Bryan. Delano. Hobson. Jackson. I think that's it. Younger. Voting yes or yay? Barnett, Blackman, Blunt, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, and Turner Ford. Voting no or nay, Barrett, Blackwell, Barrett, Blackwell, Bowie, Branning, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingame, Harkins, Hill, Johnson, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, and Williams.
Senator Frazier, you're recognized for an introduction out of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like the senator to make welcome of the Clinton High School Arrows female a cappella choir and they're joined by their director, Carol Sue Sparkman, sitting in the south and west balconies. Please make them welcome.
One moment, please. Fail 15 yeas, 34 nays. Senator Norwood, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this is one that we all can agree on. We all value our free speech and expression. And Mr. President, what I'm asking let me briefly explain what I'm trying to say here. We want to strike the entire sentence beginning at line 230 to line 237, which basically deny individuals their right to free speech and expression. As such, it is a prior restraint on speech and violates the guarantee of freedom of speech in the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. And what I'm asking is that lines 230 to line 237 be deleted in order for that to happen. So, Mr. President, that's what the amendment does, and I think we all can agree on how we value and protect our freedom of expression, our freedom of speech. So I ask you to support this friendly amendment.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. Questions on the amendment? Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you for a question, Senator Norwood?
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Norwood. Your attempt here is to keep from creating what some people would call free speech zones, because everywhere should be free speech.
Absolutely.
Thank you for your amendment.
Okay. Senator Wiggins, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask you to vote against this. I appreciate Senator Norwood going to the Constitution, but there is what's called time, place, and manner on restrictions that can be put on the First Amendment. And as I said earlier during the debate, this language is to protect the citizens that come down and those people that work down here, to simply allow the Capitol Police to know what's going on, just like anybody else's municipality or county where they deal with that. And because right down here, you got the governor's mansion, you got the Capitol, you got all the government buildings, they have a right to be able to safely do that. And if you vote for the amendment, I think we're taking safety out of this. So I'd ask you to vote against the amendment.
Thank you. Senator Norwood, to close, please, sir.
And I can appreciate what Senator Wiggins is saying, but at the end of the day, when we're talking about confusion or lack of communication, here we have two different channels. It's working fine right now, and let us just keep it as it is. So, Mr. President, I ask for a vote with the roll call vote on the matter.
Need 6. Have 2. Have 6. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler for 36, Butler for 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chassenall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingang, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Barrett, Boyd, Bryan, Delano, England, Harkins, Hickman.
Aye.
Sparks, Tate, Younger. Voting yes or yay? Barnett, Blackman, Blunt, Butler of the 36, Butler of the 38, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sparks, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford. Voting no or nay, Barrett, Blackwell, Boyd, Branning, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingham, Harkins, Hill, Johnson, Kirby, McCollum, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Sojourner, Suber, Whaley, Wiggins, and Williams.
Senator Simmons. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Sojourner.
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to move to previous question.
One moment, please. We've taken the vote on this. One moment, please.
Senator Clark.
Okay, first announce the vote, 18 yeas, 31 nays, amendment fails. Now we have a motion on the floor. Have a motion on the floor. Yes, Senator Simmons? For what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Senate Rules 97.2, I now move to lay the bill on the table, and according to the order of precedence, it does take precedence over a previous motion,
One moment.
a previous question motion.
Your previous question. Okay, Senate, the motion is to lay on the table. Senator Simmons is correct. It takes precedence. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it. We're back on your motion, Senator Sojourner. Senator Sojourner. Senator Sojourner. On the motion is to, your motion, Senator Sojourner, then we'll vote on it.
Mr. President, I'd actually like to remove my motion.
Okay? It's withdrawn. Thank you very much. We'll go back to amendment on Senator Simmons. Not yet. His light is off. One moment, Senator. Senator Blackwell's approaching.
Ooh-wee.
Senator Simmons' light's not, I'm sorry, Senator Blackwell's light is not working. Senator Simmons?
For the next amendment, Mr. President?
You're on your amendment, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, this should be a friendly amendment. The only thing this amendment does is remove the language from the strike all, considering Senate Bill 2343 that we've already passed this body by a vote of 36-14 on February the 8th. So the only thing this amendment does is remove the language in the strike all before you that's already been passed by our passing of Senate Bill 2343. So Senate Bill 2343, Section 1, has already been passed by this body on February the 8th, and that's all this amendment does. It deletes the language in the strike all before you, based off the fact that this body has already passed it. So that when this bill, if you vote this amendment up, when this bill goes over to the House for concurrence or non-concurrence, it will not contain the language that was already passed in Senate Bill 2343. That's all the bill does.
Questions on the amendment? Questions? Seeing none. Senator Simmons, on your, Senator Wiggins, you're recognized.
I would ask you to vote, please vote against the amendment. We've since amended that language, and as somebody pointed out earlier, this is all together. We need to get this to the House to get this matter addressed. So I'd ask you to vote against it, please.
Senator Simmons, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for adoption of the amendment by roll call. I need 501 of my colleagues to please stand. Thank you.
We have 6. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler for 36, Butler for 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Hope, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Blackwell, Bryan, Frazier, Hill was no. Sojourner,
She's a no. That's a no.
Sparks, Younger. Voting yes or yay, Barnett, Blackman, Blunt, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, and Turner Ford. Voting no or nay, Barrett, Boyd, Branning, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Johnson, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Parker, Parks, Hope, Seymour, Sojourner, Spark, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams.
By a vote of 15 yeas, 34 nays, amendment fails. Senator Blunt, you're recognized on your amendment, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Sorry, Senator Blackwell, for what purpose, sir?
To the vote and then a parliamentary inquiry.
To the vote first.
I did not hear my name called. I vote no.
Thank you.
The parliamentary inquiry is this bill came over to us from the House with sales tax in it requiring a 3/5 vote. Since that's been removed, shouldn't it be just a simple majority?
It's well taken. Please proceed, Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. My amendment deals with protocol for independent investigation of officer-involved shootings. In 2021, Commissioner Tyndall came to the legislature in his new job as Commissioner of Public Safety and asked us to pass House Bill 974, which I voted for, which changed the way officer-involved shootings are investigated. The bill that was signed into law that year says that the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation shall have jurisdiction to investigate all incidents of officer-involved shootings other than those involving state troopers. The reason for that is obvious because the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation and the state troopers are within the Department of Public Safety. The bill that passed that year said that the Attorney General shall designate a law enforcement agency or task force to investigate those incidents. The issue that is before us with this bill is the Capitol Police, which at the time that House Bill 974 was passed a couple of years ago was not under the auspices of the Department of Public Safety. It was still over at the Department of Finance and Administration. It hadn't been moved yet. And so there was no reason at that time for Commissioner Tindall to ask for separate independent investigations involving the Capitol Police, because at that time, the Capitol Police was at DFA. It wasn't at the Department of Public Safety. There have been shootings involving the Capitol Police. One man was murdered. Excuse me, I should not have said murdered. One man was shot and killed. And it is essential to the confidence of the people that these investigations be handled independently. The Mississippi Bureau of Investigation and is part of the Department of Public Safety, the Capitol Police, part of the Department of Public Safety, and what you essentially have in these officer-involved shootings right now involving Capitol Police is you have two different divisions within the same agency investigating each other. And I believe, for the sake of independence and public confidence, when there is a shooting involving any part of the Department of Public Safety, including the Capitol Police, that the Attorney General, we should follow the current law and let the Attorney General appoint an independent law enforcement agency to handle that investigation. That's what the amendment does. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions, Senator Wiggins? Senator Wiggins?
Motion, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
This amendment's not germane to the bill, and if I may state my reason.
It's not necessary. It's not germane. Moving along. Senator Wiggins, you're recognized on your bill. We're on adopt the strike all, I believe, sir. Okay, Senator Hobson's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just to put a reverse repealer in the bill. There are actually two sections, and one is June 30, 2023. The other one, September 30, 2023. As it relates to one of the code sections, I think it's the police that going forward would be October 1. One of the concerns I expressed in my original questions to Senator Wiggins was that I have no idea what the, and I just saw the commissioner, but really to get an understanding of how much the police force would need to be and what that's going to, what that is going to cost. Have no idea. And I know there were some other things in there about body cams and some other expenditures, but I think it'd be prudent for us to have an understanding on what the financial impact is going to be primarily. And that's a major concern of mine without knowing. I mean, right now it's just a blank check. You know, the checkbook is wide open without knowing what the parameters are going to be for the police. So my motion is simply to push this down there until we get a better understanding. And I'd like to get information, I hope you would too, to help you understand what the financial impact is going to be to the state to assist the Capitol Police. And I'll yield for questions, or if there are any.
Questions on the amendment?
Senator Wiggins.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Wiggins, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you. And I shared this with Chairman Hobson. I do think the numbers that I've given you are fairly accurate, but I do understand with where the bill is now, what we're trying to do. And I shared with Senator Hobson, I support the amendment, would ask you to vote for the amendment. That being said, and this is what I told Senator Hobson, this is our position going into conference, okay? This is where the Senate is. Considering the status of this bill and everything, the reason I'm agreeing and asking you to vote for it is so that we can nail down the finance part of this that the state is obligated to pay. And with this bill, as you've heard, we are agreeing to do that, but we need to know the numbers, and I'm willing to work, obviously, with Chairman Hobson to do that. So I would encourage you to vote yes on the amendment.
Thank you. Having the motion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins, we're on your strike call.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion would be that we adopt the strike call on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Well, one moment. We're all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're on the bill. Senator Horn has requested to speak on the bill, Senator. Senator Horn, you're recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wiggins, I will take my hat off to you for the work that you've done on this bill. It is vastly improved from where it started, but it is still a snake, and it needs to be defeated. Senator Carter made the point that crime is on the rise in Jackson, and he's correct. But to Senator Barrett's point, there is absolutely no empirical data, no evidence that adding these temporary appointed judges will do anything to stem the rise in crime in Jackson. There's no data. This is a knee-jerk reaction, and we should all be asking ourselves, will this work? And the answer to that question is we don't know. We're about to make a broad leap into an area that is dicey at the very best and is objectionable at the very least. You know, they talked about, and I've heard a lot of folks, you know, wave out, look at the cases these special judges have resolved. But on closer inspection of those cases that have been resolved, most of them are county court cases and misdemeanors. Now, if you look at the data, and I've handed out to each of you some data that has been prepared by the sitting elected judges, that the open cases right now in Hinds County are 2,695 cases. The cases that were closed in the last year are 1,052 cases that were closed. If you break it down by judge, you see that Judge Wooten has 775 cases, and she's closed 223 of those. Judge Peterson, 543, 277 of those cases have been closed. Judge Kidd, 619, 313 of those cases have been closed. Judge Green, who recently retired, 606 cases, she closed out 202 of them. The special judges, 152 cases, they closed out 37. Now, if you look further, and if you turn on page 2 of this document, and I will only deal with the first 2 pages of it, the cases tried by special judges represent 7% of the jury trials in 2022. Now, mind you, they started late, and I only got up and running in the fall, but getting up and running, they were fraught with problems because the structure and the nature of what we're trying to do is trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. And I'll talk to you about that more in just a minute. The cases that the special judges pled out represent only 6% of the pleas. The remands by special judges represent only 1% of the cases remanded in last year. Now, of the 1,052 cases that were closed in last year, Judge Kidd's closure represents 29% of the cases closed. Wooten, 21% of the cases closed. Peterson, 26%. Green, 19%. The special judges, 3%. I wonder if this is working, because the way that the system, as I understand, and I was educated by sitting down and meeting with all of the elected sitting judges in Hinds County in the circuit court, and it's so simple a deal to just appoint judges. Yeah, you can appoint judges, but the judges don't make the system work. It's the support staff that make the system work. It's court reporters. It's administrators. It's the situation with regard to courtroom space. Now, we were told that down in Hinds County Court, there are a couple of courtrooms they cannot even use. And you have to schedule these cases to be heard in rotation because there just isn't enough space, actual courtroom space. There's a courtroom, at least one courtroom that rains when there's a heavy rain in Jackson. They've got buckets while they're trying to do court proceedings in one of the courtrooms. That's a need. Helping to fix these courtrooms might be something that we should look at. There is a heavy shortage of court reporters. Now, we've heard a lot about the Woolfolk building, and I'm like everybody else. I thought they were carrying on court proceedings in the Woolfolk building. Well, they might have been for the county court cases and the misdemeanor cases, but there have been no criminal cases tried in the Woolfolk building. It's not equipped to handle a proceeding such as that. You have to sequester the juries. You have to make sure that if it's a criminal case, that there's adequate security for the accused and for persons who might be coming in to watch the trial, who might have an emotional attachment to the outcome of the trial. You know, so we've never used the Woolfolk building for what we're saying that we should be using it for. Yes, we need more prosecutors. Yes, we need more public defenders. And one of the most egregious things that we've done today is in needing more prosecutors, the chairman of the committee offered an amendment to eliminate some of the assistant district attorneys that the DA has said that he desperately needs. We've not established any benchmarks for the success of the program. What are the expected outcomes that we want to see in this program? We don't have any benchmarks. We don't have any goals and objectives. All we have is a knee-jerk reaction saying we need more judges. The big problem that, as it was represented to us, they don't have enough jurors to be able to try cases any faster than they're doing now, unless you make some changes. There's no budget for expert witness testimony, for sequestering jurors, other expenses that are involved with criminal and civil court case trials. We just haven't thought this process through. The lone public defenders from the state public defender's office do not handle any new cases. All they're doing is assisting the existing public defenders with current cases. And according to the judges, yes, they have a caseload, but they don't have a huge backlog. What they do have is a heavy caseload, and a lot of the cases are heavy cases. They're murder trials, they're armed robbery, any number of things that take more time to go through the process to try. And then there's the issue of mental evaluations. Oftentimes judges complain about the fact that they have to wait on a psychiatric bed for a person who's been accused of a crime to get a mental evaluation. Evidence sometimes is slow coming from JPD. And we've heard the difficulties that folks have with reports coming back from the State Crime Lab. So having appointed judges might work. It might work if you integrate them into having supervision from the elected judges, where they can do pleadings or do jury evaluations or whatever, while the elected judge is doing other things. You can integrate them into the process, but what we're trying to do is put a whole nother layer on top of it, and using the existing resources of Hinds County Circuit Court, which is limited in its resources to begin with. They don't have enough court reporters. They don't have enough law clerks, court administrators. They don't have enough bailiffs and security. So when we try to layer this other process on top of that, it bottlenecks, because these judges have the way that the courts assigns the cases. The Supreme Court Chief Justice can't assign cases. Only the judge who has the cases can either share the cases, or the senior judge might be able to suggest some cases be handed to the special judges. But they have to stop what they're doing and look at that. They have to look at their schedule and see when they can give up their courtroom. They have to look at what's going on with their court reporter to see if they can loan that court reporter to one of the special appointed judges. This process is fraught with uncertainty, is fraught with a lack of planning. We haven't thought this situation out as much as we need to. We have a lot of unanswered questions. Who will assign the judge cases? What will the structure look like? Where will the cases be tried? We don't know any of these questions. And yet we're passing something that's pretty significant and monumental that needs to be looked at and thought through a lot more clearly. I'm glad that we put a reverse repealer in this bill so that we can continue to work with it. And, you know, the state says that it wants to help Hinds County and help Jackson. Well, then help and don't hurt. The bills and the legislation being proposed by a lot of our well-meaning colleagues from other places around Mississippi are not being helpful. They're hurtful because they're being drawn up without any input, any consideration or involvement of the local elected officials, both in the legislature and at the local level. We should be coming together to solve our problems and challenges, not tearing each other apart. If you want to help, sit down and communicate with us. Maybe we'll find out that we have problems getting mental health evaluations from the state hospital, or getting folks beds at the state hospital. Maybe we'll find out that getting evidence from JPD is a part of the problem and an issue. Maybe we'll find out that the current structure cannot absorb 5 appointed judges or elected judges without significant improvements in courtroom space, court reporters, court administrators, and other support personnel needed to make a court system work. Maybe we'll find out that the State Crime Lab is just as inefficient in Hinds County as it is in the rest of the state. Instead of trying to push us around and disenfranchise us, you might try offering us resources. We need to get the job done instead of starving us out. If you want to help, help, but don't hurt.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you. I'll be brief. It's been a long but a good debate. First, I want to say to Senator Horn and what he recognized, I want to thank this body for this professional and the debate and how we handled this. And I want to thank and appreciate the Jackson delegation for their input into what went in. We understand we may have differences of opinion, but we can debate and we can address it, and that's a good thing. And please make no mistake, we all know the nation is watching. They have been. And with this bill, we are standing up for the citizens of Jackson and for our state capital. Many of the Jackson delegation has been up here before saying, we're the state capital, we're proud of it. We want y'all's help. Well, this is the help we're giving. And make no mistake, there's no guarantee this is coming back around next year. None whatsoever. We understand the process. And in terms, we're putting our best foot forward for the House. Now that we've got the finance issues, we can address those properly, although they've been addressed, but we can formally figure those out. But that's not going to change that the state is standing behind Jackson with its resources and its money, its public defenders, its prosecutors. We want a safe Jackson and a safe capital city. And I think this is a very good bill. I appreciate where the body and the committee has been. And I also want to say that I do think Representative Lamar, as he said in many public statements, they in the House want a safe capital city because we live here and we work here. And I will disagree with Senator Horn on this. This isn't knee-jerk. We've worked this. We've talked to people. And we understand, and the citizens of Jackson are asking for us to do something. And as I said earlier, and I'll close with this, we cannot get out of this session without doing something. It just would not be the right thing. Because we all have a connection to Jackson. And so I appreciate the debate that we've had here today. I appreciate the work that has gone into this from the Senate. And I would ask you to vote for the bill and let us get it to the House and finalize what we need to finalize and give the citizens of Jackson some peace of mind knowing that the state is behind them and that we want a safe community. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Your motion, sir?
Move passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? We have an objection. Please call the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McLendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Barrett, Bryan, Delano, Simmons of the 12th, Turner Ford, Younger. Voting yes or yay, Blackwell, Boyd, Branning, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Johnson, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams. Voting no or nay, Barnett, Blackman, Blunt, Butler for 36, Butler for 38, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, and Turner Ford. Voting present, Barrett.
Senator Hickman recognized for introduction.
Mr. President, joining us today in the West Gallery is one of my law professors, Mr. Cliff Johnson. Senate, would you please make him feel welcome today?
Senator Simmons for an introduction, sir.
I was going to introduce Cliff, so he got it.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Chazanall for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the West Gallery today, we have the Montgomery County Economic Developer, Ms. Sue Stidham, and also with her, we have Mr. Don Aylward from the Port of Rosedale.
Welcome. Senator Simmons for an introduction.
Introduction out of order.
Please proceed.
In the West Gallery, I would like to welcome my great friend, Mr. Don Elwood. Thank you. Welcome to the Senate.
Try to wave up on that.
The bill passes 34 yeas, 15 nays. Okay, we'll go to Senator Polk. It's anticipated that the Senate will complete its general calendar at least once after we return. Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the Senate stand in recess until 3 p.m.
At 3 p.m., all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Call the Senate to order. Senator Wiggins, you're recognized. Pass on 96 through 100. Retain their place on the calendar. Turn it forward. Pass. Senator Jordan. Chairman Carter. Pass. 103, 104. Chairman Blunt. We're on 105, Senate. Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to get out and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 606, the Mobile Online Betting Task Force authorized.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move adoption of the strike-all amendment in lieu of the original
You're
bill.
recognized to explain the strike-all, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is a bill to create a task force to study mobile sports betting. The bill that came over from the House was a couple of pages. This amendment is a little more than 2 pages. It will have a committee of 13 members that will begin meeting after the primary in August, including the chair of the House and Senate Gaming Committee, the executive director of the Gaming Commission, the chair of the Gaming Association, the commissioner of the Department of Revenue, 3 members appointed from the Senate side, 3 members appointed from the House side, and obviously the 2 chairs of the 2 other legislators appointed by the chair of the committee. We intend to study this closely. I don't know what the recommendation will be. We're going to work with the peer committee and give you a report for the folks who are fortunate enough to be back next January. So it's a task force, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, sir.
My motion is adoption of the strike-all amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Motion is passage of House Bill 606 by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Question voted no. President Carter. Anyone else? Fraser, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Hill, present. Anyone else? Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Chairman Tate. 106, page 11, Senate.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I'd like for us to go to item number 106, House Bill 1306, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1306, elections, revise certain provisions about names of candidates appearing on the ballot, judicial candidates' annual report, and fraudulent absentee voter applications.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Yes, sir. I have an amendment that I'd like to, I guess I'll explain the bill and then present the amendment after that.
Yes.
Yeah, okay,
Explain the bill
thank you.
first, and then we'll address your amendment.
So what House Bill 1306 does is, this is a bill, I've heard several have come to me with complaints that people are not filing their campaign finance reports. And what this bill does is it addresses that. If we will adopt the amendment, what it'll do is it'll say that if anybody has not filed their campaign finance reports within the previous 5 years, then their name will not be able to be on the ballot. Lines 106 through 110 clarified, and this was an amendment that Senator Blunt put in, that they have up until the time to actually print the ballots to be able to file the reports that they need to. And another amendment that Senator Bryan made is that this will go into effect starting next year on January the 1st. That's an explanation of the bill. I have an amendment that I'd like to explain.
Thank you, sir.
And what that amendment does is simply change it from being the previous 3 years to previous 5. 5 years is the length of time that clerks are supposed to hold on to campaign finance reports. And if there's no questions, I move that we pass the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed now.
Yes, sir. No other questions. I ask for adoption by the use of the morning roll call.
Got a strike-all, sir.
I need to adopt the strike-all?
Yes, sir.
My motion is adopt the strike-all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now you're on your amendment, Senator.
Yes, sir. Passage by morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. 107, Senator.
Yes, sir. I'd like to go to item number 107, House Bill 1276, and that's the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Number 1276, state officers provide for a runoff election for.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Yes, sir. Senators, this bill may look very familiar. It's because it's a bill that we passed a month ago out of this chamber, Senate Bill 2423. The only change in this bill compared to our Senate language is going to be on line 47. We indicate what this bill does is if no one has a majority for a statewide elected race, we have to have a runoff. This does the runoff. And in case there's the slim chance of there being a tie within the runoff, there's a casting of lots, and it simply just states that it'll go before the Chief Justice of the Mississippi Supreme Court. And that's explanation of the bill. Be happy to take any questions. No questions. I ask for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator Blunt, for what purpose, sir?
Question?
You have a question?
Yes.
Here for a question. Senator Blunt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tate, I know we talked about this in committee, but was there any consideration given to having, in the case of a tie, having Bo Eaton draw the lots?
We're going to work on that for next year.
Get the gentleman from Smith up here to do that?
For next year.
Okay,
yes,
thank you.
We'll work on that.
Okay. All right, Senator, we're ready.
Yes, sir. Adoption by the use of the morning roll call.
Use some more roll call, Ben. Request anyone object to procedure? Voting no. Turner Ford, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you. Chairman Kaufman. We're on 108.
I'd like to skip 108 and go to item 109 and have the title read.
108 retains its place on the calendar, Mr. Clerk. 109.
House Bill number 1110, Second Amendment Financial Privacy Act, create.
I make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I move to adopt the strike all and have Senator Johnson explain.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill comes to us as a response to a decision in September by the International Organization for Standardization, which is based in Switzerland, at the request of the Amalgamated Bank in New York. They decided to adopt a policy of requiring credit card companies, or that credit card companies would issue a special merchant code for retailers that specifically sell guns. So it would not include, say, a Bass Pro Shop or a large retail store or academy, but it would include smaller stores like Van Sporting Goods in Rankin County. And as a response to this, both gun advocates and the banking community did not want to comply with this. And so this would say that in Mississippi, we do not allow them to use these specific codes. This would help prevent banks from being required to keep this data, and it would prevent any potential discrimination against small retailers or gun purchasers. And I have an amendment at the proper time.
Questions on the bill? Oh, sorry. One moment, please. We'll have the amendment. All right, it's up, Senator. We're good.
After working with the bankers, we wanted to make sure that the protections were in place so that no credit card processor or credit card company could turn off those services or to discriminate against retailers in the state, and to make that more clear that they could not turn it off for discrimination, but deny purchases for things that would be normal, like cardholder policies for, say, a corporation who does not allow gun purchases with credit card or a children's card. On line 116, we're just going to delete card security controls and then insert "or" after the word customer. And that just makes that more clear on what our intent is.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, we're ready on it. I'm sorry. Senator Turner Ford. For what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator, you're recognized. Senator Turner Ford for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator, for yielding. I'm not quite sure I understand what we're doing.
Yep, okay. With the amendment specifically?
Yes.
Okay, so the intent of that section, which is in section 4, number 3, where it talks about that the financial institution may not discriminate against firearms retailers. As you as you read down and to lines 115, 116, it says currently by the customer due to card security controls, fraud controls or merchant category exclusions. After talking with the Bankers Association, they felt like deleting the card security controls and adding or after customer makes that more clear that the credit card company has the ability to deny transactions based on fraud or if there's certain card controls for that specific card in place by the customer, but not discriminate against the retailer. And they just thought that changing that makes that more clear.
And are card companies discriminating against retailers of guns?
Not currently, and that's where this is being proactive. This new merchant code that I mentioned earlier that the ISO passed resolution on back in September, this new merchant code would go into effect later this year. And so this is being proactive to say that we don't want them to issue specific codes for these small retailers of guns. And we also don't want to see them discriminate against them by saying, well, we're not going to do business with them if they don't use these codes.
And is this prohibition currently in place in other states?
Actually, this is very new, and so I believe there are 7, 9 states, something like that, that have this legislation pending. I'm not aware of any that have passed it so far, but there are several states that have this legislation pending now.
And is there a problem in other states as relates to card security companies and purchasers of guns?
Again, this is being proactive. What the ISO did in September would go into effect later this year, and so it's not in effect yet, and this is being proactive to prevent the potential for a bank or credit card company being pushed into keeping records on who's buying guns, and it also prevents discrimination against retailers.
But is there a problem with these types of transactions?
Maybe I'm misunderstanding. I apologize.
I'm trying to figure out if there are issues in other states regarding the purchases of guns where card companies are not allowing these transactions to be processed, or even in Mississippi for that matter.
Not as of now that I'm aware of. However, this new merchant code does not go into effect until later this year. And so, again, this is being proactive to prevent any potential problems.
And why has the merchant code been adopted?
Yes, again, so a bank out of New York called Amalgamated Bank requested that the ISO pass this standard, and the intent, based on news articles I've read, is since the government cannot keep data on gun owners or purchasers of guns, this would allow banks to keep that data and use it to perhaps stop people from buying too many guns. This is what I've read in different news organization periodical or columns.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Blunt, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You have a question? You're for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Blunt's recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Johnson. So what about our prosecutors and law enforcement? If they're investigating someone, can they, and they were able to get through legal means that person's credit card records, would this prohibit them from determining whether they went to, what they bought at Walmart or what they bought at a specialized gun dealer?
No, it would not prevent that at all. This specifically deals with credit card companies and having a separate merchant code for retailers that have firearms that they do not currently use, but that would go into place later this year. It would prevent that from being done in Mississippi, and it would also prevent them from not allowing transactions for normal purchases at these retailers.
But if I'm a prosecutor and I'm investigating someone and I'm able to get a judge to let me look at their records, I can still do that, provided I just go through the current process.
Yes, nothing is changing as far as that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions? Other questions on On the amendment, Senator Simmons. Okay? Okay, we're on the amendment, Senator.
Move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're back on the strike-on.
Move adoption of the strike-all.
Senator Simmons, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. And Senator, I want to first apologize. If the question has been raised, I apologize. What does this have to do with the Second Amendment?
I don't know that it actually has anything to do with the Second Amendment other than it doesn't affect anybody's ability to own a firearm. All we're saying is that there can't be discrimination against smaller retailers that specialty sell guns, and that there can't be data collection from special merchant codes associated with that. It's really more of a banking bill, and the banking community worked hard on this bill to make sure that they were good with it, and that's really more in line with what it is.
Thank you for answering my question. I mean, I support our banking industry and certainly our banking institutions in the state. I just was trying to figure out what it, if at all, had anything to do with the Second Amendment. But thank you for yielding to the question. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Simmons. Other questions?
Move adoption of the strike-all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're on the bill, sir.
Move passage of the bill using the morning roll call.
Use the morning roll call. Request anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Turner forward. Simmons. Norwood. Frazier. Butler K. Hickman. Thomas. Jordan. Blackman. Simmons. Horn, sorry. Horn. Anyone else? Jackson. Anyone else? Bill passes. Thank you, Senator Younger. Senator McCon will be presenting. We're on 110.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that the title be read on number 110, SN number 59.
Please read the title, Mr. Clerk.
Senate nomination number 59, Dr. Robert Allen Bob Philgo Jr., Madison, Mississippi State Board of Veterinary Medicine, 5-year term effective June 28, 2022, and ending May 22, 2027. Vice Dr. Gail S. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a confirmation.
Senator. Yeah, you're good.
This is a confirmation that has been brought through committee. Dr. Philgo came and fielded questions. There were very few questions. From all of the peer report that we've been provided, he is duly qualified and is doing a great job in his current practice and will do a great job on the board itself. So the committee recommendation is that we do advise and consent, and I would accept questions at this time.
Questions? Seeing none.
The motion is that we do advise and consent
All
by
in
using the morning
favor
roll call.
signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oh, all right. I'm sorry. Does anyone object before we go further? All right. Court is voting no. I thought that was a general. He's approved. Senator Michelle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an introduction, please.
Please proceed, Senator.
It's my pleasure to welcome in the South Gallery a group of friends from the Madison County Chamber of Commerce. Mary Burnett, the director, is with them as well. They are here with Leadership Madison County on Government Program Day. Would you please join me in welcoming them to our state Senate?
Welcome. Glad you're here. Okay. Senator McCon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would call up item number 111, House Bill 232, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 232, dairy show relocate to show held in Lee County, Mississippi to Pontotoc County, Mississippi.
Mr. President, I would ask that Senator Whaley be recognized to explain the strike-all and further explain it.
Senator Whaley is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I make the usual motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, basically what we have here is we are moving a dairy show that is held in the fall from Lee County to Pontotoc County, and that is the basic explanation of the bill. The bill has a reverse repealer, and that was put in for the fact that this bill came to us and we had not spoken with anyone. In regards to that, I have spoken to the authorities within Extension. They are in favor of this, so I'm going to ask that we defeat the bill, defeat the strike all to where we can remove the reverse repealer. So with that, I'll yield for any questions.
Questions? Senator Delano, for what purpose, sir?
Question, please.
You for a question, Senator Whaley?
Absolutely.
Please proceed.
Why are we moving this?
Wonderful question, Senator. I would expect that from a fish eater like yourself, but basic explanation is we're getting to a better facility, and I've heard that we're going to milk this bill along a little bit, so we'll just.
All right. So Senator England, for what purpose, sir?
Did you say there's a reverse repealer in this bill?
There currently is.
Okay, well, before then, I think I was utterly in dissent, but I think I'll let it go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, your motion, Senator Whaley. I know. Your motion is to defeat.
That is correct, Mr. President.
All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
The motion is defeated. The motion is, the strike is defeated. Okay, we're on, back on the bill.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Now we're back on the bill the exact same way that I explained it, simply moving to Pontotoc County with no reverse repealer. So with that, I'd ask for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Procedure? No. Present. Thank you, Senator Whaley.
Senator McMahon, present, sir.
Present, Senator McMahon. Vote no. I'm sorry. No for McMahon. Anyone else? Okay, on 112.
Yes, Mr. President, I would ask that item number 112 be called up, House Bill 255, and the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 256, Mississippi Boll Weevil Management Corporation extend repeal on requirement that orders be submitted by November 15th.
Mr. President, I would advise that there
You need to
is
make the usual motion
make
here,
the
Senator.
usual motion at this
All
time.
in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed now, Senator.
Mr. President, I would call up the strike call and ask that Senator Ben Suber be recognized to explain that.
Recognized to explain the strike call, Senator Suber.
Thank you, Mr. President. Every year, the Boll Weevil Management Corporation has to do an audit in November. What the audit, so what we're going to do on this is we're going to remove the repealer and make sure they have to do it every year instead of extending the repealer for another 3 years. And that is all it does. Be happy to take any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Move to adopt the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
And I'll ask for passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you. 113, Senator.
Mr. President, I would ask that 113 and 114 be passed and retain the place on the calendar. We call up item number 115, House Bill 484, and have the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 484, Petroleum Products Inspection Law, delete repealer on definitions and penalties under.
Mr. President, I would make the usual motion.
Usual motion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Mr. President, I would ask that we call up the strike all House Bill 44 and be recognized to
You
explain it.
recognize to explain the strike all.
All right, so this is a strike all that deletes the repealer. If you've noticed that two of these bills are totally getting rid of these repealers so that every 4 years or every 2 years or whatever it may be, we're not dealing with them. This is another one of those. Would delete the repealer on the authority for the Ag Commission to regulate petroleum products. It also adds one piece of new language there that allows the Southern Rail Commission, which is already within this language of the current statute, to be allowed to ask for or prepare and grant applications related to the establishment and maintenance of passenger rail service and other rail service through there. But those are the only additions or subtractions from this language. I would entertain questions this time, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill?
There's no questions. I would move that we adopt the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay, we're on the bill, Senator.
Mr. President, I would move for final passage based upon the morning roll call.
So morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none. Item 13 and 14 retain their place on the calendar. Chairman DeBar, we will. Senator Kirby, right after Chairman DeBar, we'll go back.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip items 116 and 117, retain their place on the calendar, and call up item 118. Have the title written.
Item 118, please read, Mr.
House Bill number 1390, abstinence education, delete repeal on school board requirements to adopt a policy on abstinence only or abstinence plus.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the strike all, and I ask that you recognize Senator McMahon to
Senator
explain.
McMahon, you're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. What we did is, this is the abstinence-based or an abstinence-plus education bill from the House, and all we're doing is on line 13, we are adding some language that's called sexual risk avoidance education curriculum. And the purpose of that is to draw down additional federal funds and to be in sync with federal language. And it's got a repeal date in it of 2026. And then there's a reverse repealer in the bill. And in addition to that, on lines 34 and 43, we also updated out of wedlock to change it to marriage, which is more in line with what the feds are doing now to draw down these grants. Happy to yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Bryan, for what purpose, sir?
A question.
Are you for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Bryan's recognized for a question.
I'm sorry, I should have asked this in committee, but it's come to my attention that no matter how excellent the instruction in abstinence is in our public schools, when some students get to college, they seem to have forgotten what they learned in the abstinence education. And I was wondering if anyone had considered having some remedial courses in college for those who seem to have forgotten what they learned in high school.
This bill before us deals with high school education.
Senator Butler, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Question for Senator, will you yield?
I do.
Senator Butler is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator.
Yes, sir, Senator.
In the title, it said abstinence education, delete repeal on the school board requirements, and then I think you said that then there's a repealer in the bill.
Yes.
So I guess I'm not understanding. Would you explain that again to me?
The House wanted to completely delete the repealer, but it was the will of the Senate committee to put a repeal date back in it. So the 26th, and then a reverse repealer was added to the bill as well to go to conference with it. So this is not the last time you'll see it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, sir.
My motion is that we adopt the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're on the bill, sir.
My motion is that we adopt by the morning roll call.
Use the morning roll call, Ben. Question, anyone object to the procedure? Be voted as no. Present. Norwood. Present, Norwood. Senator Norwood? No. Senator Norwood is no. Senator Horn is no. Anyone else? Blackman, no. Anyone else? Simmons, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you. Senator Kirby, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules, go back to the rules counter, item number 9, and call that, suspend the rules for.
Motion is to suspend the rules. Go back to item 9 on the calendar. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Kirby, you're recognized on item 9.
Thank you, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate. First,
we're going to read the title
read
first.
the title.
Yeah, we need to read the title first, Senator. Okay, would you read the title, Mr. Clerk?
Resolution number 560, suspend rules, introduction of bill to require Public Service Commission to change boundaries of certain utility district.
Make your usual motion, Mr.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is Senator Whaley's bill. We're having some problems with electricity up in his area, and Mr. President, I yield to the author of the bill to explain the suspension resolution.
Senator Whaley, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to give a little backdrop, what this bill is doing, or what this suspension resolution is doing, it would allow me to drop a legislation dealing with the Holly Springs Municipal Electric Company, dealing with the boundaries of their service provided area. We have a municipal company that serves an area well outside of the borders of its city limits. They're going out into several different counties. We're having trouble with interruption of service, lack of service. And we've talked in this room about broadband being the electricity of the early 1900s. Well, in North Mississippi, we're still trying to get the electricity. So that's basically what this is doing, is just allowing us to submit legislation. And I'll yield to any questions.
Senator Simmons, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You first.
Absolutely.
Senator Simmons, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. Senator, I really appreciate that this bill pertains to your district, correct?
Yes, sir. My district and a portion of Senator Chisholm's district as well.
And I appreciate the fact that you are sponsoring legislation regarding your district. Have you spoken to the mayor of Holly Springs? Because I received a call from the mayor of Holly Springs who basically told me she is opposed to this legislation.
Well, I am glad that you get to speak to the mayor. She doesn't give me the honor of speaking to herself directly. Last time we have spoken, it was a while ago, and I'll just say that. But no, and I'm not surprised that she's in opposition to this. But if she wanted myself to be if I was going to be supportive of that fact, it would have to be on the grounds that she tried to show a sense of trying to get the system back under control. And I will say this is not only the current administration's fault. This is a problem that has been going on for years, but it's just simply gotten to the fact that every time the wind blows, I have constituents, and Senator Chisholm has constituents, who will be out of power for 10 to 14 days. And I don't think that's acceptable in my world or your world or anywhere in this state of Mississippi. And I'm just trying to have an opportunity to take care of my constituents because no one else will do so.
And I really appreciate your response, Senator, and you know you are in fact my friend.
Yes, sir.
And I don't want to get into the middle of a local fight between you and your mayor.
Well, I promise you, I'm not in a fight with the mayor.
Okay. And I just wanted to be honest with you about the reason why I rose to raise that question is because she said she's opposed to it. And likewise, she has said to me that she hasn't had the opportunity to really talk to you about her opposition. But thank you.
Well, she has my phone number. She knows where to reach me. I'm accessible at any point in time. I have been in contact with the Board of Aldermen as well. They seem to know how to get in touch with me. She does too, I promise you.
Thank you, Senator.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Senator Boyd, for what purpose?
Question.
Were you here for a question, Senator Whaley? Senator Boyd's recognized for a question.
Senator Whaley, I was present when you were having a discussion with individuals that had tried to help out and provide assistance during this latest crisis that they've had. There was a number of problems that they repeated about safety issues, about personnel. Could you share some of those with the Senate?
Absolutely. And you stated in the latest incident, actually that is the next to last latest incident, as we're currently in one now from the windstorm, and I currently have people without power now 5 days post windstorm, which is unthinkable when all of the surrounding areas were able to get back service within the next day or two. But when you go to the beginning of the month of February, there was an ice storm, and any ice storm across the state is going to be bad, and we're going to have issues. That's one thing that we realize. But when you go to the point to where you are days without seeing anyone, without speaking to anyone, without hearing from anyone, and the state of Mississippi has to come in with the Mississippi Emergency Management Agency and take control of the situation because people are suffering, people are hurting, and when the electric co-ops from across the state come in and they have to call in personnel that is retired, that has been there, more seasoned personnel, because the people do not know what they are looking at because it is so outdated and old. It is very, very difficult to work in those conditions. It was unsafe. Most of the time when this response comes in, they will work day and night to get the problem solved. They would cut off at dark because they did not know what was hiding in the next spot for them. Lines feeding electricity from multiple directions, which is a no-no in the electrical world, as I have learned. So it's greatly a safety issue, and we have had people with the Holly Springs Utility Department to hurt, and we've had a fatal accident because of the lack of safety measures.
Senator Whaley, remind me, in this, not this past incident, but the incident before that happened in February, how long were some of your constituents and some of Senator Sism's constituents without electrical power?
So when that storm happened, it began on a Monday. Monday night and into Tuesday, it progressively got worse. And it was around 10 to 11 days before people's service was back connected. And that was a large part due to the electric co-ops that came in from all across the state and actually from Memphis as well. So I'm thankful for each and every one of those that came in to offer support, because I am fully in belief that if they had not, I would still have people in the dark from that instance. I rode around as we were taking meals to linemen so that they could continue their work, and I would find people in their yards with 55-gallon drums burning fires just to stay warm as it was so cold in the house. I've seen people who have repetitively had to throw out food from lack of service and their food ruining in their refrigerators. This is not something that we should be dealing with in the year of 2023. And I'm ashamed that I'm having to tell you all this, but I am not ashamed of the fact that I'm trying to help my constituents. So I appreciate any support I could get.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Boyd. Senator McMahon?
Questions?
Were you here for a question, Senator?
I do.
Please proceed, Senator McMahon.
Senator Whaley, thank you for your work on this. It's you're not in opposition. You're here trying to help the constituents of Holly Springs and the surrounding area.
I'm trying to help the constituents who are in the Holly Springs Utility Department District. Yes, sir.
And you represent the vast majority of that area.
The largest portion of it. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Would you say that stable, affordable electricity is an economic driver?
I believe it is, and I believe the lack of it is an economic hindrance. And also, we have schools that are continually having to drop classes in the middle of the day or skip classes altogether because they do not have power. This is something that has happened, and I've spoken to my superintendent of education and my school boards, and they are in full support of this as well, just for the simple fact that you cannot have classes if you don't have power.
And it's also true that companies have chosen to leave that area or have chosen not to locate in that area because of the unstable power supply.
That is correct.
Senator Whaley, I thought you were very kind when you said that, to the other senator that at least he was getting phone calls. Do you serve on local and private?
I do.
Are we in a position to help Holly Springs and local and private?
Absolutely.
Have we made multiple attempts together to contact the mayor and vice mayor and other representatives of that government, and have they ever once returned our phone calls?
No, sir, they have not. Not in the capacity of local and private legislation.
I really appreciate what you're doing here, and I know beyond a shadow of a doubt, there were constituents in that area that were out of power for 15 days in February. So has the Public Service Commissioner supported you in your work?
Well, the Public Service Commissioner was sure, back last April, we had a big round of storms that came through the area, and the Public Service Commissioner was present. He was very loud, talked a lot about what he was going to do to help the people, and just to be honest with you, I have not seen him since. Haven't heard from him other than a text message saying you need to do more. So that's all I can say on the Public Service Commissioner.
Did he have the authority to do anything?
I don't know whether he had the authority or not. He sure said that he did to begin with. But I will say this, I am proud that the governor, who did have the authority to help, he stepped up and helped.
I'm glad you're here and that you're helping the constituents of that area and the residents. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You're here for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Hill's recognized for a question.
Thank you. I appreciate what you're doing. I don't know, you may or may not realize that when in the midst of this ice crisis and power outage, Senator Chisholm and I were standing out in the hall trying to think about, how can we help these people? And I said, maybe we need to see if the Red Cross has been contacted. I don't know if you're aware of that, but
I can speak to that. During this last the ice storm crisis at the beginning of February, the Red Cross was present, as well as the Mississippi Baptist Relief Group. They were there as well.
as far as I know, I don't know that anybody had contacted the Red Cross when we looked the number up and we called out there in the hallway, Senator Chisholm and I don't think anybody from that administration had called the Red Cross as far as I know. So I just wanted to make that point that
Thank you.
Other resources were not notified as far as we know either, until some of us made the call.
Absolutely, and I appreciate that. And like I said, the Red Cross was there, the Mississippi Baptist Convention
Yes.
Relief, Disaster
Yes.
Relief was there. They were working on the ground. The churches in the area were wonderful to work with. We were sure to keep people fed and did all we could do to keep people warm that were in trouble. It was a pretty tough time, and we're not over it yet and going through it again.
Well, I thank you what you're trying to do.
Thank you, Senator Chisholm. For what purpose?
Friendly question.
Do you have, Senator?
I do.
Senator Chisholm is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Whaley. Are you aware that a year ago, when the windstorm and tornadoes came through, they were without power in your district and my district for several days?
Absolutely, I'm aware. I was with you the whole time we were working on it.
Are you aware that New Albany, Light, Gas, and Water sent crews in, and the mayor that will not respond to us, are you aware that she turned the crews back, and that's why they were without power for so long, because they had no help?
Well, I have definitely heard that, but I was not present when the said turning away of services happened, so I can't tell you for sure that I know that, but I did hear that.
Mr. Bill Maddox called and let me know, so I know that for sure, that they turned them away.
Mr. Maddox would not lie.
Are you aware that when we had the ice storm this time, that the mayor called me prior to me calling you? And he said that he had called the Public Service Commissioner and asked for help?
The mayor of Ashland?
Yes.
Okay.
The mayor, I'm sorry, I should have defined that, the mayor of Ashland.
Right.
He called me and said, we're in a mess. We don't know what to do. I have called Commissioner Presley, and Commissioner Presley's very words were, there's not a damn thing I can do to help y'all. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Well, that's what happened, and I know that some in here are asking why you haven't contacted the mayor, I now understand she's in your district, but the power comes to my district. In your defense, multiple times I've tried to contact her too. And when the tornadoes came through, my husband and I rode around Ashland for 2 days trying to get help. We finally chased her down and she gave me no answer. And multiple times I've tried to contact her and she does not return calls. So I stand behind this bill. We had 600 people in only the town of Ashland that were, during the ice storm, that were without power. elderly people that were getting hungry and cold. So I stand behind this bill and I ask everybody to please vote for it.
Thank you.
Other questions? Senator Barnett? For what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. Introduction out of order at the proper time.
One moment. I'll bring it back to you as soon as we finish. Okay, Senator, we're ready to go.
Move for passage by the morning roll call.
Anyone object to the procedure? Mr. Carter is voting no. President Hickman. Thomas. I'm sorry. President Hickman. Thomas. No. No. Simmons. Norwood. No. Jackson? No. Jordan? No. Butler? No. Anyone else? Turner Ford? No. Butler? No. Horn? No. Blackman? No. Simmons? No. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passes. Thank you, Senator Kirby.
Thank you.
Senator Simmons, save that number. All right. Yes, sir. The introduction out of order. Senator Simmons. I'm sorry, Senator Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to draw y'all attention to the West Gallery where we have some individuals from the Mississippi Center of Reentry. If y'all would please stand, Ms. Connie Jones, Ms. Styrus Burks, Ms. Brittany Brown, Ms. Kendra Milton, and Ms. Sandra Freeman. If y'all would please stand. Mr. President, these are individuals who are formerly incarcerated and employed that are now here at the Capitol to let the individuals or let us see how these formerly incarcerated people can now be productive citizens of the state of Mississippi and also employers of the state. So let's please give them a round of applause and make them feel welcome to the Capitol.
Thank you, Senator Wadey. Thank you, Senator Kirby. We're back on the calendar. 119, Senator Kaufman. Pass. Senator Chasnoff. Pass. Senator Parker. Item 121, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 121, call it up, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 770, Mississippi Office, Space and Technology, created to be administered by MDA, which shall staff.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thanks, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize Senator Delano to present the bill.
Senator Delano, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the bill that we dealt with a couple of times regarding Stennis Space Center. In each of the committees that this was referred to, I explained that the Senate language and the House language was identical. And I also explained that we expected to put a reverse repealer in this bill when it came to the floor. So, Mr. President, I'd like to go ahead and offer the amendment to do a reverse repealer in this bill.
Okay. It's on the screen.
And I'll yield for any questions. If not, I'll move for adoption of the amendment.
Questions? Questions? Seeing none.
Move for adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, Senator.
And then if there are no other questions, I'd move for usage of the morning roll call for final passage.
Other questions? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Voting no. President Sojourner. President McDaniel. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, bill passes. All right, we're on 122, Senator Barr. Pass. 122, 123. I got it. Hold on. 124, too, as well, Senator Barr. Pass all of those. Thank you very much. All right, Senator Jordan, you're recognized for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules
to go back to item 56 on the calendar.
One moment, sir. Motion is to suspend the rules to return to item 56 on the calendar. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Jordan, you're recognized for number 56.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. This bill, number 56.
You need to read the title first, sir.
The title.
Yes, sir.
Ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2336, Prevention of Overdoses, Authorized Use of Drug Testing Equipment, Expand Use of Opioid Antagonists.
Yes. So explain the bill. The House Bill, Senate Bill 2336 to remove the language concerning fentanyl testing strips, which is already in the governor's desk in the House Bill 722. Amended the Emergency Response Overdose Prevention Act to authorize a person to administer opioid antagonist that was distributed by an educated employee. It also authorized the Department of Health to distribute opioid antagonists to education employees upon a request made in writing to the department. Further, the bill prevents an education employee or any other person shall be immune from criminal and liability for actions authorized by this act. That's what the bill does. If no questions, then ask that it be passed by the morning roll call.
Questions? Questions? Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure?
Yes, sir.
Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passed. Thank you, Senator Jordan.
Yes,
Back
sir.
on the calendar.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Item 102.
One moment, Senator. We've already skipped that.
I'd like to suspend the rules to go to item 102, please.
One moment, Senator. Item 102, Uniform Controlled Substances Act. Motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Jordan, you're recognized. We're on 102, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this bill does...
You have to read the title, Senator.
The title. Ask the title to be read.
Read the title, please, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill number 1071, Uniform Controlled Substances Act, Revised Schedules.
To strike all amendment.
You will make the usual motion, Senator.
I make the usual motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the bill, Senator.
The strike all amendment, what I'm working with here. The strike all amendment of House...
You're recognized to explain the strike all, and it's up on the screen.
Yes, sir. The strike all amendment of House Bill 1071 restores the Senate recommended by Department of Health. The strike all includes the amendment recommended by the State Department of Health to mirror federal action. The bill adds 13 substance as Schedule 1 controlled substance because these drugs have no legitimate medical use and have a high potency with great potential to cause harm. It also includes sodium methylphenidate as a Schedule 4 controlled substance because the drug has a currently accepted medical use and a low potential for abuse that may lead to limited physical dependence or psychological dependence relative to the drug or other substance in Schedule 3. That's what the bill does, or the summary of the bill does. Is there any question I entertain?
Questions on the bill? Okay, we're ready to adopt the amendment, Senator.
If not, Mr. President, adopt by the amendment by the...
Well, we just to adopt the amendment first, Senator, by just a motion.
I move that we adopt the amendment.
Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, Senator.
Now, approved by the evening roll call. Morning roll call.
Morning roll call.
Haven't had an evening
Anyone
roll
object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none? Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, we're back on the calendar. And we were at Chairman DeBar, way through 124. Chairman Bryan. Chairman Bryan is recognized for 125, Senate.
I ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
518, Local Provider Innovation Grant Program, revised certain provisions of.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Bryan.
There is an existing law statute that provides for grants to be made from the COVID funds for certain healthcare providers. They are small grants, not to exceed $250,000. There are additional funds available. There will be another round of grants. This just says that you can have another round of grants, and that if you're got award in the first round, you're also eligible to apply for the second round. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill. Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
You for a question, Senator Bryan?
Yes.
Senator Hill, you're recognized.
This is COVID funds still?
Yes.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, sir.
I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Senator Bryan is recognized.
I go to the next item and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 584, Qualified Health Center Grant Program, clarify that amount specified for grants under is minimum amount to be issued.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Bryan.
I move adoption of the committee amendment, and I would like to speak to that.
You're recognized.
The existing law provides for grants to qualified health centers, rural health centers. The existing law says the legislature shall appropriate $4 million a year. Some years the legislature has appropriated yet less. There's some discussion that this year the legislature may appropriate more, but in any event, it's sort of odd to have a particular dollar amount in the statute. There had been a provision in order to make sure that all applicants got some money, that no one entity could get less than, I think, $200,000 or whatever the number was. The bill was doubly referred to Public Health and Appropriations. The strike all that's before you was adopted by the Appropriations Committee, and when it returned to Public Health, all of us on the Public Health Committee realize this is a time of year when we tend to think very highly of the work of the Appropriations Committee. The very fine people on the Appropriations Committee who do such a very fine job in appropriating this money. We're very anxious to go along with the wishes of the Appropriations Committee, and their amendment had a lot of support. But the amendment, in all seriousness, really is much better than existing law. It just says you'll make grants in the amount the legislature appropriates, which in fact is what happens now. And in order to make sure that the grants are spread around, it provides that no one entity will get more than 10% of the total amount. It's a much more workable formula in language than what's in existing law, and I don't think it makes any major philosophical change. If there are no questions, I suggest adoption of the amendment.
Questions? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator Brun.
Morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Rejected procedure. Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Chairman Chasnow? Pass. Chairman Wiggins? It's 128 to 131, Chairman Wiggins.
I asked that, thank you, Mr. President, I asked that we skip items 128 to 130, pass those, and that they remain on the calendar, and we go to item 131, call that up, ask the title be read.
Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1318, baby drop-off and safe haven revised provisions that regulate.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is that we adopt the strike call and ask that you allow Senator Boyd to explain the bill.
Senator Boyd, you're recognized. Senator Kirby, do you have an introduction out of order, sir?
No, Mr. President, I was going to ask for immediate release on item number 9, the SCR number 560 with no
Immediate release has been requested. Seeing no objection is granted. Senator Kirby, Senator Boyd. Let's go.
Sorry. Before y'all today, we have House Bill 1318. This is language that y'all have seen before, and we have worked. I want to thank, first of all, the Justice Court judges, particularly with working with us on this, and also with CPS to come to language that everybody feels that they can agree to. This bill was something that we looked at very heavily in our Women, Children's, and Family Study Group. The first part of the bill enacts a comprehensive safe haven laws to be used in conjunction with our current baby drop-off laws. The safe haven laws kind of increase the time frame for a parent to surrender their child from 7 to 30 days. A child may be relinquished to a hospital with an ER, a fire station that's staffed 24/7, or an ambulance. The parent may go to one of the locations or call 911 if they're not available to travel. The emergency medical provider has to ask the parent to identify any known, other known parents, or attempt to obtain information about the infant's background and medical history. And then the emergency medical provider shall promptly conduct a comprehensive medical exam. CPS has to take custody with the infant within 24 hours of notification that the infant is ready to be discharged from the hospital. Additionally, law enforcement has an affirmative duty to investigate whether the child is reported or missing. Within 48 hours after taking custody, CPS shall publish a notice in the paper, and we're going to add an amendment to this language just in a second, if y'all consent, to make sure that this is clear. They will also publish a notice in the paper to where the infant was relinquished, as well as send a news release to the broadcast and print media. Additionally, if you look at Section 6, it clarifies that the child alleged to have been abused or neglected is a party to a proceeding in youth court and shall be represented by attorney at all stages, and that the court needs to appoint an attorney for any child that is indigent. CPS is a party at all stages of the proceedings involved in a child in their custody. Section 7 adds CPS to the list of parties entitled to notice by the court when a hearing has been set by the youth court. It also identifies the current membership of the Mississippi Commission on Uniform Youth Court Systems to include 2 employees from CPS to be appointed by the governor, and conforms the rest of the statute to the new membership makeup. Additionally, it directs the Commission on Uniform Youth Court System to submit a report to the legislature on and before October the 1st of 2024. It amends current law to state the youth court clerk shall give priority to TPR cases on the docket, and the assigned judge shall immediately notify when a TPR is filed to provide for expedited proceedings. Additionally, Section 11, in adoption proceedings, The chancellor is allowed to have discretion to waive the home study requirements in cases of a step-parent, a relative, or a foster to adopt situation. This language is also included in Section 13. We give the Chancery Court exclusive jurisdiction over all adoption proceedings except for a county court sitting as a youth court judge has acquired jurisdiction of a child in those abuse or neglect proceedings. The Chancery or county court judge shall docket cases seeking relief under this chapter as priority cases. Additionally, Section 13 adds testimony and exhibits to the list of items that shall be confidential and not subject to disclosure during adoption proceedings. And Section 14 makes sure that there's notice to the Office of the Attorney General when would they need to go ahead and start a TPR process. That is a brief explanation of bill. And Mr. President, at the appropriate time, I'd like to add an amendment.
Seeing no questions, timely for your amendment. It's up on the screen. I'm sorry, Senator Blackman. Senator Blackman. Okay, I'm sorry. Would you go to the desk right in front there, Mr. Clerk?
Thank you.
Yes,
Mine
ma'am.
is broken, torn up. Senator Boyd, do we have a number of how many babies have been dropped off across the state of Mississippi?
Senator Blackman, we do not have any of the boxes that were referred to in the beginning of the Safe
Can
Haven.
you speak in the mic?
I'm sorry. We do not have any of the, we don't have any baby boxes yet, if you're referring to that we talked about in the beginning of this bill. I believe we have the city of Long Beach, which is planning to implement one. And so right now, we have not had any children dropped off per se in accordance with this. I don't have the numbers of, and I'm happy to get that to you for CPS, of children that have been dropped off at other emergency facilities across the state, or the number that are turned over in a hospital. But I'm happy to get those numbers for you.
That's what I was referring to, because we've had this on the books for a little while, and I would think that as part of this task force, that would have been one of the questions that was asked, or had CPS coming to let us know how many babies we are helping.
And Senator Blackman, to your point, these baby boxes are a new thing that are being implemented across the country. I believe there's been 2 across the country in the last couple of weeks, and cities and counties are looking at this. So that's one of the things that we look to clarify the procedures of what those could be, what those could look like. And states around the country are looking at those baby boxes to see if those are, to what they can do and what they should do to make sure that children and how those boxes work are, if they're dropped off in those places, that there's a clear path here of how to respond to that.
Under existing law, didn't we not allow babies to be dropped off at various locations? I know a fire department, a hospital, things of that nature.
Yes, ma'am, we did. And what we've done is we've conformed the laws as it regards to these baby boxes at those particular places. So they could add a box at a hospital, at a fire station. Those are perfectly appropriate if they use one of those boxes. The boxes have silent alarms on them. They're pretty sophisticated, but we wanted to make sure that those boxes are in places that that they can make sure that they're being really monitored, that there's somebody always that's going to be able to answer to those alarms, that silent alarms that go off when a child is dropped there.
Okay, and this is also the one that's terminating the parental rights with the drop-off?
What it does is we conform the language to language that is already in code right now. We took out the original language that you would have seen in the original Senate bill as it came before you last. We worked with the youth court judges, and they're going to already use the existing procedures that are in the code right now to when those children are dropped off. So those will be, they will have their hearings, they will go by everything that's already in the code. And that was a suggestion that the youth court judges, instead of doing a completely new procedure, which is what we brought to you in the original bill, we are going to conform to what is already in existing law.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. President, I have an amendment at the proper time.
It's the proper time, ma'am. She needs to bring her amendment up. Just let it go. I know. Okay, other questions? Senator Simmons.
Question, Mr. President.
You here for a question?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Simmons, recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. Senator Boyd, your response to Senator Blackman that you spoke to the youth court judges and you're going to conform this bill to existing law. So has the language regarding the number of days to terminate a person's parental rights after the drop-off, has that language been removed?
Yes, it has. We are using the procedures. If you'll look on lines, we are going to use the procedures already that are in existing law to do this. And that is in what we discussed in committee. That was in the strike all that we did in committee. So we changed that language that I know some of your youth court judges had some concerns about. And so we have conformed it to already using the procedures that they are doing right now.
Senator Boyd, I just want to say thank you so much for all your work on this. And as you know, one of the concerns from our youth court judges and also in committee was the shortened period of time to terminate parental rights. We don't have a problem with TPRs, but we just appreciate the deliberate process that already exists in youth court. And so you say we're going to conform the language to that existing law.
We are going to conform the language to that existing law. So CPS and the committee that was appointed by the youth court judges all agreed that we thought that would be the most effective way to go forward.
Thank you for listening to our concerns in committee, and certainly thank you for listening to our youth court judge. Thank you, Senator Boyd. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Two questions.
You here for a question, Senator Boyd?
Yes.
Senator Hill, you're recognized for two questions.
Thank you. I actually was listening on the computer when y'all had this bill in committee, and I'm looking at lines 529 and 530. While you took the time frame out, it still says that these cases of termination will be placed at the top of the docket as a priority case, and the judge will be immediately notified by the clerk and the case is filed in order to provide for expedited proceedings. So could that wind up even being faster than the time frame that we actually had that was removed from the bill for termination?
I don't think it'll be any fast. Honestly, Senator Hill, I don't think it will wind up being any faster whatsoever, but it would just give it priority to the docket as far as sitting on the docket. But I don't think that it will make I'm going to be honest with you. I know some of you would like to say that these are going to go faster, but that is not, we don't think it would be any faster.
Okay, my second question is, in relation to another bill that we have coming over from the House, there's a grant program for adult-sized changing tables in restrooms for handicapped people. And one thing that I had mentioned when we first started talking about this, when the committee was formed, was some type of grant program for these baby boxes, the temperature-regulated baby boxes. So I would hope that if that bill is entertained, coming over from the House about adult size changing tables for, adult handicapped people in public places, that we might consider baby box grants. That's just something I wanted to ask to bring to your attention, whether we entertain that bill or not.
Thank you, Senator Hill.
Thank you.
Okay. Ready on your amendment, and then we're ready on Senator Blackman. Senator Boyd, you need to adopt your amendment, ma'am.
Okay.
Senator Blackman, we're ready. Senator Boyd, let's go.
If you will look up on the top there, when we were doing, we had left out, we had some non-conforming language with what we were telling everyone in committee, and we thought we got it straightened out, but we did not. If you'll look at lines 245 through 252, the language on that, because we took out as what we talked about with the senator, is that we took out some language there, and we want to make sure that that's correct. So on lines 245 to 252, and it's at the contact info from the appropriate office of the department. And so that has to do with Department of Human Services. So what this does is it makes sure that if a child comes in this area, that they will publish out those notices, and they will make sure that it has information on how do you contact CPS.
Okay, we're ready on your motion, on your amendment, please, ma'am.
Move to adopt the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Blackman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is the amendment up there?
One
Not
moment,
yet.
please. Yes, ma'am. Good to go, Senator.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. What this amendment provides is that before there's a termination of parental rights hearing for an infant that has been relinquished under this proposed bill, that there would be a comparison made of the infant's DNA profile to publicly available databases to identify the infant's relatives within the third degree as computed by civil law. We would notify the infant's relatives identified under this subsection of the hearing at least 7 business days before the hearing. And infants' relatives that have been identified under this section shall have the right to appear and be heard at the termination of parental rights hearing. And the purpose of this is when we were in our committee, we were discussing that with these baby boxes, that they can drop them off anonymously. They don't have to give any information related to who the father is, who any relatives are, and the father may not even know he has had a child. And so all this amendment is doing is saying that, just like, you know, when we, for criminals, we go through DNA to place them on the scene of something. Let's go through the DNA database, just that's readily available, and see if we can determine who that child's relatives are. Because that child's relative or that child's father may want that child. I ask you to support the amendment. And if there are no questions, I move adoption.
Questions on the amendment? Senator Sparks. For what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
Will you yield
President.
for a question, Senator Blackman?
I yield.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Who's going to give authority to take the child's DNA?
It would be DPS.
Will,
CPS, I'm sorry, that's DPS, the public safety. CPS, because these children, these babies are gonna be dropped off at the, as I understand it, to the baby box, and then the CPS would take custody of the children, of the baby.
in other words, the child would end up probably right out of the gate in some type of foster care?
And that has to go through CPS.
Right.
But the difference is, in this instance, yeah, the Department of Public, Child Public Safety has services, as the one that has the custody of the child.
But we're taking the infant's DNA profile. What's going to happen with the DNA profile of the child afterwards?
No, we're taking the DNA, we're going to compare the infant's DNA profile to any publicly available database to determine if there is, and the baby's relatives are to the third degree, if they are available. And then we're going to just simply notify them so that they can attend the termination of parental hearing, because it may very well be that, again, the father may not know. And again, the relatives of the child may want the child.
And this is going, who's going to bear the cost?
Child Protective Services.
Okay.
And I would think, now, I wouldn't think if Child Protective Services is doing this, I wouldn't think there's any cost, because you have publicly available databases that law enforcement utilizes. So would you not think that they would be able to just give this to law enforcement and let law enforcement look it up?
Well, and what law enforcement has is CODIS, which is the everybody that's in the criminal database. So we're running against one database, which is going to be people who have felonies. But I guess my question from a legal standpoint, and I don't do adoption or that type of law, but who is speaking for the child whose DNA is being taken, and what is happening to that person's DNA after we run this check?
Child Protective Services, and I would presume that the youth court judges would be over this termination of parental rights. So youth court judges would be the one, and in lots, well, I don't know with this baby drop off, I don't know if they do, well, I know they would do a guardian ad litem when they're getting ready to determine whether it's a fit home. So they may very well appoint a guardian ad litem.
So somebody would have to have a court order to take DNA generally, whether it's an infant or not. I don't think we can take DNA, particularly from somebody who can't consent to that DNA being taken, just from a legal standpoint.
And from a legal standpoint, that's why I say Child Protective Services, and Child Protective Services would go through whatever the appropriate process is to effect this.
Thank you. Thanks for taking my question.
You're very welcome. If there are no other questions, Mr. President.
Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You for a question, Senator Blackman?
I yield.
Senator
Thank you.
Hill, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Senator Blackman. It's my understanding that if a child is brought to the hospital, that CPS is already going to test them for drugs in their system, diseases, injuries, and other things like that, correct?
That's true.
So they're going to have to get permission for that anyway, correct?
That is correct.
So if they were to just submit a sample into some database, some publicly available database, maybe even Ancestry DNA or some of these other databases that are out there to try to determine the next of kin, that would be right along the lines of them checking that child for drugs or whatever that they already do as far as tests in the hospital, correct?
That is absolutely correct. And that's all I'm trying to do, Senator Hill, is to make certain that perhaps that child gets reconnected with some relative.
Senator Blackman, I'd like to co-author your amendment.
Thank you,
You're
Senator.
welcome to do it.
Senator Polk, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator Blackman?
I yield.
Senator Polk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The whole point of the bill that we're looking at is, my understanding is, anonymity of the mother to be able to drop off a child in a probably bad situation with complete anonymity of who they are. If we do the DNA testing, will that not make it to where the mother can be identified also?
I'm not necessarily going to say yes on that, because it says to the third degree. So you got to be in a database. It could identify the father. It could identify some of the mother's relatives. But I think even if it does expose who that mother is, the courts, from my long time when I did Chancery, they looked at the best interests of the child. And when I studied for the bar, the best interest of the child was normally almost 99% of the time with the family. And all I'm trying to do is get this infant with some family member. And in particular, the father, because again, you know, they say mama's baby, daddy's maybe. So that father may not know that he is a father. And I'm trying to, that father may want that child.
And I understand that totally, and I agree that in concept, it's a pretty good idea. My concern is if we're trying to get infants, babies, newborns, into good situations as quickly as possible, would your amendment not make it to where a mother might not do the thing that seems to be what we're headed with this bill, is
No.
to that baby be dropped off in a safe place?
I would say no, and the reason I say no is because probably 10 times out of 10, that mother doesn't even know what this law is,
Doesn't know what?
what the law is.
Okay.
I mean, she wouldn't know that DNA can be captured. But council did tell me that once we've gone through this process, there is a provision that will notify the mother that this is being done or has been done.
So you don't think that a mother would necessarily, well, first let me ask this, are we trying to fool the public by not letting people know what the law is?
No, I'm not trying to fool the public at all. What I'm simply trying to do is to ensure, or to attempt to ensure that a baby is going to be with some relative. Now, we talked, and in our committee, I brought this up, that we just finished, well, we passed out of Medicaid, I think it was Medicaid, and we passed it out of the Senate for 3 years, allowing our postpartum care for mothers for 12 months. And so in the Mississippi Legislative Black Caucus's Issues and Policies Committee had a hearing on that was presented to us 4 years ago on this postpartum issue. And what came out of that was that these mothers, I mean, they're suffering like post-traumatic stress syndrome. So it may very well be that by putting this in place, those mothers who are suffering from that, then when they see that it's going to a relative or this father wants the child, maybe that mother might step back in and you're reuniting that family.
I understand what you're saying, but in my mind, I have to think that this might hamper the issue of a baby getting dropped off in a safe place, and that is my concern.
The baby will be dropped off in a safe place. And I think I think that bill, that the original, isn't it 75 days notice? What is the notice provision? Well, existing was 30 days, wasn't it? So whatever the existing law is in terms of notification, and this says at least 7 days before the hearing, and so you have an opportunity for all of those things to be worked out. And it may very well be that you can't even, you can't find a relative, or you can't find the father, but at least we've attempted from the state as a policy that we're trying to reunite the family. And CPS's mission, and those youth court judges who called Senator Boyd, they called me, they called a lot of the attorneys, they called Senator Simmons, Senator Angela Turner Ford, and they were saying that the whole purpose is to try to reunite the family. And that's what they do. And so they really didn't even want what that's come out of this task force. because they said that we were already, that they were doing it. And so that's all I'm trying to do, is just give an opportunity for the father to be a father. Y'all say we don't, you don't have these fathers present in the family unit, and now I'm trying to put the father in the family unit, and you don't want that. I can't hear you.
But Senator, wouldn't you agree that the main thing that we're talking about here is the safety of an infant and making sure that child will be dropped off in a safe place? That is
Chairman Paul.
That is the overarching reason for this bill.
We already have, if that's the case, we have existing law that provides for baby drop-offs. And we did this several years ago. So I'm trying to enhance existing law to make certain that that child has an opportunity to be with his or her relatives. My husband's mother lost her mother when she was 4 years old. She lost her father, and she went from one family member to another family member. And it was one family member that encouraged her to, she wanted an education. Those others didn't encourage her for an education. But as a result of her being with an aunt, a distant aunt, who encouraged her, she was able to finish high school, go to Jackson State University, get a master's degree in guidance counseling, and she died in 2000, and when I first came here, 2015, and she was 97 years old. Can you imagine what kind of life she had during that time? And right now, we have all of these tools that are available, just like Senator Hill mentioned, Ancestry.com. I mentioned that to Ethan, but I didn't want to put that in this bill. That's why we said whatever available public databases. Because if it's not a public database, then we've exhausted the means to try to find this father and a relative. And my whole objective is, like I said, what I learned in chancery practice was the best interest of the child.
Well, my overriding concern is the safety of that infant. I'm afraid what this amendment will do will make it to where mothers won't feel comfortable doing the right thing if that's what they think it is.
Thank you, Senator Polk. Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
I have another question.
You here for questions, Senator?
I yield.
Senator Hill is recognized.
Thank you. Senator Blackman, with regard to Senator Polk's concerns about a mother not dropping them off because the DNA might be collected to find other relatives, old law on line 155 says the parent who surrenders the baby shall not be required to provide any information pertaining to his or her identity, nor shall the emergency medical services provider inquire as to the same. And if they know who the parent is, they have to keep that confidential. But are you aware that the new language on 161 that was put in committee says the emergency medical services provider must ask the parent relinquishing the infant to identify any other parent of the infant other than the parent leaving the infant with the I went too far. With the emergency medical services provider, the emergency medical services provider must also attempt to obtain from the parent information concerning the infant's background and medical history on a specified form provided by the department. This information must include, but is not limited to, information concerning the use of a controlled substance by the infant's mother during the pregnancy or since the birth of the child. Provide that information regarding the use of a controlled substance by the infant's mother is not admissible as evidence. The emergency medical service provider must give the parent a copy of the form and a prepaid envelope for mailing the form to the department if the parent does not wish to provide that information to the provider. So if there's not a box, which we have heard earlier, there's not any boxes yet in the state, they're going to have to hand them off to somebody at one of these places that staff 24/7, correct?
They are, but I want to say this, Senator Hill, I don't know which version of this bill you're reading.
I'm reading.
But it was, may I complete my statement?
Yes.
But it was represented in committee that they can ask those questions, but the person is not required to give that information.
Right, correct. But my point was that if they drop the baby off and somebody's there, they're going to be asked these questions because the law says that they have to be asked these questions. So my point is, I don't see a difference in them being asked to provide who the family members are if they drop the baby off to a live person other than a box than to submit their DNA into a database if they drop it off in a box and don't talk to anybody. I'm asking you, I don't see the difference. Do you?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Other questions on the amendment? Okay, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
You want to speak?
Senator Boyd, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
While I appreciate what Senator Blackman is doing, trying to keep the family, I want to remind y'all the whole purpose of these pieces of legislation is to encourage people who would otherwise abandon children at inappropriate places, put them in garbage dumpsters, put them in toilets, and all different things that we have heard. The whole purpose of this is to get these children to a safe place. By requesting somebody's DNA and starting to run DNA, you are going to have a chilling effect on this process. Senator Polk was right that the whole purpose of this bill is so that we get these children to a safe place. And while I appreciate Senator Blackman's comments about trying to preserve the family, and I know the place that she's coming from, I would ask that you oppose this amendment because it is going to have a tremendous chilling effect on the whole purpose. Thank you.
Senator Boyd. Senator, we're ready for your motion.
May I close?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I really can't see how this would have a chilling effect. The baby has already been dropped off. The baby is already in a safe place. CPS has the baby. CPS has to conduct all of these tests to make sure that the baby is healthy, to make sure that the baby doesn't need any treatment, whether it's for drugs or for a common cold. So the blood work has already been collected. So this is just one tool, one more tool into trying to preserve families. I know my conservative colleagues here who believe in family values would want to make certain that this little baby has an opportunity to grow up with his or her relatives, to be in a nurturing environment, not having to stay in CPS and go from one foster parent to another foster parent, but to be with someone who loves that baby. And this is just one more tool. So I ask you to support the amendment, and I'd like for a roll call vote, and I'd like for 5 of my colleagues, if they would stand, please.
We have 6. Clerk, call roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Bryan. Butler to 36. Butler to 38. Carter. Kaufman. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingham. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. McCon. McDaniel. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Moran. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sojourner. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Blackwell. Blunt. Kaufman. Delano. Frazier. Horn. Michelle. Seymour. Younger. Voting yes or yay? Barnett. Blackman. Butler to 36, Butler to 38. DeBar. Frazier. Hickman. Hill. Horn. Jackson. Jordan. Norwood. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Suber. Thomas. And Turner Ford. Voting no or nay. Barrett. Blackwell. Boyd. Branning. Bryan. Carter. Kaufman. Chazanall. Chisholm. Delano. England. Fillingham. Harkins. Hobson. Johnson. Kirby. McCon. McDaniel. McClendon. McMahon. Moran. Parker. Parks. Polk. Sojourner. Sparks. Tate. Thompson. Whaley. Wiggins. And Williams.
Amendment fails, 18 yeas, 31 nays. Senator Boyd, you're recognized.
Mr. President, if there's no further questions, I ask that we adopt the strike all as amended, please.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're on the bills.
If there's no further questions, I would ask for passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call have been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Hill, no. Turner Ford, no. Norwood, no. Simmons, no. Simmons, no. Jordan, no. Jackson, no. Thomas, no. Frazier, no. Blackman, no. Anyone else? Butler, no. Butler, no. Horn, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passes. Chairman Bryan? Chairman Bryan, we're on item 132. Chairman Bryan passes. Chairman Chasnow? Pass. I'm sorry. Chairman Bryan? Careful.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, I'm told that we do want to do item 132.
Okay.
And so I go to item 132 and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 249, Mississippi Medical Cannabis Act, extend repeal to certain state laws for Department of Health and Revenue in connection with.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I ask the chair to recognize Senator Blackwell.
Senator Blackwell. You recognize? Explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. This bill started out as a simple bill. What we were doing with it to start with was that we just moved the dates for compliance with the State Personnel Board for the Department of Health and Department of Revenue, moved them from June of 23 to June of 26. They're having difficulty hiring people. And then IT services from June of 23 to June of 24. And then because Senator Delano passed Senate Bill 2728, we had to go back and further amend the strike-all. And Mr. President, I may go back. I'm on the strike-all. May I be recognized to continue to explain the strike-all?
You're recognized to explain the strike-all, Senator Blackwell.
So in the bill from lines 422 to 439, it's the exact same language that we passed in Senate Bill 2728. Again, Senator Delano's tech bill. That's an explanation of the strike-all. I'll yield for questions.
Questions? Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
Yield, Senator Blackwell.
I'll yield.
Senator Hill's recognized.
So what language did you say you put in the strike-all? The same thing that,
The language that was in 2728 that we passed earlier, and I think it's on the governor's desk right now. It's on lines 422 to lines 439.
okay. I can't see that. I don't have any amendment on the computer and I can't, okay, let me see. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Other questions? Senator Blackwell.
I move for adoption of the strike-all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I move for final passage if no further questions by the use of morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Senator Bryan.
I go to the next item and ask the title be read.
Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 259, Medical Radiation Technology, delete repealers on registration statutes.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Please proceed, Senator Bryan.
I have an amendment in the file. I would offer that amendment and I would ask to be recognized to explain it.
One moment, please. Okay, we have it up, Senator, we're ready.
Mr. President, the amendment does two things. It establishes a interstate compact to deal with occupational therapy licensure, which I believe is a non-controversial matter. It's very lengthy, but it's one of the typical compacts that we have with other states. The bill also makes technical amendments to the existing statute that we have on medical radiation technologist. It has a definition of nuclear medicine and a number of hyper-technical provisions that those who understand medical radiation technologists say are appropriate to keep us up with the current procedures. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call being requesting an objective procedure. Those voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, I would like to pass the next two items on the calendar and ask that they retain their place.
Retain their place on the calendar. Number 136, Senator, on page 14. Senator, are you passing on 136 to 141? Yes, thank you very much. Chairman Chasnow, pass. Chairman Michelle, Senate, we're on 143.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 143, House Bill 521, and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 521, Length of Service Award Program, authorized for the recruitment and retention of volunteer firefighters.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we recognize Senator McClendon and describe the strike all.
Senator McClendon, you're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate colleagues, we have had the United States of America looking at us today, apparently. We've had anyone with children or grandchildren looking at us today. And now we have the entire state of Mississippi that could benefit from this bill and something you could carry home to all your colleagues and say, look what we did. Right now in the state of Mississippi, we have a declining number of volunteer firefighters. At the present time that we are down 30% from what we were 5 years ago. You have on your desk a letter from the president of the Mississippi Fire Chiefs Association. And what he's asking and what we're asking, the insurance department is heavily in favor of this. 33 states have passed this. It's called the Mississippi Length of Service Award Program, where it will benefit volunteer firefighters as well as try to help with the recruitment of firefighters by offering this mere sum of a retirement after the 20 years of service, which would be $10,000 plus accrued interest. Not much of a retirement, but at least it's something to where we can say, here's this, as well as a disability program for them. These are people that put their lives on the line, whether it be a fire, a wreck, or whatnot, getting paid absolutely nothing. The LoSAP program would be governed by a board of 5, which would be appointee by the governor, an appointee by the lieutenant governor, the insurance commissioner, the treasurer, and the state fire coordinator. The point system would be developed by them. An example of the point system would be whether assigned duties, you would get points, monthly meetings at a station, CDR certification, whether they attended fire academy classes, fire safety education, shuttle drills, Whether they were a chief or assistant fire chief, they would get a number of points. Certified Volunteer Firefighter Program in modules 1 and 2, as well as EMT, AEMT, or paramedic would get a point system. They would also get points for being years of service, whether it be 10, 15, or 20 years. Mr. President, I also would like to offer an amendment at this time to the strike all and ask to explain the amendment.
We have it up. You're recognized to explain the amendment, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're going to amend on the strike all lines 106 through 109. After the LoSAP Length of Service Award Program has been funded, the remaining amounts shall be deposited into the Fire Insurance Rebate Fund for distribution to municipal and county fire departments. This bill does not take away any money for the Rural Fire Truck Program or equipment. Also, further amend on line 353, before the comma, we're inserting the following language. If any additional amounts are required above $3 million. What we're doing this year, Senator Hobson has agreed, from the general fund, we're going to put $3 million as seed money. After that, there will be an appropriation of $3 million from the rebate fire, the insurance premium. And with that, I would offer any questions, sir.
Questions on the
amendment?
On the amendment. Senator Butler, for what purpose? On the bill. So we have no questions on the amendment. We're ready for your motion.
I move that we adopt the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, Senator. Senator Moran, for what purpose you seek recognition?
I had one quick question, and maybe I missed it. Is this starting from this day forward, or does this go back? In other words, if a guy's been working for 15 years, 5 more and he gets it?
You're going to get length of service. Say you were a fireman for City of Diamond Head.
For 15 years?
15 years, you're going to get points for that.
Okay.
And then he goes and volunteers. Then he will get additional time, service as a volunteer fireman, as well as points for different qualifications that he meets.
The reason I ask this, I have some friends that have been volunteers, good Lord, since we were in high school. They've 20, 30 years. So does that mean that they would already be vested for that 20 years?
That is going to be up to the board that will make that decision.
I mean, because first thing they're going to ask us when we get home, hey, is this from this day forward? Or I've been serving for 25 years, do I get my 20?
Yes, sir, that will be up to the board, which includes the insurance commissioner as well as the state fire coordinator. So they're definitely on those guys' sides.
I would hope that it would take into consideration their time that they spent there already. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question.
Butler, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Were you here for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator Butler is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, that was in line with Senator Moran. So the board that's going to be established would be the one determining whether the ones that have been on the fire service for whatever amount of years be able to reap these benefits?
Yes, sir. You're going to have 10 years of prior service, gets 4-year qualifying investment, 15, 6 years, 20 years, then you will get an additional 10. So it will be up to that board to decide whether firemen, the volunteer firemen that are there now, will be getting that those years of service.
Okay, and they have to have at least 20 years of service before they be able to reap the benefit?
Yes, sir.
All right, and
well, no, let me, 10 years of service, and then they can have qualifying events such as years longevity that will go towards also.
Okay, that was gonna be my next question. So that's the points?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, so they earn the points, but the key is 10 years?
Yes, sir.
Not 20 years?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any other questions? Senator McMahon, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You for a question, Senator McClendon?
Yes, sir.
Senator McMahon, you're recognized.
Senator McClendon, thank you for your work on this. Why are we leaving it up to the board to make the decision instead of codifying it here? That, you know, what the terms are going to be, what the recognition of service is going to be?
Well, I'm not a professional firefighter. Have you been through the fire academy?
No, sir.
I want to leave it up to the professionals to do this. The state fire coordinator is a professional firefighter. He also will take recommendations from the Fire Chiefs Association. The insurance commissioner, he is the state fire chief. So you have two people that will be on that board that will be making this point system. I have a copy of what has been done by different boards around the country, different states, if you'd like to see it.
I'm just afraid what we're going to do is create some ill will here with ladies and gentlemen that have been serving for 20, 25, 30 years. If they're not going to give them credit for that, if I was a volunteer firefighter and they weren't, and I had 20, let's say I had 25 years in, they weren't going to give me any credit on that, I'd quit today, and we've already got a problem. I think it'll be an unintended consequence. And we already have a problem. Most of our firefighters in Mississippi are volunteers, and we're having trouble recruiting at all. I know that's what the intent of the legislation is.
Absolutely. And
I just wish the bill would say, I wish it was better and the bill is going to recognize their service for those that have already served and are still on active duty.
Well, I can assure you that Commissioner Cheney, as well as the state fire coordinator, does not want to lose those. And I know they will take that into consideration. And if you don't think we hear from firemen, they triple hear from firemen. So it's, I'm almost 100%, 99% sure that they would do that. Can I say 100%? No. Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator Michelle. Senator McClendon.
If there's no questions, other questions on the amendment,
I'm sorry, Senator Barnett, for what purpose, sir?
I'd like to speak on the bill.
Please proceed to the front. We're on the amendment right now, Senator. You want to speak on the amendment of the bill? Okay, well, let's adopt the amendment, then we'll speak on the bill.
At this time, if there are no further questions on the strike-all amendment, I'd like to adopt the, if there's no other questions on the amendment, I'd ask that we adopt the amendment to the strike-all this time.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay. We adopted the amendment, so we don't have.
He wants to adopt it. He was talking about.
That's correct, the strike-all.
At this time, if there are no further questions on the strike-all amendment, I'd ask that we adopt the strike-all.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're on the bill. Senator Barnett, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McClendon. You know, Senator McClendon, it's been often times where I have been here at the podium and present legislation, and we have differed in our opinions and differed in how we vote on that particular measure. But I just want to thank you for bringing this measure to the legislature, because this is something that for 16 years as a mayor in a small town fought to try to get my supervisors and others to do, because there are many small towns, many rural areas in Mississippi that does not have paid firefighters. But in a place like Jasper County, where we're the #1 producer of oil and gas in the state of Mississippi, yet we do not have a paid professional fire department. So we greatly depend upon those volunteers when we need them to respond to situations that has happened. Most of the time, I'm sure that most of us have passed by an accident on the interstate in those in rural places, and the first people to show up are those unpaid volunteer firemen, and they do a good job. And I know many have asked the question as to what happens for those who have served time that may not get any time for it. But I don't think that we can look back. I think we need to look forward. And I think looking forward is to making sure that we keep encouraging those men and women who put on those uniforms, who get in those trucks and drive to those situations, knowing that they're not going to get paid, but to render the best service that they can possibly render to those who are in need. So I am asking that we support this bill, and thank you for your efforts in bringing this to the legislative body. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Barnett. We're ready on your motion, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. Also, let me mention, this does have a strike all in it. So Senator McMahon, that will be addressed in conference when this goes. You're concerned about volunteer firemen. Mr. President, if there are no further questions.
Senator McMahon, for what purpose?
Question.
You're for a question, Senator McClendon?
Yes, sir.
Senator McMahon, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you. We're lucky that we have we've had a lot of hardworking public officials in this state. And Commissioner Cheney, are you aware that Commissioner Cheney's just texted me to let me know that prior service will be included?
Thank you, Commissioner Cheney.
Thank you for your work, Senator. Thank you, Chairman.
Any other questions? Okay, we're ready on your motion, Senator McClendon.
Mr. President, if there are no further questions, I would ask for final passage by the use of the morning
Use of
roll.
morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Which records voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. Chairman Polk, you're recognized. Senate, we're on 144.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip 144 through 147, let them retain their place on the calendar, and ask the title be read on 148.
Retain the place on the calendar, 148. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 809, Executive Director of Public Utility Staff, remove Public Service Commission from the process of appointing.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. As most of you know, we have the Public Service Commission, and then we have the Public Service Staff. The Public Service Staff has an executive director appointed by the governor. Right now, under current law, the governor receives from the Public Service Commission 3 to 6 names for possible directors of the staff. This has become a very cumbersome procedure in that the governor then, if the nominees given to him by the Public Service Commission is not his standards or her standards, then the process has to start over. The bill that you see before you does nothing but just make it a clear appointment by the governor with any indirect input the Public Service Commission would like to give, but the governor does not have to consider those names. There is the Senate still has advice and consent over the executive director of the staff after the governor would name that person. If there are no questions, I'd like to use the morning roll call for passage.
Questions? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Voting no. Present. Bill passes. Chairman Parks. I'm sorry, Chairman Tate. Chairman Tate. We're on 149.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 149, House Bill 1310, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1310, Elections, revised provisions related to the integrity.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Please proceed, Senator.
Yes, I have an amendment that I'd like to explain.
You're recognized to spring the strike call. I believe you have a strike call. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, there's a strike call, but I have an amendment to the strike call if I can explain.
Okay, let's go to the
All right.
strike call first, if you would, and then we'll go to the amendment.
Yes, sir. So what this amendment's going to do is it's going to address two different things. In this bill, there's many layers to it. One of it is a procedural audit for clerks. In committee, we had passed that the audit would consist of 16 counties. And after talking with the clerks and with the Secretary of State's office, they'd like to change that to 82. So part of the amendment is to change this from 16 counties to all 82. And then the other part of the amendment is going to be a section that deals with our election support fund. Last year, we changed how those funds are sent. It was 50% to the counties. We changed it to 70%. And what this amendment will do is make it where all 100% of those funds go to the counties. That's an explanation of the amendment. Be happy to take any questions on the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Senator Hickman, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator Hickman is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, when you say this, because it was my understanding that I'm not on the committee, but what was passed out of committee was kind of like a pilot that would audit 16 counties, but now that we're changing from 16 to 82, what does that mean?
It'll still be it'll still be a pilot where it'll only be for this general federal election and next, for this federal election, general election, excuse me, and next year's general election. And then it would take further legislation to go beyond that. So it's still a pilot to where it does sunset.
But with the 82 counties, so does that mean automatically all 82 counties are going to be audited after these elections?
Half will be for 1 year, half will be for the other year. Yes, sir.
And what are we looking at when we audit? So the Secretary of State's office is going to go are going to audit 41 counties.
Yes, sir. That'll be in the strike. I won't get to explain it. It lays out exactly what they can look for, how they can look for it, and it's something that the clerks are okay with. It's something that the Secretary of State is okay with, and I want you to know that I've spent several hours in conference calls and in person with the clerks to make sure that all this indigestion will settle.
Okay. And so once you explain the strike all, we'll have what the parameters are.
Yes.
And it's going to be a uniform process for all counties that are going to be looked at.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. I'll reserve the rest of my questions for the strike off.
Okay.
There's no other questions on the amendment. I move that we adopt the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the strike.
Okay, so now on the strike all, we'll just go section by section. Section 1 is laying out the Secretary of State will be authorized to do procedural audits for the 2023 and 2024 general elections. What they're going to do is they're going to randomly select half of our counties for this year, half of the counties for next year that will participate in the audit. There will be no more than 5 precincts per county that are audited. The Secretary of State will have to announce 90 days prior to the election just which counties and precincts will be audited. In line 74 through 90, it explains just exactly what will be audited, and those will include equipment ballot counting. It'll include testing of machines, ballot accounting reports, absentee ballots, all the paperwork with absentees, affidavits, and all the information with affidavits. Next on lines 91, it states that the Secretary of State will have to produce a manual 90 days prior to the election. So like you're asking, Senator Hickman, there will be a procedure that'll be uniform for all counties on how exactly they will go for these different items. And then in lines 102, it states that, prior to submitting the report, they're going to give the local election officials the opportunity to be able to comment on just what happened. Something that's very important that we have in this legislation is, we want to make sure that nothing that's small, that didn't change the outcome of an election or did not disenfranchise any voter, that be pointed out. And so at the front of this report, at the title of this report, if you will, it'll list all the counties, and it'll list if there were any voters that were disenfranchised by the number. It'll list if any outcomes of any elections could be changed. That way, the title, the headline, if you will, would give those good counties cover. Section 2 of this bill is just some language that was outdated. It's obsolete. It's about counties having to turn in over and under votes, known as residual votes. In Section 3, there's some code sections that are updated based on Section 5 of this bill, but also it lays out in lines 269 through 275 for election commissioners to be able to get paid extra if they have to conduct an audit. One thing that I did fail to mention, if there's ever a challenge of an election that a precinct is chosen, then there will be no audit. If there's a runoff in that precinct, then the audit will occur after the runoff. So nothing that we want to do here, we want to get in the way of the elected officials conducting the election. Section number 4, this is one that was part of the amendment. This is our election support fund. And what this does is this is going to allow for 100% of those funds to go to our counties. That'll help them pay for, to offset any costs that this audit may cause, any costs that are associated in Section 5 of this bill also. And so now I'll get to Section 5. And what Section 5 is it's a codification of a confirmation notice. And what this does is this codifies partially NVRA of 1993. What this does is it states that an election commissioner shall send a confirmation notice to the following, and one is a registered voter who it appears that the United States Postal Service has a change of address information. Number 2, if the county registrar has received notice from another state or political subdivision, if there's any returned mail, if a voter has failed to vote in 2 years, that includes at least 2 general federal elections, and any other reasonable information that can be gathered on why a registered voter would not be there. After this person sent a confirmation notice, that voter will be put in inactive status. Any voter that's put in inactive status will remain there for at least 2 general federal elections. After 2 general federal elections, that's when one of 2 actions will happen. Either between that time they will have responded back to the card and their name will appear back in active status, or they'll be purged. The only way that their names will not be purged is if in those 2 general federal election years they do again respond to the card, they update their information in any way, they re-register to vote, they serve on jury duty, or they vote. That's an explanation of Section 5. Section 6 just has some updates because of Section 5. Section 7, if y'all remember last year, we had 6 counties that were in a lawsuit over how we register voters and how we handle those that are naturalized citizens. We were able to get out of that lawsuit last year. And by doing that, we were able to allow the circuit clerks to be able to check with various state agencies with their software to see if there were potential non-citizens. What Section 7 is going to do Section 7 and 8 are going to do is this is going to allow the authority to go to the Secretary of State to be able to check for these voters, to be able to run the database. This does not give the Secretary of State the authority to purge. It just allows them to check the voter rolls. And then at the end of Section 8, because the code section was there, we decided to add email addresses as part of information that is not subject to public request. That's an explanation of the strike all. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Senator Jordan, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
I have a question, Mr. President.
Were you for a question, Senator Tate?
Yes.
Senator Jordan, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tate, has there been any problems with circuit clerks and any voter fraud of any type, of any magnitude that require? The reason I ask that is because it appears that the vote is one of the most sacred things anyone can have, and a lot of people are afraid to vote in many ways because there have been so many deaths reference to the vote, and that is a privilege. I thought maybe if there's no problem, the circuit clerk take care of that. Now, have we been having major problems to require legislation to interfere with the electorate?
Well, like you said, every vote is precious.
Sure.
So one fraudulent vote is just as bad as precious as one vote. And so what we want to do is we want to clean up our voter rolls. When you have people on the rolls by name only, and they're not actually living there, that is a vessel for voter fraud. And yes, there is voter fraud. What this does is it gives our local election officials another tool to be able to clean up their rolls.
What you're saying, there are people who are registered to vote, just only have name, no address, and...
No, when I say in name only, I mean their name's there, but they as a person are not really living there. And it's just a slot that can be used for potential voter fraud.
Has that been in one of the 82 counties we have?
Yes, sir, it's happened in several counties.
Of a great magnitude, a lot of people doing that?
Yes, sir. We went through this bill 2 years ago. I had all the information then. It was very abundant. I've been told by the Secretary of State that it's just grown from there. And so, yes, sir, there is a problem.
Yeah, but I don't want us to frighten people away from the poll.
No, sir, I don't know of anybody that's frightened away from the polls.
Well, I participate in many elections, and I know there are people who still, because of what has happened for individuals, certain individuals who tried to vote who were not allowed to vote.
I don't know of anybody being disenfranchised, and that's part of what this bill will actually do, is to crack down to see if anybody is.
Well, I'm for that, but I don't
Yes,
want
sir.
I don't want it to appear that it is intimidating, because someone asked for, all I needed 11,000 and so many votes, and there was no substance to that cry out. And I don't want to put fear in people. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, sir.
I don't mind anybody checking the secretary and can ask and
I think this bill, even though it deals with more than one, even though it's more than just one section, I think that because both the audit and the voter roll maintenance version of it, that it takes care of it on both ends. It'll make sure to crack down on if there's any intimidation going on like that.
Well, that's good. I just want to be absolutely sure that we don't intimidate people, because actually we want everybody to vote, everybody to participate in the election.
Yes, sir, I agree.
And I don't want to scare it away, because we got new rules coming, and people say, well, I don't want to get involved because I have a record of some kind which doesn't prohibit one from voting.
Yes, sir, I agree with you 100%.
All I'm trying to say is it's so precious.
It is, I agree.
And it shouldn't be tampered with unless it's absolutely necessary to do so. But I take you at your word, it is necessary to have this bill.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Parker, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
For a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator Parker, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding. And also thank you for meeting with me and going through a few of my questions on this. And, these are things that you and I discussed and talked about a little bit, but I just want to, I guess, just bring this to the attention of the body. The concern I have, so the one notice that they will get is after they miss 2 federal elections, they will get a notice in the mail if they haven't met the other provisions of serving on jury or something like that. Is that correct? They'll get one notice?
If over the course of 2 general federal elections, so a presidential election and a midterm election, if a voter has not voted, if a voter does not update their voter registration, if we haven't heard from them, then a confirmation notice will be sent to them. And then once that confirmation notice is sent, whatever point in time that is, then that's when, if 2 general federal elections go by and they have failed to respond, then they will be taken off the voter rolls. If they vote, or if they respond, or if they serve on jury duty, if they send an email to the clerk, if they show up for jury duty, they don't even have to serve on jury duty, then they will be exempt from that.
Would you agree that there are people who probably routinely, just for, I guess, general reasons, might miss 2 of the federal elections just, because they might have, a family occurrence going on and maybe some travel? It just seems that just missing 2 elections like that to have the notice delivered seems to be something that is a large number of notices that would go out. So do you have any idea how many notices would go out?
Well, it would be the one, but it would be 2 general federal elections, but you've got to realize there's going to be a primary, and more than not, we have primary runoffs, and we have municipal elections, and we have special elections, and we have referendums. I mean, it's not just that they missed 2 elections. And then even after that, it's not that they're then going to be taken off. They then have all the elections that I just mentioned that'll happen between 2 general federal elections. So, there'll be a cycle of elections that go by.
Right, I just wonder, you know, and this was brought up in committee too, and so I think this is a good time to discuss it, that, you know, there are sometimes candidates who come along who, you know, inspire people to vote who maybe, you know, who don't vote. You know, I think of two in the last 20 years. I know a number of people who maybe didn't vote all the time were very enthusiastic. This was mentioned in the committee to go vote when Obama was running for president. Some of those people maybe had not voted in a long time. And I could argue also that when former President Trump was running, there were probably some people in the state who maybe hadn't voted for a long time who did go and vote in that race. And so I don't see this as a partisan issue at all. I just want to be sure that we're not going to have, by doing this, a large number of people who show up to enthusiastically vote for a candidate. Maybe we have a person from our state who has decided they're going to run for president. Maybe our current governor is running for president one day, you know, but you know, who knows? But if that happened, you know, or whoever it might be, you know, I think there could be some enthusiasm in the state to go vote for somebody. You know, it could be Senator Simmons. You know, he might be running for president one day, and you know, but so my point is not to be partisan at all on this, but to just have us think about that. And I don't think that I fully know the impact of this, you know, in my area. We sometimes in our area will have people who don't vote for a while because they have, you know, some, you know, unfavorable feeling with the government or something like that for a little bit of time, but then they do come back out. So as this bill is presented here, I know you've made changes to it. It's going to go back to the House. Does this have a reverse repealer in it, or is this our last bite at the apple on this?
It doesn't have a reverse repealer in it.
Would you be amenable to adding that to the bill?
I'd like to see this thing go through. I mean, whatever the body feels like they want to do. I am a freshman here, so I'm going to, you know, I don't know what the protocol would be, but I would say that I would vote against putting a reverse repealer in it. Okay, I'll wait and see how, I think there could possibly be other amendments on it, and so I'll kind of see how things will go in the discussion. Thank you for your work. Yes, sir, and I've thought since we've met this morning, and since Chairman Bryan brought up, and you brought up the 08 election, you know, there was a lot of people that got registered to vote that year too. And I just want to make sure that the record's clear that, you know, if someone updated their status, then, you know, they're fresh. It's clear whether they've been past registered or not. So I just wanted to throw that out there as well. But if they are purged after the 6 to 8 year period, when they do show up to vote on that day, when they go to the polls, they haven't re-registered. They will not be able to vote. They'll be given an affidavit. They won't be able to absentee. They won't not absentee. They won't be able to affidavit vote. They'll be able to affidavit vote, but then that affidavit would not count. Okay, so their vote will not count in any way in the form that champion. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you.
Senator Hickman, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Here for a question, Senator Tate?
Yes.
Senator Hickman is recognized.
To Section 5, that's the one part of the bill that I think is where this entire bill has lost me. But my question is, you're saying a 6 to 8 year period. If you could, I think you kind of breeze through, what is the process? Because it's sounding more like 4 years to me if you say 2 federal election, which could be a midterm, and then a general federal election, like a presidential election, which comes in the span of 4 years rather than 6. So at what point do you go inactive?
Once 2 general federal elections begin. So it depends on when you want to start that time. So like let's say you voted last year, you didn't this year. Okay, and then next year it's a midterm. Next year's a presidential, you don't vote. The next year you don't vote. The next year you don't vote. At the end of all that time, that's when you'll become inactive. Okay? And then you'll have 2 general federal elections after that, which means you'll go to the next presidential election, and then you'll go to the next midterm election. And through that whole time, if you have not contacted the circuit clerk's office, if you haven't shown up for jury duty, if you haven't voted, if you haven't made contact, then that is when you're purged from the rolls.
So if someone registers to vote this year, failed to vote in 2023, failed to vote in 2024, and fails to vote in 2026, they have now become inactive.
And they have not served on jury duty, and they have not contacted, yes.
So in a period of, that's a period of roughly 4 to 5 years, you can become inactive, and then in another 4 years, you could be purged from the voter roll. Okay, and so do you know how many people this would affect at this current moment?
Well, we don't know because we haven't sent a card to everybody. In other words, it would take the action of actually doing that to then see who then will respond, who then will, go to vote.
What's the current law on someone being purged from the voters roll?
Well, it's the same as, so what this does is this will add not voting as a trigger. So right now our triggers are, the main trigger is return jury summons. Now, I've been registered to vote since I was 18. I've yet to receive a jury summons. I've never been selected, okay? So I could have moved and I'd still be on the voter rolls. And so what this will do is this will provide an extra tool to be able to find out if someone actually lives where they say they live. There are states where they require that you update every year or every 2 years at least. What this will do is this will make it where if we don't see you, we're going to send you a card and then you respond.
Okay. And so I guess I'm puzzled because I think that the right to vote also comes with the right not to vote.
That's right, and you have the right not to vote, but we want to make sure that you're there because just as important with election integrity is the perception of election integrity. And when we have inflated poll books, which has been stated at this session from both members of the Republican and Democratic Party, we need to make sure that we crack down on that so that there's not a perception and in reality there's not voter fraud that's happening.
And when you say perception, you mean, what do you mean by that?
Inflated poll books, knowing that there are people, knowing that there are houses that are abandoned that have people that are registered at them, and there's nothing that you can do as an election official to take them off the rolls unless you get a notice from them. And if they've moved off to Alabama or wherever, they're not going to send you that notice. This gives us an opportunity to be able to clean up our rolls.
And did we explore any other options or other ways to clean up our rolls other than purging people who may still be living at that house?
This just seemed to be a good way that it passed in other states that's been in front of the Supreme Court, that the Supreme Court upheld several years ago. And I thought that this was a good way to go. We passed it out of this chamber 2 years ago. The House passed it last year and this year, and I think this was a good year to be able to send it to the governor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Senator Kelvin Butler, do you have a question?
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Butler?
Yes, sir.
Senator Butler.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator.
Yes, sir.
Chairman. Just help me, I'm not on the election committee, and just kind of help me understand why do we need to purge voters that have registered to vote?
Well, what we want to do is we want to make sure that we have clean voter rolls, okay? So a county has to order a certain number of ballots based on how many registered voters are in a certain precinct. So not only do we want clean rolls, we want to help our counties in costs of what they have to provide. I heard from this well earlier today that we have a problem with people showing up with jury duty. Our jury duty is tied into who's registered to vote. If we're sending out jury summons to folks that aren't on the rolls, then we're getting a diluted jury pool of non-existing people. And so that would also help with the jury pools. Those are three, just touching on them real quick, reasons why we want to clean up our rolls.
But again, so in other words, a person can actually register to vote every 6 years.
They can register every year. In other words, somebody could re-register every year, multiple times a year if they wanted to. Yes, sir.
But again, normally when you register to vote, that's pretty much it. You register to vote, you vote, and but you're saying that you have to vote in federal elections.
You don't have to vote in federal elections. All this does is it's a trigger that if over the course of the time period of 2 general federal elections, you do not vote, and we do not see that you're there, we haven't heard from you, haven't showed up for jury duty, you don't respond to an email to the clerk's office, then you'll be sent a notice. And then once we send you that notice, you'll then have a time period of 2 general federal elections where you either respond to that notice, you write an email to the clerk, you show up for jury duty, you vote, or you'll be taken off the rolls.
So a city election doesn't count?
A city election does count, yes, sir.
A county election doesn't count?
It does count, yes, sir. What I'm saying is the 2 general federal elections is what our time frame is. Everything in between there, all those elections count. Special elections, runoff elections.
Well, you confused me, son. You confused me now. You keep saying federal election, but I'm saying if I vote in a city election, I'm good.
You're good.
If I vote in a county election,
You're good.
I'm good.
Yes, sir.
But if I miss 2 federal elections, I'm not good.
No, you're still good because you voted within those time frames. In other words, the federal elections are the time frames. And then all the elections in between count. Okay, so we're just talking about the time frame. The time frame is 2 general federal elections.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Parker, do you have a question?
Just one more quick question.
Do you yield, Senator Parker?
Yes, sir.
Senator Parker.
So if I'm a voter and I've been voting for several years and I decided, I'm getting older, I really don't want to do jury duty, would this be a way to get out of jury duty going forward?
No, sir. If you're 65 years or older, you can call and request to be taken off of jury duty.
So if I'm younger than that though and I want to get out of jury duty, when I get purged from this list, I would never have to be on jury duty again, correct?
There's a lot of people that do not get registered to vote just because they do not want to serve on jury duty.
But if I am registered to vote and I want to get out of jury duty, this would be my vehicle to get out of jury duty forever going forward.
Or you could just ask to have your name taken off the voter rolls. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Senator Sparks, a question?
Yes, Mr. President, a question.
You yield, Senator Sparks.
Yes, sir.
Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make sure I kind of understand. Section 1 is completely new statute, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Section 5 is completely new statute?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we're authorizing the audit of election procedures for the 2023 and 2024 general elections is the kind of opening sentence. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, sir. There is an amendment that if you don't have a copy of it, I can hand it to you. That we passed earlier.
No, I was, yeah. But my question is, are we doing this as a one-time cycle?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. In other words, it sunsets, and like I explained a few weeks ago, whenever we talked about this, I think this is something that we can look to see what the Secretary of State found, if they need to dig deeper, if they don't need to dig at all, if this is something where a county needs to be looked at once every 8 years or once every. In other words, I think after conducting this pilot, we'll have those answers, and it may be where we don't need an audit.
But we're going to look at all 82 counties on these 2 elections. Split them equal.
Yes, sir.
Randomly.
Yes, sir.
But it's only on the general election.
Yes, sir. When you look at primaries, things are a little bit different. You have executive committees that run them, and I think that just makes it too complicated. Also in here, we have that if there's a precinct that's being challenged, I think that makes things too complicated. You're already going to have a candidate that's going to go in there and look for everything anyway. Also, we have in here if there's a runoff that the audit, it takes a back seat to that runoff because this is new. This is something that our clerks, want but don't want to be overwhelmed with and don't want to be, as I put earlier in the session, put on blast for something minor that may have happened that didn't really have an outcome or change of the outcome of the election.
So the Secretary of State is going to develop a manual online, subsection C. I've got it on line 92.
That's right. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. So that manual is going to have to be in place because they can't alter it 90 days before an election.
That's right.
So that manual's got to be in place 90 days before the general election in November of this year.
Yes, sir.
All right. And that's going to be provided to the clerks when?
90 days prior.
Okay. Now, it says it can't be amended after 90 days. I mean, is this going to be a manual that tells them how they're going to be audited, or is it a manual telling them how to
Yes, sir.
successfully run elections?
So prior, no, sir, it'll be on how the conduct of the audit will be. So prior to that, on my line, 74 through 90, it lays out the 4 things that they can look for. Remember, we had the bill earlier that was vague, that I told you was vague, that you agreed very much was vague. Well, now we have narrowed it down to 4 types of items that they can go for. That's documentation on equipment, documentation on ballots, documentation on absentees, and documentation on affidavits.
Okay. And then you mentioned earlier fraud. The bill that we had before obviously got amended to kind of be more of a fraud bill. Is there anything in this legislation that actually uses the term election fraud?
I'm not sure if that's in here. I hated to see that your amended bill died over there. I thought it was a good one, and I told the Secretary of State that I thought that bill and this bill would be good in tandem. So I hate that it didn't. But hey, I look forward to hopefully you dropping a bill like that next session.
Sure. So this bill doesn't do anything if somebody sees fraud. This bill doesn't address that. Doesn't address it. Okay. And then it does address citizenship in a couple of places. Now, when we talk about citizenship, we're talking about United States citizenship, correct?
Right.
Which is required to be eligible to vote in Mississippi elections.
Be a naturalized citizen, and that was what the lawsuit was over, was
Sure.
how counties were handled.
And then, is there anything in here about residency? Because citizenship talks about your country, where you're a citizen, naturalized or not, but then you also have to be a resident of Mississippi to get to vote in Mississippi. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
But that's in other statutes.
That's where they'd actually fill out their registration forms, and they'd sign on the dotted line on sworn affidavit saying that their residency is wherever it is.
Okay, but to be eligible, you got to be more than a citizen. You got to be a resident of the
Yes,
state.
sir. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
all right. Thank you. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions, but Senator Blunt, I think you have an amendment. You recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The right to vote includes the right not to vote. My amendment, it's on the screen, deletes essentially 3 lines in Section 5 that deal with purging. Under the bill that's before you, there are 4 triggers whereby the Election Commission are going to send you out a postcard. One is if there's a change of address form with the post office, that's A. One is if there's a notice from another county or state that you've registered to vote there. One is the failure to vote. And the 4th is reliable information that a person has moved to another state. The amendment leaves 3 of those reasons and deletes 1, and that is the failure to vote. In other words, the trigger mechanism that Senator Tate described will be implemented if a person has completed a change of address form. They'll send you a card if you've registered to vote somewhere else. They'll send you a card if there's reliable information that you've moved to another state. But we're not going to send you a card if you've chosen as a citizen not to vote in 2 federal elections. So if you're concerned about cleaning up the voter rolls, and we all ought to be concerned about that, you've left 3 of the triggering events in the bill. You've removed the one about voting, about failure to vote. We all know that voters sometimes aren't excited about their federal candidates. The off-year congressional elections are usually sleepy affairs in this state, not much reason to go vote, and turnout's often very low. A person should not be purged from the voter rolls if they choose to stay home. That's what the amendment does. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? See no questions, Senator. Oh, wait a minute, we do have one. Senator Jordan for a question.
Thank you.
You yield Senator Jordan for a question.
Yeah.
Senator Jordan.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Senator Blunt, for an example, if a person is ill for 2 years and no one actually, the circuit clerk doesn't know it, or someone else who is innocent doesn't know it, will that person also be removed?
Well, under the bill that's before you, if a voter fails to vote at least once in 2 years, which could mean an off-year congressional election and a presidential election, which is really just that 2 year period, then that would be a triggering event where the election commissioners have to send that person a card. And that could begin the process of purging that voter. That's what the bill says.
What your amendment does is what?
My amendment says that the provisions about sending that postcard are based on evidence that someone has moved to another county, moved to another state, registered to vote somewhere else. We're going to send that person a card. But we're not going to send somebody a card simply because they failed to come vote.
Yeah.
So that's what the amendment does.
But I think we've gotten in a lot of trouble since pre-clearance on things like that. Many lawsuits have been, this doesn't have to be pre-cleared by national government, so we may be doing something that could be wrong.
Well, you're right. We don't have pre-clearance anymore in this country, which is, in my mind, is unfortunate.
I don't think many individuals understand how precious the vote is to people who have been denied voting simply because of who they were or who they are. And I don't want anything tampered with that right given to these United States for every American citizen. So all this stuff coming up with new rules and new regulation when there is no major problem does indicate to me that there's something out there that probably don't want everybody voting. Now, maybe I'm wrong, and I hope I'm wrong as two left shoes, but situations like that have happened.
Yes, sir, they have.
And so we have to be skeptical when it comes to something as important as the vote.
Yes, sir, I agree.
That's why I sound antagonistic, but I've been through this, and I know what it means I paid poll tax to vote when I didn't have any money.
Yep.
Had to hustle it. So the vote is very precious. So I don't want anybody tampering with it when there's no real problem. That's all I'm saying.
I agree with you, Senator Jordan.
Thank you.
I hear this argument of perception, and I would just say, I mean, you and I have worked on this for a long, long time. You've been here longer than I have. It's time to put up or shut up on this stuff. In the last 3 years, how many voter fraud cases has the Attorney General brought in this state? How many cases has she brought to prosecute somebody for voter fraud? I asked the Assistant Secretary of State for Elections in the committee, and he said he wasn't aware of any. So just because folks have a perception, if that perception is not based on facts or evidence, we've got to push back against that. Okay, thank you.
You move for adoption of the amendment, Senator? We have another amendment? Oh, you would speak on the amendments. I'm sorry.
I ask that you vote no on the amendment. Thank you.
All right, now to close the amendment.
If there are no further questions, Mr. President, I move adoption of the amendment.
Senator moves adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Division has been requested. All in favor of the amendment, please stand. You what? Yeah, everyone, please go to your desk. If you're not there, please do. Make it a little easier to count. All those in favor, please stand. Okay. All right, please be seated. All those against the amendment, please stand. What was it? All right, please be seated. The noes have it, the amendment has failed. Okay. Senator Parker, you have an amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a simple amendment. It would just add a reverse repealer. I understand the entire principle of the bill. There's one section that I just want to make sure we get right. I think when we have a close vote like this, I think it just deserves a little bit more attention. As somebody who has served on the election committee for 11 years, I have seen us make some little faux pas along the way that I wish we could have maybe spent a little more time on. You know, I got to talk to the chairman a little bit about this morning. Haven't had a lot of time to work on it up until now. I asked this morning to meet with the Secretary of State. He was in Capitol Prayer with me and was not able to meet. He had to run to a 9 o'clock meeting, then he had a 10 o'clock meeting, and then we were on another bill. So I don't have some of the answers that I need on this. So my request would be that we keep it alive. Again, we've got maybe one or two sentences in this bill that I think just, you know, deserve a little more attention. I may be able to, you know, comfortably vote for this in the end, but I'm not to that point right now. So my request would be that we add a reverse repealer to the bill.
Are there any questions? The motion is to adopt the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No? Oh, you want to speak on the amendment? I'm sorry, Senator. I keep forgetting.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the amendment. I appreciate you, Senator. I appreciate your concerns. Look, we've talked with the Secretary of State's office, and they are happy with this bill. I've talked with the clerks, and they are happy with this bill. I've talked with members of the House that are pushing this bill, and they're happy where we've gotten it to. I ask that you do not vote for the reverse repealer, but whatever the body wants to do. But I would ask you to vote no. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Parker, close on the amendment.
So I've gotten some text from the Secretary of State during the conversation, and I'm not sure exactly. There's some yes and no kind of statements in here. I still don't have my answers to the question, so I would move we adopt the amendment.
Okay, motion is to adopt the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. You know, I hate to say this, guys, but we're going to have a division again. That's so close. All in favor of the amendment, please stand. Please go to your desk. All right. It was close. They keep popping up. Someone just stood up. Those against the amendment, please stand. Okay, please be seated by a vote of 24-21. By a vote of 24-21, the amendment has passed. Okay. Senator Tate? No further amendments? Senator Tate?
I move that we adopt the strike all by, as amended by, no? Yeah.
Senator Bryan, did you wish? Senator Simmons? I can't. I couldn't hear you, Senator. Please turn on the microphone.
I object to the morning roll call.
You object to the morning roll call.
If there's no other questions, Mr. President, I move that we adopt the strike all as amended.
Moves that we adopt the strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it.
Mr. President, I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
We have an objection to that. So, Senator Bryan.
I'd like to speak.
Senator Bryan, you're recognized to speak.
Mr. President, I had all but decided not to speak again from this podium after the passage of the tax cut last year because it seemed completely futile. But I do think there's some points that should be made about the legislation that's in front of us. First of all, we have had endless amounts of legislation over the past several years, all of which revolve around one purported concern, and that is a voter will masquerade as another voter and thereby cast an illegal vote. Despite the constant discussion of this, there are just not any examples of this happening. If this is the major problem that we're told, why don't we have all these examples? These are the hundreds and hundreds or thousands of people, whatever it is, in the state of Mississippi that are voting, that are impersonating somebody, and they just don't exist. But we keep hearing about this perceived concern. Ironically, one of the actual real world checks that you had on someone masquerading as someone else has been abolished. And that was the very simple procedure of having each voter sign his or her name on the poll book when he or she votes. That doesn't solve all problems for all times, but the ability to compare a signature on the polling book to someone's typical signature is of some value. And if the signatures match, that pretty much shows you've got somebody who's mighty good at copying signatures, or it's the same person. If not, you can ask around, go find the voter. If it looks like an odd signature, find out what's going on. But we don't do that anymore. For reasons escaping human understanding, despite this purported concern about voters masquerading as others, we no longer have a signature on the poll book. We have these stupid so-called electronic gizmos where you hold a stylus in your hand, and if you can make some sort of squiggle to get the thing to make a mark, that's considered a signature. That's not worth a thing in the world. Why on earth we did away with such a simple proposition? But continuing this concern about voters who are masquerading as others, there's the notion that reducing the number of people on the poll books will help. Reducing the number of voters who are no longer living in the district and no longer eligible to vote would be a good thing to do, but it's not the only consideration. And the question is, who are you going to get caught up inadvertently in this attempt to purge the books? First of all, there are a large number of voters who only vote in presidential elections. Seems odd because in Mississippi, as a general rule, your vote in a presidential election doesn't really affect the outcome. And it seems odd because in many situations, the vote for local officials is where your vote would mean more. But I just hurriedly got a blue book, not the current one, because I couldn't find the information in the current one. But I looked in 2015, the vote for governor in Mississippi, if I'm doing my math right, is just over 700,000 people. 1 year later, in 2016, the vote for president, again, if I'm doing my math right, is just over 1.2 million people. It's not double, but it's an awful lot. It's like 500,000 people voted in 2016 that didn't vote in 2015. So the number of presidential voters, as they call, is fairly high. And if you're a presidential voter and you miss an election or two, that's going to trigger all these postcards. And you're going to wind up purged, and there you're going to be, and 12 years later, you go back to vote in another presidential election, and you can't vote. Why? What have you done? You're just a presidential voter that missed a couple of presidential elections. But turning to just the logistics of all this, I wonder if the proponents of this legislation are trying to help get the post office back in good financial condition. You do wonder where all the unfunded mandate people are. First of all, it's going to cost a pile of money to pile up all these postcards you're going to have to mail just to print them. It did cross my mind that maybe one way we could get some postcards and not put that burden on the taxpayers would be to see if maybe Rock City would provide us with the postcards if we'd let them put See Rock City up there in the corner, and then we could, that'd be a nice nonpartisan, neutral thing, but they probably would pay for the postcards if we could do that. Maybe we should talk to the Rock City crowd. The barns aren't what they used to be. But then you have the postage. This is hundreds of thousands of dollars of postage, if not more. You do wonder if we should authorize people, if there's going to be a postal rate increase, to go out and buy a bunch of forever stamps and stock up on them ahead of the postal rate increase. It'd be a good investment. I don't get mail at my physical address. I get mail at my post office address. And one of the things that I have to do now that the internets have come along is argue with internets all the time who keep insisting that my mailing address is my physical address, and it's not, and the form doesn't have and it's just a mess. But it seems that the notion that these various mailings are going to have any real world benefit indicates a certain childlike faith in the accuracy of the United States Postal Service, which is not what you would expect from the proponents of this bill. But I can tell you that the result of these propositions is not necessarily what you might think. I'll tell you this one story that I know about. There is a box in Amory that I'm familiar with that's almost a 100% African American box. Traditionally votes about 400 people. If you're trying to get turnout and you can get up to 500, or even, I think once I saw 530 something, and we felt we had really accomplish something with that sort of turnout in that box that year. In November of 2008, that box, without any organized get out the vote effort that I'm aware of, voted more than 700 people. These were African American citizens of Amory who were registered to vote, living in Amory, living fairly close to the polling place. They just hadn't been voting. But in November of 2008, they voted. I was there about the time the polls opened, just driving by, and there's a line of people concerned they might not live till 5 p.m., want to get there and vote early in the morning. I didn't understand why. How could you tell any of those people that they weren't going to be allowed to vote because they didn't get the postcard and they didn't do this, that, or other thing, and they hadn't been voting since they registered? And you know, the outcome of that election in Mississippi is not in doubt. The outcome of presidential elections in Mississippi really isn't in doubt these days, yet you see people turning out to vote. It's not so much to determine the outcome of the election in Mississippi, but one of the things you do when you vote is you get at least to express your opinion, to register your opinion. That's why all of us vote on the losing side of roll calls in here all the time. We know we're not winning the roll call, but we want to have the satisfaction of at least voting for the right side, even though the wrong side won. All of us do that. I don't have a similar story in 2016, but I can look at the election results and I can look at the numbers. And there were a bunch of people in 2016 in Mississippi and all across the country that went to vote for president that hadn't been voting in a long time. They thought they had somebody to vote for, and they showed up in droves to vote. I wouldn't want to meet any of those people at the polls and tell them they couldn't vote because they hadn't been voting here lately and they didn't get a postcard or didn't respond to the postcard. And I think all of us, regardless of who we voted for in 2008 or 2016, can share the belief and the satisfaction, whatever word I'm looking for, that we had an election. People across the country got to get out and vote. As a result of that vote, we had winners and losers in the election. But this bill, on both of those occasions, would have had a large number of people at the polls being turned away, and turned away for no good reason. I know that sometimes there are provisions in election laws that are thought to be helpful to Republicans, thought to be helpful to Democrats. But down the road, as the years come and go and the candidates come and go, it doesn't always turn out the way you thought it would. And your first blush about what party might help or might get hurt with a particular election provision isn't necessarily the way it plays out in the real world. And I think it is a serious mistake to start telling people they have lost their right to vote because they went several elections without voting. If there's a problem with people on the voting rolls who no longer meet the qualifications to vote, I don't think any of us would object to figuring out a way to remove people from the rolls that no longer are eligible to vote. We can all agree to that. But we don't need to have a net that takes out a lot of eligible voters in the process. I'll just mention North Dakota, where you know they don't have voter registration. Haven't had voter registration in North Dakota, I don't think forever. I think you just show up and vote, sign your name in the poll book with a pen. This notion of making it so difficult to register and remain on the polls is an odd notion, and I don't know where that came from. So I would urge everyone, as this bill goes through the process, to think long and hard about what position we're going to be in for telling somebody he can't vote just because he hadn't been voting in the last few elections. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. I appreciate all the comments. I appreciate the debate. Now we've got it to where if it does go through, it'll go to conference. So with that, I ask for passage by calling the roll, and I yield the podium.
Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler for 36, Butler for 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Barnett, Barrett, Boyd, Chisholm, England, Hickman, McDaniel, McMahon, Simmons of the 13th, Suber, Younger,
Senator Barrett, for what purpose, sir?
To the vote.
Please proceed.
I'd like to announce a pair. If Senator Sarita Simmons were here, she would be a no and I would be an aye.
Pair, Senator Simmons, yes. Thank you, Senator. Senator Sojourner, for what purpose?
To announce a pair.
Please proceed.
If Senator McDaniel was here, he would vote no, and I vote aye. I mean, he would vote aye, and I vote no.
Voting yes or yay, Blackwell, Boyd, Branny, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Johnson, Kirby, McCon, McLendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, and Williams. Voting no or nay, Barnett, Blackman, Blunt, Bryan, Butt number 36, Butt number 38, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Thomas, and Turner Ford.
By a vote of 32 yeas, 15 nays, the bill is adopted. Chairman Fillingane. Pass. Thank you, Chairman Wiggins. Chairman Wiggins, item 151, Senate.
Go to that item, call that up, and ask the title to be
Clerk,
read.
please read the title.
House Bill number 1216, Circuit Judges and Chancellors increase office operating and expense allowances and support staff funding.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion will be that we adopt the strike all, and to explain the strike all, simple bill. This is the bill that sets the office allowances for our circuit judges and chancellors. We are raising the amount from $9,000 to $15,000. We are also raising it from what current law is, which is $80,000 to $100,000 that can be used for law clerks. The House did send us $140,000 in that provision, but we accepted $100,000, but we did say that they could use it at their discretion versus what current law is, which is to use it for specific situations like law clerks at $40,000. And really, that's what the bill does. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're on the strike all, I believe, Senator.
Move adoption of the strike all, Mr.
All in
President.
favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay, Senator.
Move passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Those voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Senator Parks. We're on item 152, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 152, House Bill 771, and ask the title be read.
Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 771, Help Grant and MTAG Programs, revised level of funding provided to eligible students.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
Move adoption of the strike all.
Recognized to explain the strike all, Senator.
This bill, we would just like to keep it alive and keep working on it. So what we have done is pull the code section for the help and the MTAC forward. It also has a reverse repealer in it. Again, the team worked very hard over the summer to try to get us a new process. So I'm hopeful that you all will vote to keep this alive and let us continue to work on it.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator Parks, we're ready for your motion.
Move adoption of the strike all as amended.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
No further questions. Ask for passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Or is voting no? Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Chairman Parks. Senator Whaley? We're on 155, Senate. I'm sorry, 153, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 153, called up and have the title read.
Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 769, Harvey Moss Wildlife Management Area, Tuscumbia, designate Tuscumbia Wildlife Management Area as.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Whaley.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the strike all.
Recognized to explain the strike all, Senator.
Thank you. Very, very simple bill. This is a naming bill that would name the former Tuscumbia Wildlife Management Area to the Harvey Moss Wildlife Management Area. And this bill also has a reverse repealer. So I would yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none,
Ask for passage by use of morning roll call.
we adopt the strike all first. I
Adopt the
think.
strike all. Excuse me.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready, Senator.
Now we're ready to pass by the use of morning roll
Use of
call.
morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Or is voting no? Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator Wade. 154.
I'd like to go to that item called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 923, Bob Tyler Fish Hatchery, designate the fish hatchery located in North Mississippi as.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Whaley.
Thank you. I'd like to explain the strike all.
You're recognized to explain the strike all, Senator.
Thank you. Just like the bill before us, except this one is dealing with a fish hatchery in North Mississippi, and it would be changed to the Bob Tyler Fish Hatchery. This bill also has a reverse repealer. I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, sir.
I'd like to adopt the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Ask for passage by use of morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Or is it voting no? Present? Seeing none, passes. Chairman Tate? Pass. Chairman Fillingham? Pass and retain 56, 57, 58, and 55 before it, down to 62. Chairman Seymour. Chairman Seymour. Pass 64, 63 through 66 are returned and placed on the calendar. We'll move to announcements. I'm sorry, Senator Kirby. Senator Kirby is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, Senator, this shouldn't take long. Mr. President, I move that we suspend the rules and take up items 10 through 32 en bloc and ask the title to be read.
Yeah, the first is to suspend the rules to go back on the calendar to item 10, Senator?
Yes, yes, sir.
And item 10
through 32.
Through 32. Motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay, the ayes have it. Now we're...
Read the titles, please.
We're back to... Yeah, right. First we need to ask if anyone would like to set one aside, Senator. Okay. One moment. I want to give everybody a chance to look between 10 and 30. There are 20 of them coming here in block. You go to 32?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, 10 to 32, Senator. Anyone wish to set it aside? Senator Blunt? You're good? Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Mr. Clerk, please read titles.
Senate concurrent resolution number 558, extending condolences of legislature to surviving family of Motown recording artist, songwriter Barrett Strong of West Point. Senate concurrent resolution number 559, congratulate Ricky Stenhouse from Olive Branch for winning the Daytona 500. Senate concurrent resolution number 561, designate March 2023 as American Red Cross Month in Mississippi. Senate concurrent resolution number 562, designate October 2023 as Walker Montgomery National Catfishing Awareness Month in Mississippi. Senate concurrent resolution number 563, designate March 5th through 11th, 2023 as National School Social Work Week in Mississippi. Senate concurrent resolution number 564, designate March 2023 as Brain Injury Awareness Month in Mississippi to promote treatment and prevention. Senate concurrent resolution number 565, recognize Walthall County Constable Raymond Gutter on his retirement and 3-decade law enforcement service. Senate resolution number 44, recognize Bobby Morgan, Vice President of Public Affairs at Atmos Energy as Ole Miss Alumni Association 2023 40 Under 40 Award. Senate resolution number 45, congratulate 9 Mississippi professional football players who played in the 2023 NFL Super Bowl. Senate resolution number 46, recognize national defense operations and installations in Mississippi and the mission of the Defense Communities Development Council. Senate resolution number 47, commend East Central High School Hornets baseball team for winning the 2022 MHSAA Class 5A state championship. Senate resolution number 48, commend 2022 Gaucher High School Gators boys golf team for winning first MHSAA 5A state championship. Senate resolution number 49, commend Ocean Springs High School cheer team for back-to-back MHSAA 6A state championships. Senate resolution number 50, commend Simpson County Academy Cougars boys basketball team for winning back-to-back MAIS 5A state championships. Senate resolution number 51, extend condolences of Senate to surviving family of Jackson minority business pioneer Roy L. Dixon Sr. Senate resolution number 52, recognize judicial career of Chancellor Lawrence Larry Primo, 12th Chancery Court District on his retirement. Senate resolution number 53, commend 2021 and 2022 JSU Tigers men's cross country team for winning consecutive SWAC championships. Senate resolution number 54, commend 2022 JSU Lady Tigers women's basketball team and coach Tamika Reed for 3rd straight SWAC championship. Senate resolution number 55, commend 2022 JSU Ladies Tigers women's tennis team and head coach Gabrielle Moore for SWAC championship. Senate resolution number 56, commend 2022 JSU Tigers soccer team for SWAC championship and coach Flogax as SWAC coach of the year. Senate resolution number 57, commemorate the 50th anniversary of USM Air Force Reserve Officer Training Corps Afro TC Detachment 432. Senate resolution number 58, honor the legacy of Marine Gunnery Sergeant Zachary Taylor of Jackson, Mississippi, a Montford Point Marine on his 100th birthday. Senate resolution number 59, commend Brookhaven Academy Lady Cougars girls basketball team and coach Ron Kessler for winning MAIS 5A state championship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senator Kirby.
The usual motion, Mr. President.
It's the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, as you can see, each of these are very deserving of what they're receiving, and they've been thoroughly screened by the Rules Committee and discussed at length. So if there are no questions, Mr. President, I ask for use of morning roll call for final passage.
Questions on the block? Questions on the block? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Card is voting no. Present? Seeing none, all pass. Thank you, Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We'll go now to the announcements. Senator Blunt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold item number 95 on today's calendar, House Bill 1020, on a motion to reconsider.
95, Mr. Clerk, House Bill 1020. Senator Fillingane, for an announcement.
2 announcements, Mr. President. First, I would like to remind the Judiciary B Committee members that dinner is still on tonight. And secondly, I'd like to hold Senate Bill 2622 on a motion to reconsider from yesterday's calendar.
Got that? Okay. Senator Butler Albert for an announcement, sir.
Yes, Mr. President, adjourn in memory.
Please proceed.
I would like for the Senator to adjourn in memory of Carolyn Hill White, who was a member of the Cleveland County Baptist Association as well as the State Baptist Association, who passed on February the 27th.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Barnett for an announcement, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to remind the entire Senate of tomorrow of the annual Senator Barnett's barbecue at the MMA. Start at about 5:30 tomorrow.
Thank you, Senator. Always excellent. Senator Norwood for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Adjourn in memory.
Please proceed.
When the Senate adjourned today, I'd like to adjourn in memory of two long tenured community servants, Mel Wilsons of Clarksdale and Matt Stevenson of Greenwood.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Simmons for an announcement, sir.
Motion to reconsider, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
I'd like to hold item number 109 on today's calendar, House Bill number 1110, Second Amendment Financial Privacy Act, on a motion to reconsider.
109, Mr. Clerk. Okay, Senator Horn for an announcement, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Adjourn in memory.
Please proceed, Senator.
When the Senate adjourns today, Mr. President, I'd like to ask that it do so in memory of a gentleman who was in the second or third officer class for the Mississippi Highway Patrol of African Americans, Lieutenant Thomas Jacques Hopkins, Sr. He passed away on the 28th.
Thank you.
Excuse me, on the 4th.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McCon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to hold item number 153 and 154, House Bill 769 and House Bill 923 on a motion to reconsider.
154 and 155, Mr. Clerk. Got those?
All of them.
Okay. Other announcements. Other announcements. I want to thank the Senate for working late into the evening and all of your work today and tonight. So thank you very much for hanging with us through the entire calendar. Tomorrow's deadline day, so we'll address all the matters that deserve treatment for deadline. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate be adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.